everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Boundless Journey starting from Bofuri. Chapter 279 to 316. Chapter 279 Hinetsuru AI's arrival 1228 words. Not long after, the doorbell rang again. Rikane, you're here. Mio opened the door and looked at Rika at the entrance in surprise. Aha, is Takaru home? Hearing Mio's words, Rika asked hesitantly. Aha, he is. Rikane, come in first. Hearing her say this, Mio reacted and let Rika in. The reason Rika came looking for Takaru was because she remembered Takaru's promise that she could come find him anytime, and also Toka's encouragement. Just after entering, seeing Takaru and the others around, Rika was stunned. She hadn't expected so many people at Takaru's home. Rika, you came. Sit down first. Rika's arrival surprised Takaru a bit but not shocked. After all, Takaru and Rika had a good relationship, and her visiting his house wasn't strange. At that moment, Miki also saw Rika and spoke directly. You are. Seeing Miki, Rika was stunned. She hadn't expected to see Miki from another world in the main world. Because Rika hadn't obtained any character materialization cards, and hadn't considered this aspect, seeing Miki from a mission world naturally astonished her greatly. Aha, does Mikine also know Rikane? At that moment, Mio also looked at the two in surprise. Aha, I know her. Hearing this, Miki revealed a smile. Rika, this is Uzumaki Karen. And here are Hoshino Hinata, Shirasaki Hana, and Himesaka Noa. And she is Takanashi Rika. Takaru quickly gave everyone a simple introduction. I know. Big sister uses fireballs, right? Seeing Rika, Hinata spoke excitedly. Aha, although not as good as Master, she seems not to be underestimated. Noa also scrutinized Rika, shaking her head. Hearing their address for Takaru, Rika was stunned. Aha, they are Mio's classmates. 3 days ago they became my disciples. Seeing Rika's shocked expression, Takaru said with a light laugh. While talking, Ebina, Koyoi, and Kanon also arrived hand in hand at Takaru's home. After introducing Rika to everyone and learning Takaru, and the others were going for special training, Rika also wanted to go along without thinking. Hearing her words, Takaru didn't refuse, and directly used Shambhala to take everyone away. Then, Rika joined the training team. Seeing how strict Takaru was with the 5 children surprised Rika. However, because of this, she didn't want to lose to a few kids. Wearing the extra weight training equipment, she also trained hard. After becoming exhausted, she enjoyed Takaru's advanced healing magic with high proficiency. Feeling her stamina quickly recover, Rika's eyes lit up. If she could often enjoy the advanced healing magic, her strength could improve considerably in a short time. Takaru arranged everyone similarly to Thursday: physical training, meditation, lunch, rest and meditation, training, then going home. Upon returning home, Hinata and the others seemed somewhat fatigued. Although the advanced healing magic could effectively eliminate fatigue and restore stamina, mental fatigue was hard to eliminate, and accumulated tiredness still existed a bit. However, just as Takaru had Hinata and the others go wash up, his observation haki instinctively sensed the surroundings and discovered a small figure sitting in front of his doorway, looking dejected. Oni-chan, what's wrong? Seeing Takaru pause mid-sentence, Mio asked curiously. There's something. Hearing her, Takaru quickly went to the entrance and opened the door. Because the door suddenly opened, the figure leaning against it fell in. Takaru, having anticipated it, supported her. AI, what are you doing here? After steadying her, Takaru looked at the alone Hinetsuru in surprise. Takaru. Feeling supported and hearing Takaru's voice, Hinetsuru trembled. Turning and seeing Takaru's familiar face, she directly threw herself into Takaru's arms and cried. All right, be good. Feeling Hinetsuru's grievance, Takaru quickly comforted her. Mio and the others stared blankly at Takaru and Hinetsuru. Since Hinetsuru was completely in Takeru's arms, they couldn't see her face, but judging by her build, she seemed about the same age as Mio, Hinata, and the others. They were very puzzled about when Takeru knew such a little girl. Mio, is that your sister? Looking at Hinetsuru's back and her address for Takeru, Hinata looked at Mio curiously. No, this is my first time seeing her. Hearing Hinata's words, Mio directly shook her head. As for Hinetsuru, after crying for a while, she finally poured out the grievance from waiting so long. Ai, why are you here? How long have you been waiting? After Hinetsuru's emotions calmed down a bit, Takeru spoke softly. Because Takeru and I never came to find me, so I came to find you. I arrived around 12, but no matter how much I knocked, you didn't answer. Hearing Takeru's words, Hinetsuru said softly between sobs. Sorry, I was out just now. Hearing Hinetsuru's words, Takeru spoke gently. Oniai-chan, who is this? After Hinetsuru's emotions somewhat settled, Mio came over and asked. Hearing Mio's words, Hinetsuru looked at Mio in shock, also noticing the large number of girls behind. Mio, this is Hinetsuru Ai. She's one of the girls I rescued a few days ago. Ai, this is Takanashi Mio, also my sister. Seeing little Ai's expression, Takeru introduced Mio to her with a smile. Hearing Takeru's words, Hinetsuru showed a hesitant expression. Hello, I am Hinetsuru Ai. Nice to meet you, please treat me well. Since Takeru said so, Hinetsuru politely greeted Mio. Seeing Hinetsuru say this, Mio could only instinctively respond. Never mind that for now. Ai, where are your mom and dad? Soon, Takeru directly looked at little Ai and asked. Mom and dad are still at home. Hearing Takeru's question, Hinetsuru said hesitantly. So you came here alone from Kanagawa? Hearing Hinetsuru's words, Takeru was stunned. Do your parents know? Seeing this, Takeru asked again. Hearing Takeru's words, Hinetsuru lowered her head, lightly touching her index fingers together. Really now? Hearing her words, Takeru sighed and couldn't help but put a hand to his forehead. Forget it. Ai, come in first. You've been waiting so long, you haven't had lunch either. Gently shaking his head, Takeru looked at Ai and spoke softly. Hearing Takeru's words, Hinetsuru embarrassedly rubbed her stomach. Mio, you go wash up with Hinata, and the others first. Karen, Mickey, we're preparing dinner now. After entering inside, Takeru directly spoke to everyone. I understand. Hearing Takeru's words, Mio nodded obediently. Yes, master. Hinata also spoke enthusiastically. Upon hearing Hinata's address for Takeru, Hinetsuru was stunned, then her light blue eyes stared straight at Takeru, her mouth unconsciously puffing out. There's a reason for this. Seeing Hinetsuru's expression, Takeru said helplessly. Ai also wants to become Takeru and Ai's disciple. Hearing Takeru's words, Hinetsuru spoke directly. All right, I understand. Okay, Ai, go rest first. I'll prepare dinner. Hearing her say this, Takeru nodded lightly. Since he had accepted Hinata and the others, accepting one more Hinetsuru wouldn't be a problem. After all, herding one sheep or a flock of sheep wasn't much different. Moreover, for Takeru, teaching a few more people wouldn't be overwhelming. Master, let me help. Ai also knows cooking. Hearing Takeru agreed to accept her as a disciple, Ai finally smiled again. Is that so? Hearing she also knew cooking, Takeru was somewhat surprised. Aha, so let me help. Hearing Takeru's doubt, Hinetsuru volunteered again. I understand. Then you come along too. But, are you okay right now? Seeing she wanted to show herself, Takeru didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Chapter 280, Chapter 280 The Talented Hinetsuru 1261 words. It's okay. Hearing Takeru's inquiry, Hinetsuru quickly shook her head. Seeing this, Takeru could only bring her to the kitchen. Then, as Hinetsuru skillfully washed and cut vegetables, Takaru and the others showed surprised expressions. Finally, Hinetsuru even proactively requested to stir-fry a few dishes. Seeing the perfect in color, aroma, and taste dishes, Takaru sighed with emotion that her culinary skills were much more outstanding than Karen's and Mickey's current level. So fragrant. Mio and the others, having finished washing, came out and smelled the aroma of the food. Having undergone massive training, everyone was now starving. However, before eating, Takaru introduced Hinetsuru to everyone. Upon learning that, besides Hinata, who was already confirmed as the head disciple, the second and third disciple positions weren't confirmed yet, Hinetsuru also said she wanted to compete for the second disciple position. Takaru naturally didn't mind this, and the rules didn't change. Whoever extracted chakra first would become the second disciple. After the introductions, everyone quickly ate the delicious food. Tasting Hinetsuru's cooking, Takaru couldn't help but sigh with emotion, as Hinetsuru's culinary skills were no worse than his own. After dinner, Takaru took everyone back to their homes. As for Hinetsuru, her home was in Kanagawa. Takaru couldn't go there directly now, so he asked Hinetsuru for her phone, and directly called her mother. According to Hinetsuru, her father had married into their family, so her mother was in charge at home. Hearing this, Takaru was stunned. No wonder he felt something was off during their first meeting, that was the reason. Hello, this is Hinetsuru Akina. May I ask who is calling? As the call connected, Akina quickly inquired. Sorry to disturb you. This is Nara Takaru. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke directly. Takaru-san, is AI with you? Hearing Takaru's words, Akina paused, then hurriedly spoke. Aha, she arrived at my place around noon today. But I only got home tonight, and learned about her running away from home. Hearing Akina's words, Takaru sighed lightly. Is that so? She's with you? Then I'm relieved. My daughter has caused you trouble this time. I apologize sincerely. Hearing Takaru's words, Akina on the other end sighed in relief. You're welcome. By the way, could you let me speak with AI? Akina soon requested again. Of course. Hearing her request, Takaru directly handed the phone to Hinetsuru beside him. Taking the phone, Hinetsuru weakly called out. AI, you went too far this time. I'll come get you tomorrow. Akina directly scolded Hinetsuru. I've already become Takaru Nii's disciple. I won't go back. Hearing Akina's words, Hinetsuru quickly said. You said you became Takaru's disciple. Hearing Hinetsuru's words, Akina on the other end was stunned. Aha, master has already agreed. Hearing her mother's surprised words, Hinetsuru added. In that case, AI, promise me you'll at least bring your master home periodically. As for school, I'll transfer you there. After hesitating, Akina on the other end said something that surprised even Takaru. Thank you, Mom. Hearing her mother compromise so quickly, Hinetsuru was puzzled but still happy. But if you can't persevere, you have to come home obediently, understand? Hearing Hinetsuru's excited words, Akina spoke directly. I understand. I will definitely persevere. Hearing Akina's words, Hinetsuru said seriously. All right, give the phone back to your master. Hearing her daughter's assurance, Akina had Hinetsuru return the phone to Takaru. Takaru-san, regarding AI's matter this time, I've truly troubled you. If there's anything you need help with, I will do my best. Hearing Takaru's voice, Akina spoke directly. That's not necessary. However, Akina-san, is it really okay for you to let AI stay here like this? Hearing Akina's words, Takaru inquired directly. If it's Takaru-san, there's absolutely no problem. If AI is in any danger, I believe you won't stand idly by, right? Hearing Takaru's words, Akina spoke directly. Naturally, I wouldn't stand by. Hearing this, Takaru shook his head. That's good enough. Moreover, we believe in Takaru-san's strength to protect AI well. As for AI's training, please don't go easy on her. Regarding the trouble caused to Takaru-san, my husband and I will visit to express our gratitude another day. Hearing Takaru's words, Akina spoke directly. All right, I understand. Facing Akina's trust, Takaru smiled helplessly. Then, after exchanging a few more words, they hung up. Wonderful, master. Mom agreed. After Takaru hung up, Hinetsuru excitedly threw herself into Takaru's arms, cheering. Mio beside them, seeing Hinetsuru's action, also looked somewhat puffed up. Oni-chan, so will AI also live in our home from now on? Mio directly asked. Looking at Mio's expression, Takaru could only gently stroke Mio's smooth golden hair to calm her. All right, AI. Go wash up first. Since your mother said to train you properly, I won't go easy on you, understand? After calming Mio, Takaru turned to Hinetsuru and spoke seriously. I understand. Facing Takaru's words, Hinetsuru showed no fear but was filled with confidence. Then tonight, I'll teach you meditation. Although you're 3 days behind Hinata and the others, it's not too late. Looking at her, Takaru spoke again. Hearing this, Hinetsuru nodded again. Although she left without notice, Hinetsuru had brought a change of clothes, so there wouldn't be an issue with no clothes to change into. However, she didn't have pajamas. Since her figure was similar to Mio's, she could wear Mio's. After Hinetsuru finished washing, Takaru had her sit on the living room sofa, and began explaining chakra, and imparting the chakra extraction technique. As for Mio and the others, they were doing their own training nearby. Nen and chakra training had one similarity: after physical exercise, training afterward was more effective. On Takaru's side, as he continuously explained the chakra extraction technique, he keenly noticed Hinetsuru's eyes directly changed from blue to blue-violet. In this state, Takaru also noticed Hinetsuru's concentration became even more concentrated, which greatly surprised him. Looking at Hinetsuru, she herself didn't seem to realize her difference. Takaru didn't remind her but quickly told her the complete chakra extraction technique. After finishing, Takaru just watched her. After a while, her eyes returned to light blue, and she blinked at Takaru. Master, are you finished? Hinetsuru asked curiously. AI, how much did you remember? Looking at Hinetsuru, Takaru asked directly. Seems like I remembered it all. Closing her eyes to think, Hinetsuru spoke directly. Is that so? Are there any parts you don't understand? Hearing this, Takaru inquired directly. There are 2 places. Hearing this, Hinetsuru asked about the doubtful points. Hearing her questions, Takaru found they were very crucial points. Then, Takaru quickly explained them to her. Hearing Takaru's explanation, Hinetsuru fell into thought again. Alright, AI, start meditating first. Looking at the contemplating Hinetsuru, Takaru directly reminded her. Compared to thinking, meditating now would help her understand better. Hearing Takaru's words, Hinetsuru quickly nodded, then sat there and closed her eyes. Watching Hinetsuru enter meditation within over 10 minutes on her first try, Takaru showed a surprised expression. It seemed Hinetsuru's aptitude was much more outstanding than Takaru imagined. Also, the eye change made Takaru feel very interested. Perhaps this world itself had many peculiar things. It's just that Takaru had been in a remote corner before, so he wasn't aware of many things. Or perhaps it was just an isolated case. After all, even in Takaru's past life, many people possess special abilities. Takaru was also very looking forward to how far Hinetsuru's special ability could take her in her training. Chapter 281, Chapter 281 The Nervous and Shy Hinetsuru 1254 words soon. As time passed, Takaru awoke from his training and found it was already 11:30. Hinetsuru had also long since shifted from meditation to sleep. Seeing her asleep, Takaru thought for a moment, then directly carried her back to a room. Takaru's home had only 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a guest room, and a study. The master bedroom was naturally Takaru and Mio's room. The guest room was currently occupied by Karen and Mickey. As for the study, it also served as a storage room. Besides being used by Takaru to set up a fixed teleportation point, there was no extra space for a bed, so only 2 rooms were habitable. This was also why Takaru had previously considered changing residences. If more guests came later, Takaru could only have them stay in the living room, which would be somewhat impolite. "Brother, will she also stay in our room?" Seeing Takaru pick up Hinetsuru, Mio, who had also woken up, directly asked. We can't let her sleep on the sofa, right?" Hearing her words, Takaru said helplessly. Hearing Takaru say this, Mio couldn't think of anything to refute. "All right, you should rest early too. There's hard training tomorrow." Looking at Mio, Takaru spoke gently. "I understand." Hearing Takaru say this, Mio could only nod. Soon, after placing Hinetsuru on the bed, Takaru also lay down directly. Takaru naturally wouldn't have any special thoughts about 9-year-old Hinetsuru. In Takaru's view, Hinetsuru was similar to Mio, both were like his younger sisters. Then, Takaru closed his eyes and directly entered training state. The next morning, Hinetsuru woke up in a daze. After a night's rest, she felt her spirit had recovered very well. Most importantly, she had slept very soundly last night, so she rested well. Suddenly, upon waking, Hinetsuru sensed something off. This place seemed somewhat unfamiliar, and she didn't remember having such a big body pillow. With this doubt, Hinetsuru slowly raised her head, and soon saw Takaru's face. Seeing this, yesterday's memories quickly revived. Yesterday, to see Takaru again, she had packed her luggage alone and came from Kanagawa to Chiba Prefecture. Then, she waited several hours at Takaru's doorstep before he returned. Finally, she became Takaru's disciple and gained her mother's consent to stay with Takaru. Last night, after Takaru taught her the chakra extraction technique, she had tried to extract it and unconsciously fallen asleep. Now, waking up, she found herself right beside Takaru. What exactly happened in between? And seeing herself affectionately holding Takaru, Hinetsuru's face uncontrollably turned bright red. However, feeling Takaru's warm body temperature and the special aura he emitted, she was reluctant to leave. Instead, she directly closed her eyes and snuggled closer to Takaru. As she kept rubbing against Takaru, Hinetsuru's complexion became even more flushed, and the ahoge on her head gently quivered. Due to Hinetsuru's movements, Takaru also awoke. First sensing his training gains from the night, Takaru nodded satisfactorily, then noticed the 2 little Lolas tightly clinging to him. However, compared to Mio, Takaru realized Hinetsuru seemed to be awake. Thinking this, Takaru gently called out. Hearing Takaru's voice, Hinetsuru's body stiffened, feeling nervous, and at a loss as if caught doing something wrong. "What's wrong? Your face seems a bit red." Sensing Hinetsuru's flushed face, Takaru gently brushed aside her bangs, and placed the back of his hand on her forehead. It seemed there wasn't any problem. "All right, Hinetsuru, since you're awake, let's go for morning exercise together." Confirming there was no issue, Takaru spoke directly. Hearing Takaru's words, this time Hinetsuru couldn't continue pretending not to hear. Soon, the 2 got up, went to the bathroom to wash up. Because Takaru kept many spares of toothbrushes and such at home, there was no need to go out and buy them. As Takaru and Hinetsuru were washing up in the bathroom, Karen and Mickey also soon woke up. "Morning, Karen, Mickey." Looking at them, Takaru greeted them with a light laugh. "Takaru, AI, morning." Hearing Takaru's greeting, they quickly responded. "Karen, Mickey, trouble you for breakfast?" "I'll take AI for a morning run." Looking at them, Takaru said with a light laugh. "I understand." Hearing this, they nodded understandingly. Hinetsuru, hearing Takaru would take her for a morning run, didn't say much. Obediently changing into the training clothes Takaru prepared for her, she followed Takaru downstairs. "AI, if nothing unexpected happens, you'll be living here for quite a while. So today, we'll do a morning run, and I'll by the way help you get familiar with the surroundings." Looking at Hinetsuru, Takaru spoke directly. Hearing Takaru say this, Hinetsuru realized Takaru taking her for a morning run also had this purpose. Understanding, she quickly nodded. Soon, after Takaru and Hinetsuru warmed up a bit, they began running. While running, Takaru constantly corrected Hinetsuru's running posture. As time passed, Takaru, using a slow jog, showed Hinetsuru around the vicinity of the apartment. Along the way, many neighbors seeing Takaru continuously greeted him. Especially because Karen and Mickey had saved many people before, and knowing they were staying at Takaru's home, everyone was even more enthusiastic towards Takaru. However, these neighbors were quite reasonable. Although surprised Karen and Mickey weren't ordinary, they didn't rashly come to disturb. When Takaru and Hinetsuru returned home, about an hour had passed. Takaru and Hinetsuru had explored the surrounding area. During this, Takaru had used the healing magic on Hinetsuru once, otherwise, she would have given up long ago. Now back home, Hinetsuru was exhausted. Seeing this, Takaru treated her again. "We're back." Opening the door, Takaru called inside. "Oni-chan, you went for a morning run." Looking at Takaru and Hinetsuru, who was still slightly panting, Mio said in surprise. By the way, letting AI get familiar with the surroundings. Taking Hinetsuru to the bathroom, Takaru washed his face and hands. For Takaru, the earlier exercise amount wasn't even a warm-up, even with the special weights on. It couldn't be helped. As his base attributes kept increasing, many simple exercises naturally couldn't continue to improve Takaru. In comparison, for Takaru now, training chakra, or nen were more effective in driving his attribute improvement. After enjoying breakfast, Ebina, Rika, Hinata, and the others soon arrived at Takaru's home. As for Rika, after experiencing the benefits of Takaru's healing magic, she had told her family yesterday she would come again today. It's worth mentioning that although Hinata and the others had only trained for 3 or 4 days, under Takaru's high-intensity training, super powerful healing, and nutritional supplements from mutated animals, Ebina, Hinata, and the others' base attributes had slightly improved, and they also looked more energetic. Alright, change clothes. Training is about to start. And there will be one more member today. Looking at them, Takaru spoke gently. Naturally, they knew Takaru meant Hinetsuru. Soon, after arriving in the forest again, high-intensity training quickly began. Compared to others, Takaru also arranged new training items for Mickey and Rika. Both had used chakra extraction technique scrolls, and after several days of extraction, they had gained a bit of chakra. So Takaru had them do basic chakra training, tree climbing. At first, they naturally kept falling. Through failure, their chakra control constantly improved. As for Mio, Takaru taught her nen training, using nen to change numbers and using nen to wrap around a stone and hit another stone. While everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, at noon, Takaru received a call from UI. Chapter 282, Chapter 282 UI and Yui's arrival, the approaching reincarnation cycle 1275 words. Hello, this is Takaru. Upon answering, Takaru spoke directly. Takaru NII, it's UI. Hearing Takaru's voice, UI spoke somewhat nervously. UI, is something wrong? Takaru asked curiously. It's like this, Takaru NII. I made some snacks today, quite a lot, so I wanted to bring you some. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Hearing Takaru's words, UI on the other end said somewhat embarrassedly. Is that so? When will you arrive? Hearing it was a thought from UI, Takaru asked with a light laugh. Probably 15 minutes to get to Takaru NII's place. Hearing Takaru's words, UI said directly. Alright, then thanks for your trouble. Hearing this, Takaru nodded with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru's words, UI also showed a smile. Then, see you soon. Saying this, Takaru directly hung up. Oni-chan, who was it? Seeing Takaru finish the call, Mio, who was resting, asked curiously. It was UI. Hearing Mio's words, Takaru spoke directly. Was there something? Hearing Takaru say UI, Mio asked further. She said she made some snacks and wanted to bring them over. Hearing Mio's words, Takaru spoke directly. Hearing snacks, Hana's eyes lit up, and her little tongue unconsciously licked her lips. UI is coming over? Hearing Takaru and Mio mention UI, Karen also revealed a pleased smile. By the way, come to think of it, you haven't told UI and Ritsu about you coming here. Hearing Karen's excited voice, Takaru reacted and spoke. Can I go back with you to see UI? Thinking this, Karen directly asked. That's no problem. Hearing her words, Takaru nodded calmly. Soon, about 10 minutes later, Takaru left a shadow clone behind to protect everyone, then took Karen back to his home. About 2 minutes after returning home, Takaru sensed UI and Yui quickly approaching the apartment. Seeing this, Takaru directly went to the entrance, opened the door, and waited for their arrival. Takaru and II, we're here. Seeing Takaru waiting at the door, UI said shyly. Sorry to intrude. Looking at Takaru, Yui also showed a smile. Not at all. Come in first. Looking at the two, Takaru said with a light laugh. UI, long time no see. After Yui and UI entered, Karen came out of the kitchen holding tea. Hearing Karen's somewhat familiar voice, and turning to see Karen's striking red hair, UI exclaimed in surprise. Who is she? Seeing her sister's surprised expression, Yui asked puzzled. She's someone we knew in the ninja world. Karen, welcome to our world. Hearing her sister's question, UI excitedly spoke. Seeing Takaru really brought Karen from the ninja world to the main world, UI felt very happy. After all, everyone had lived together in the ninja world for over a month. At parting, UI was also very reluctant to part. And finally, hearing Takaru ask Karen if she wanted to leave with him, UI had a vague guess. Thank you. By the way, I am Uzumaki Karen. Nice to meet you. Seeing UI's excited expression, Karen showed a smile, then noticed Yui who looked very similar to UI. Reacting, Karen spoke to her with a light laugh. Hello, I am Hirasawa Yui. Please treat me well. Hearing Karen's self-introduction, Yui quickly introduced herself. After introductions they could be considered acquainted. Takaru, has Mio gone out? Seeing Mio wasn't at home, Yui asked curiously. Not exactly. She's exercising somewhere. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke calmly. Is that so? Hearing Takaru's words, UI also became curious. Last time, she got a little injured, so this time I'm having her train properly. Looking at the two, Takaru said with a light laugh. Right, UI and Yui, do you want to come along too? Hearing Takaru's words, Karen looked at UI expectantly. Us too. But wouldn't that be not so good? Hearing Karen's words, UI said somewhat tempted. What UI hoped most was to use this chance to have her sister also work hard. After all, things were different now. Having joined the reincarnation space, even if UI wanted to take good care of Yui, often the conditions didn't allow it. It's okay, right, Takaru? After all, Ebona and Rika are also there. Hearing UI's words, Karen also sought Takaru's opinion. Hearing Karen's words, UI was stunned, never having heard this name. Yui quickly thought of Ebona Nana, who often came to school with Takaru. If you have time, you can come together. Also, do you want to go check it out now? Seeing her expression, Takaru spoke softly. Then we'll trouble you, Takaru and Hearing Takaru say this, UI immediately spoke. Not at all. Alright, put on your shoes. We're leaving now. Hearing her say this, Takaru spoke gently. Then, after some preparation, everyone disappeared from the apartment via Shambhala. This place is. Just arriving in the forest, UI felt a sense of familiarity. It's where we performed our mission before. Seeing UI's confusion, Takaru spoke directly. So it's here. Hearing Takaru's words, Yui nodded understandingly. There are so many people there. Suddenly, Yui exclaimed, looking at not far away where there were indeed 10 people. Aha, let me introduce them. This is Naoki Miki, this is Ebona Nana, and here are. Taking the two forward, Takaru smilingly introduced Ebona and the others, who were currently meditating. So if you want to come train together, it's no problem. This place is big, and being together feels pretty good. After introductions, Takaru said to the two with a light laugh. Then, Takaru I'll trouble you from now on. Hearing Takaru say this, Yui decisively said. Hearing Yui say this, Yui was somewhat unable to react. Just like that, Yui and Yui officially joined the training team. After meditation ended, Takaru had everyone formally introduce themselves again, and they could be considered acquainted. Then, Takaru gave Yui, and the others some weights and began physical training with everyone. Seeing the number of people increasing, Takaru planned to start sparring next time, but for now, solidifying the foundation was the priority. Slightly unfortunately, everyone could basically only do physical training on Saturdays and Sundays. However, they could do chakra meditation daily. When taking everyone home at night, Takaru warned Hinata and the others not to forget daily meditation. They nodded obediently. As for Hinatsuru, she would stay at Takaru's home, and Takaru's training for her would be very strict. As time passed, it was the next day. Because Hinatsuru still needed to handle transfer procedures, she didn't need to go to school temporarily. Takaru had a clone go to school, then he trained her alone, which made Hinatsuru feel exhausted but also happy because she could monopolize Takaru. That evening, Takaru had his clone disperse, digested the experiences from school, then quickly adjusted his state because today was the time to enter the reincarnation world. Before departing, Takaru looked at his attribute panel again. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takaru race, human. Bloodline power, Senja bloodline, Sharingan talent abilities, photographic memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing, Nen, hyper-regeneration strength, 511-425, average person 20, constitution, 558, 8, defense, 952, 629, speed, 512, 4. Spirit, 824, 38, mana, 660, 1648, average person 0, training technique, Senjutsu chakra, advanced skills, 8 gates intermediate, multiple shadow clone technique intermediate, triple Rashomon beginner, water release, great waterfall technique beginner, Edo Tensei beginner, fire release, great dragon fire technique intermediate. Evaluations and points, remaining S rank evaluation X1, A rank evaluation X1, B rank evaluation X1, C rank evaluation X1, D rank evaluation X1. Points, 138,000. During this time, besides entering the reincarnation space's training room, Takaru also spent some points learning new ninjutsu. Chapter 283, Chapter 283 Rest and Mission. A Dangerous World. 1372 words. As time arrived, Takaru, who was being swallowed by black light, found he wasn't directly sent to the mission world this time, but instead arrived in the reincarnation space. Seeing this change, Takaru was stunned, then directly looked at the prompt. Detected that Reincarnator number 3 has experienced 1 reward mission world and 6 regular mission worlds. From now on, after each mission world, you can rest for an additional 10 days in the main world. You can also choose to continue with missions. Looking at the prompt, Takaru was also stunned. It seemed the mission world system was quite humane. Takaru knew future mission worlds would undoubtedly become increasingly difficult. For those whose strength fell into a vicious cycle, more main world time would allow them a slight breather. Of course, for Takaru, mission worlds' rewards were still very attractive. As for danger, as long as it wasn't a planet-destroying world upon arrival, Takaru was quite confident. Then, Takaru directly operated his reincarnation watch and selected to go to the mission world. Yukino and the others also encountered this issue. After pondering, they firmly chose to go to the mission world as well. They didn't want to fall behind too much. With Takaru's choice, soon, Takaru and the others disappeared again. When Takaru regained consciousness, he was once again in a special world. Besides Takaru, 3 others were surrounded by a light barrier, 2 women and 1 man. However, Takaru didn't recognize the 3 at all. Looking outside, Takaru found they were on a busy street. But due to the light barrier, others couldn't see them, instinctively avoiding Takaru's group. Nearby was a fountain. Looking at the surrounding houses with red-tiled roofs, the highest buildings were only about 5 or 6 stories, mostly 3-story. The streets were bustling with people, but many had cat heads, dog heads, or resembled lizard men. The means of transportation didn't rely on gasoline, electricity, or horsepower but on a special type of lizard. Seeing this, Takaru felt a sense of familiarity. Without thinking, Takaru directly looked at the mission and world synopsis. World synopsis: this is a world where mana and divine protections exist. Those favored by the world receive divine protections. Communicating with lesser spirits allows forming contracts with them. The world has 3 common special professions: magic users, spirit arts users, knights. Current location: Dragon Kingdom Lagunica. Main mission 1. Survive for 1 month. Side mission, hidden. Looking at the world synopsis and combining the surrounding scenery, Takaru quickly deduced which world this was: Re-0- starting life in another world. Thinking this, Takaru felt a bit of a headache. Because in this world, even with his super strong attributes, he couldn't say he was absolutely safe. Perhaps in direct confrontation, Takaru feared no one, even the legendary witches. But the strongest things in this world weren't strength or magic, but the rule-based divine protections and authorities. Return by death, the witch who rewrites reality, even her witch cult archbishops possess special authorities, and the 3 great witch beasts. Thinking this, Takaru sighed. In this world, one absolutely must not act recklessly. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. However, normally, Takaru and the others probably wouldn't encounter beings of that level. After all, even if Takaru clashed head-on with such existences, he might not survive, let alone the others who would be cannon fodder. Then, looking at the 3 still unconscious individuals, Takaru thought for a moment, used the transformation technique, turning himself into an old man on his last legs, then also fell to the ground. Not long after Takaru lay down, 1 man regained consciousness. After ascertaining his situation, he quickly looked at potential teammates. Seeing 2 were women, he smiled. But noticing Takaru, who had transformed into an old man, he was baffled, then soon revealed a cold smile. However, he didn't act rashly. First, he observed the surroundings, then checked his mission description. Seeing the world synopsis, he frowned. Seeing he only needed to survive a month, he stroked his chin and thought. Soon, the 2 women also regained consciousness, quickly confirmed their situation, then looked around. Ah, Yuya-kun, please take care of me during this mission. One woman clearly knew the man and excitedly went to him, charmingly speaking. Hee, sure. Hearing the woman's words, the man showed a lecherous smile, then casually groped her. How annoying. Feeling the man's action, the woman said coquettishly. Facing the woman's flattery, the man laughed. However, his gaze turned to the other girl. Seeing her beautiful figure, his eyes flashed with greed. As for the other girl, Sakurajima Mai, seeing the 2, also frowned. Then, looking at the still unconscious Takaru, she hesitated. Hee, I am Urabe Yuya, I've experienced 3 worlds and this is the 4th. Let's work hard to survive in this world together. Soon, Yuya directly went to Mai's side, lecherously looking at her. The woman who actively approached Yuya earlier, seeing his action, looked at Mai filled with jealousy and displeasure. Noticing the rude gaze in Yuya's eyes, Mai slightly frowned but didn't act out directly. So what do you plan to do? And what about him? Mai forced herself to calm down, then spoke calmly, simultaneously pointing at Takaru and asking. Of course, abandon him. Looking at him, he probably can't even walk. He might not even live a month. This isn't a safe place. Carrying dead weight won't do us any good, right, Yuya-kun? Hearing Mai's words, the woman instantly spoke directly. Although Akemi's words are somewhat rude, they aren't wrong. Hearing the woman's words, Yuya said with a light laugh. In fact, if Mai weren't a beauty, he wouldn't bother with her. Is that so? Sorry then, I decided to team up with him. Seeing this, Mai spoke directly. Humph, someone who doesn't know what's good for her. Yuya-kun, let's not mind them. Hearing Mai say this, the woman seized the chance to speak to the man. Don't say that. It's rare for us to gather here by fate. Let's see the situation first. Hearing Akemi's words, Yuya hesitated, then spoke. The reason for lingering was simply Mai's beauty. Also, this world probably wasn't safe. Having one more person, which is Mai, might provide some help. Also, he wanted to see if Takara had any points or evaluations. If Takara had some value, then he could find a place for Takara to stay for a month. Akemi, seeing Yuya say this, though angry inside, wanting protection, glared hatefully at Mai and Takaru, then sulked while waiting nearby. This wait lasted over 3 minutes. Even after the light barrier disappeared, Takara still showed no sign of waking. Seeing this, Yuya frowned. Having experienced several worlds, he knew that generally, waking up earlier meant stronger strength, and later meant weaker. Though not absolute, it held significant reference value. And this was the first time he saw someone not wake up even after the light disappeared. As for whether Takara was pretending to sleep, the thought just flashed in his mind then quickly vanished. Because Takara hadn't moved since earlier, and his breathing was very slow but relatively even. Yuya-kun, let's leave quickly. Seeing the light barrier disappear, the woman couldn't help but speak. Wait a bit longer. Looking at Takaru, then at Mai, the man also said through gritted teeth. Because the light disappeared, Takaru's group of 4 could now be seen by the world's inhabitants. Many noticed this peculiar group and looked at them with strange looks. Takaru, lying on the ground, hadn't expected the 4 not to leave. But sensing it was about time, he pretended to wake up, then slowly rubbed his eyes. How did I end up lying here? Where is this? Where are my glasses? Directly firing off 3 consecutive questions, Takaru staggeringly got up. Seeing this, Mai came over to help Takaru up. Thank you, young lady. Speaking in a weak tone, Takaru gently spoke to the girl. It's okay. Are you all right, old sir? Looking at Takaru, Mai asked hesitantly. No problem. Just a bit old. I remember now. I seem to have a mission. Suddenly, Takaru spoke as if suddenly realizing. Chapter 284, Chapter 280 for the protagonist, Natsuki Subaru. 1296 words. Ahihi, old sir, you don't seem well. Seeing Takaru's actions, Yuya frowned even more, increasingly sure Takaru was dead weight. It's fine, just some old ailments. Don't mind me. I'll be fine with a little rest. By the way, could you give me a walking stick? My walking stick has disappeared again. Then Takaru asked the few. Yuya-kun, let's go. Hearing Takaru's words, the woman couldn't hold back anymore and directly pulled the man. You still insist on teaming up with him? Before parting, Yuya asked Mai one last time. After hearing Takaru needed a walking stick, Yuya was completely speechless and didn't want to waste more time. Hearing his words, Mai nodded calmly, sighing inwardly. She wasn't someone who absolutely had to help Takaru. However, she didn't want to team up with the other 2, so she used this to refuse them. All right then. See you if fate allows. Hearing Mai's words, Yuya couldn't be bothered to waste more breath. Although he fancied Mai's appearance, he was still a reincarnator. In the main world, a mere crook of the finger would bring women to his bed. Thinking this, he directly put his arm around Akemi and left. Cough cough, young lady, why bother? I'm used to being alone every time. You don't need to mind me. Seeing I chose to stay with him and refuse the other two, Takaru was somewhat surprised, then spoke directly. Old sir, you don't need to say more. I just didn't want to act with them. As for you, although somewhat apologetic, I can't take care of you much. Hearing Takaru's words, I hesitated, then laid out the harsh truth up front. Don't worry, I'm used to it. After all, dying here doesn't mean dying outright. Hearing her words, Takaru said openly. Even so, the cost isn't light. Hearing Takaru's words, I felt a hint of unwillingness. Old sir, how about this? I'll try to find you a place to stay and get some money for you. You live there properly. As for what happens later, it depends on luck. Thinking, I spoke directly. Young lady, you are really a good person. Hearing her words, Takaru said with narrowed eyes. The reason for transforming like this was to avoid too much interaction with everyone. But this girl seemed overly kind-hearted, which wasn't necessarily a good thing in the reincarnation world. Then it's settled. By the way, I am Sakurajima Mai. And you, old sir? Hearing Takaru's words, I spoke directly. My surname is Nara. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke directly. Nara-san. Sit here for now. I'll go gather some information, then come back. Please don't wander off, okay? Hearing Takaru's words, I looked around and spoke directly. Is that so? I understand. Hearing her words, Takaru gently agreed. Then, with Mai's help, Takaru went to a seat near the fountain. Mai glanced around briefly, then left. As for Takaru, after Mai left, he hesitated but didn't cancel the transformation technique. He left a shadow clone, and his main body directly left. Earlier, while talking with everyone, Takaru had also found fellow transmigrator, Natsuki Subaru. Judging by his appearance, he also seemed to have just arrived in this world, not even clear about his own abilities. Watching his clumsy and Shinibio-like behavior, Takaru didn't act rashly but observed him secretly. Soon, as in the original work, Subaru stumbled into a river, then came to an alley to rest. Isn't this another world summoning? Where's my protagonist Halo? Continuous setbacks made Subaru roar helplessly. Takaru, hidden in the distance, just coldly watched this scene with observation haki. Actually, Takaru was also very curious. If he killed Subaru, and returned by death activated, would his own memory also be altered? Thinking this, Takaru calmly watched him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. The starting equipment is too shabby. Since it's a summoning accident, where's the beautiful girl who summoned me? After summoning, just let me fend for myself. Checking his items, Subaru complained again. Finally here. The beautiful girl who summoned me. Hearing footsteps, the self-pitying Subaru said in pleasant surprise. But upon seeing clearly the arrivals, his smile stiffened in place. Hey kid, what are you mumbling alone? A short hoodlum looked at Subaru. If you don't want a beating, hand over your stuff. A tall, skinny man came before Subaru, directly grabbing his collar and smirked evilly at him. Crap, forced event triggered. Seeing this, Subaru said through gritted teeth. Move it, move it. You few over there in the way. At that moment, a girl hurried into the alley, then looking at the three thugs and Subaru, shouted loudly. She's here. The beautiful girl who summoned me is finally here. Seeing Felt, Subaru exclaimed excitedly. Summoning. Though I don't get what you're saying, I'm busy. Sorry, stay strong and live. Saying this, Felt directly past the four, then at the end, made a few agile jumps and left. Don't you think the air became fresher when the girl came? Seeing Felt leave without looking back, Subaru tried to bluff his way through. I feel unpleasant about being interrupted. The somewhat burly man spoke directly. Calm down, Natsuki Subaru. Since ancient times, those summoned to another world could exhibit extraordinary power. Beat them all become the stepping stones to my glorious future. You experience mobs. Thinking this, Subaru suddenly erupted, directly throwing a punch at the burly man, knocking him back. Then, while the other two were dazed, a spinning kick sent the short thug flying. First time hitting someone. My fist hurts more than I imagined. But I am indeed strong in this world. I'm super excited now. Knocking down 2 in a row raised Subaru's confidence to its peak. However, just as Subaru prepared to press on and capture the last tall, skinny man, he saw him pull out 2 gleaming daggers. Very sorry, it's all my fault. Please forgive me, at least spare my life. His charging motion directly became a kneeling action, his mouth quickly uttering pleas for forgiveness. Seeing Subaru's action, the thug directly kicked him hard on the side of the head. Intense pain came, making Subaru hold his head and continuously wail. Then, the other two also regained their senses and directly began beating Subaru in retaliation. Stop right there. Seeing the timing was about right, Takeru's figure appeared in the alley. Who do you think you are? Looking at Takeru, the uninvited guest, the tall, skinny thug frowned. I suggest you leave quickly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll remain unharmed. Looking at the 3 thugs, Takeru spoke calmly. Subaru, stepped on by the thug, stared blankly at Takeru. To him now, Takeru was like an angel. Humph, busybody. I'll make you regret it. The thug said, charging at Takeru, his raised fist directly swinging at Takeru's head. Seeing his attack, Takeru showed a hint of a disdainful sneer, then lightly punched him, sending him flying. Although the other two could see that Takeru isn't easy to mess with, seeing their companion was knocked flying, they couldn't just stand by idly. They quickly attacked Takeru. However, their fate was the same as the tall, skinny one, directly knocked unconscious. Are you okay? Looking at Subaru, Takeru helped him up. Thank you. Hearing Takeru's inquiry, Subaru said seriously. You're quite injured. Let me treat you. Seeing his condition, Takeru spoke warmly. Aha, thank you. Hearing Takeru say this, Subaru quickly spoke. Light in the name of Lum Iris. Chanting softly, green light emitted from Takeru's hands, beginning to treat Subaru. Feeling the green light envelop his body, Subaru noticed his injuries were recovering, the pain slowly diminishing. Feeling this, he showed Takeru a grateful smile. Chapter 285, Chapter 285 Return by Death 1245 words. However, when he raised his head, he found that behind Takeru, who was concentrating on treating him, an exceptionally vicious-looking person had appeared. Watch out! Without thinking, Subaru loudly warned Takeru. But it was too late. Takeru was directly ambushed by the suddenly appearing person and sent flying. The immense power caused Takeru's body to collide with a wall, even causing the wall to collapse. Takeru was thus severely injured and fell unconscious. After sending Takeru flying, the vicious-looking person looked at the terrified Subaru, then, under his horrified gaze, threw a punch. The immense power directly shattered his chest. Feeling the intense agony in his chest, Subaru just stared at the person with a ferocious expression before him, then his consciousness gradually faded. With Subaru's death, the world seemed to reset. Many things were reverting, and time went back over 10 minutes earlier. Little brother, what's wrong? Suddenly looking so bewildered. Inside a fruit stall, a burly man holding an apple asked Subaru. Facing the burly man's inquiry, Subaru only felt his consciousness blurry, and ears somewhat deafened. After effects since he hadn't adapted to return by death. Want to buy an apple? Little brother, do you have money? Seeing Subaru's dumbfounded look, the uncle felt impatient. What huh? Appa, are you buying or not? Hearing his words, the uncle's anger rose. No, I already said I'm penniless. This time, Subaru finally recovered and quickly spoke. What's this? Just looking without buying? Move along. I have to do business. No time for customers who don't pay. Hearing him say this, the uncle showed a disdainful expression. After leaving the stall, Subaru looked around in utter confusion. What's going on? Wasn't I just by that weirdo? Thinking this, Subaru looked at his chest area, finding everything intact, no signs of injury. However, the previous pain remained vividly etched in his memory. If it was a dream, it felt too intense. Murmuring, Subaru was extremely frightened. As for Takaru, after Subaru was killed, the corpse lying in the alley was brought back to over 10 minutes earlier by a special power. However, Takaru's memory didn't change, and the memory of saving Subaru remained very clear in his mind. Besides Takaru, Mai, who was investigating world information, and Yuya, and the others were also brought back by this power to their positions from over 10 minutes earlier. What is going on? The three had no idea what happened. Why were they back here when they were clearly somewhere else? And the people and things around seemed very familiar. Things that had just happened were happening again. For a moment, they thought they were being played with and warily looked around but couldn't detect any abnormality. Takaru naturally didn't know their reactions. After confirming that Subaru's death would reset the world line, Takaru began considering Subaru's placement issue. To avoid Subaru suddenly dying and rendering all efforts in vain, Takaru needed to place him where he could be monitored. Also, after Subaru's death, Takaru detected a special aura emanating from Subaru. Takaru soon realized it must be the so-called witch's scent. While Subaru was confused, he once again unconsciously came to the same alley. Then, as before, he encountered the three thugs. Hey, what are you staring blankly at? The short one directly mocked Subaru. If you don't want to suffer, hand over your stuff. The tall, skinny one also mocked. Humph, you guys recovered so quickly. Looking at the three, Subaru frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? It's fine, kid. Just hand over everything you have, and we'll let you go. The three thugs directly took Subaru's words as insanity. Subaru, seeing their unfeigned gazes, was baffled. Could that earlier really have been a dream? All right, don't try to stall. Hand over the valuable stuff. Looking at Subaru, the tall, skinny one frowned. Someone, anyone, save me. Seeing this, Subaru directly shouted loudly. Darn it, kid, you're asking for death. Hearing Subaru's shout, the three became somewhat nervous and wanted to attack him. Stop right there. At that moment, Takaru followed the sound and appeared behind Subaru. It's you. Seeing Takaru's appearance, Subaru showed a delighted expression. Do we know each other? Seeing his excited expression, Takaru also frowned and spoke. You just saved me earlier and treated my injuries. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, Subaru said excitedly. Don't joke. I didn't save anyone earlier, nor treated anyone. Hearing his words, Takaru directly shook his head. Is that so? Hearing Takaru's denial, Subaru's excited expression calmed. He regarded the earlier events as a precognitive dream. Could you please save me? Hearing Takaru's words, Subaru stopped dwelling on it and directly asked. Humph, you want to meddle? Seeing Takaru and Subaru talking, the three angrily spoke. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. Hearing his words, Takaru spoke directly. Humph, kid, since you want to meddle, then don't blame us for not being polite. Saying this, the three charged at Takaru. However, facing the huge power gap, they were directly taken down by Takaru. Seeing this, Subaru showed a smile. But he seemed to remember something and hurriedly spoke to Takaru nervously. Really, thank you so much. But let's leave here first. Takaru asked, puzzled. You might not believe it, but a weirdo will appear here soon. He'll attack you and me. So let's escape quickly. Hearing Takaru's question, Subaru said excitedly. Aha, a weirdo. I'd like to see him. But how do you know? Hearing his words, Takaru pretended to be very interested. I just had a special dream. Everything here happened in my dream. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, Subaru hesitated, then spoke. Oh, is that so? Then in your dream, was I defeated by the weirdo? Hearing his words, Takaru asked further. At that time, because you were treating me, you were ambushed by the weirdo, then sent flying. Hearing Takaru's question, Subaru could only tell Takaru what happened earlier. Is that so? Since you weren't injured, it must have just been an ordinary dream. And as you said, he only defeated me by ambushing, right? Hearing his words, Takaru spoke calmly. Although that's true. Hearing Takaru's words, Subaru wanted to refute, but didn't know how. Move it, move it. Don't block the way. At that moment, a figure appeared in the alley, the same Felt who had just stolen the insignia. Watching Felt quickly pass by, Takaru calmly watched her. She also curiously looked at the exceptionally handsome Takaru but didn't linger. Takaru just stood there watching her leave. It's her. Time's running out. Let's leave quickly. Seeing Felt's arrival and departure, Subaru panicked. Seeing Subaru's anxious expression, Takaru calmly nodded, then followed him out of the alley. After returning to the bustling streets, Subaru felt a bit relieved. By the way, I'm Natsuki Subaru. I don't know your name yet. After getting far from the alley, Subaru gratefully spoke to Takaru. I'm Nara Takaru. Hearing his words, Takaru spoke calmly. Thank you, Takaru. Hearing Takaru's words, Subaru spoke familiarly. That's nothing. Just felt we hit it off. Hearing his words, Takaru spoke calmly. Is that so? Since I just arrived here, and am not familiar, you've really helped me a lot. Hearing Takaru's words, Subaru directly said. No wonder. Your attire doesn't look local. So you mean you haven't found a place to stay yet? Hearing his words, Takaru followed his words and spoke. Chapter 286, Chapter 286 Kodo Amatsukami 1248 words. Hearing Takaru say this, Subaru also nodded nervously. I know of an affordable inn here. I'll take you there. Looking at Subaru, Takaru spoke calmly. Wait, I don't have any money. Hearing Takaru's words, Subaru quickly added. Well, do you have anything valuable, or any skills? Hearing his words, Takaru directly asked with a slight frown. I only have these things on me. Hearing Takaru, Subaru took out the bag he had brought when he crossed over and his cell phone. They don't look very valuable. How about this? I'm on good terms with the owner of an inn. If you don't mind, I can take you there to see if she's hiring. I'll put in a word for you, and she should be able to give you a job. Hearing him say this, Takaru continued. Thank you so much. Hearing Takaru's words, Subaru said excitedly. Don't mention it. I'm glad I could help. Hearing his words, Takaru lightly shook his head with a bright laugh. Following Takaru's lead, the two soon arrived outside a rather luxurious inn. Wait here for a moment. I'll go speak with the owner. Gently patting Subaru's shoulder, Takaru told him to wait. Okay, sure. Hearing Takaru, Subaru naturally agreed repeatedly. Takaru gave him a light nod, then walked into the inn with a smile. Seeing Takaru's arrival, two beautiful waitresses respectfully greeted him. Looking at Takaru's attire and demeanor, they both felt he was a distinguished personage, and naturally dared not show any neglect. Take me to see your owner. Hearing their words, Takaru's eyes directly turned into three Tomo Sharingan, and he spoke softly to one of them. Hearing Takaru, the waitress paused, then quickly and obediently replied. She then directly led Takaru inside the inn. Aerith, what are you doing here? And who is this? Just after entering, they were immediately stopped by a man who looked like a security guard. Take me to see your owner. Looking at the man, Takaru turned his gaze on him and cast a genjutsu. Under the influence of the genjutsu, the man respectfully bowed to Takaru. All right, I don't need you anymore. Return to your post. After controlling the man, Takaru sent the waitress back to her station. The genjutsu would wear off in about 5 minutes, and she would forget the incident. With the men now under his control, Takaru proceeded unimpeded to the owner's office. Knock knock. Hearing the knock, a woman inside who was reviewing documents directly spoke. As the door opened, she noticed the security captain, Willie, bringing a stranger before her. "Willie, what is it? And who is he?" Seeing Takaru, the woman frowned and directly inquired. Hearing her words, Willie remained silent. Takaru gave a light laugh, causing the woman to pause. Then, Takaru's eyes rapidly changed, quickly becoming the Mangekyo Sharingan. Subsequently, immense ocular power transformed into a special jutsu formula, striking the woman. Takaru felt a significant drain on himself. Sensing the rate of his ocular power recovery, he roughly estimated it would take about a day or two before he could use Kodo Amatsukami again. It seemed the Senju physique, his own special talents, and his strong foundation had drastically shortened the cooldown time for the Kodo Amatsukami, which greatly satisfied Takaru. As for the woman hit by Kodo Amatsukami, after a few minutes, she knelt before Takaru. "Master, what are your orders?" Looking at Takaru, the woman respectfully inquired. "No need to kneel when you see me. Just call me Takaru. What is your name?" Observing the woman's actions, Takaru was somewhat awed by the terror of Kodo Amatsukami, but still told her to stand. "Caroline Aina." Hearing Takaru's question, the woman quickly replied. "Very good, Aina. I will have a person come to work at the inn. Your task is to ensure he stays here peacefully and doesn't cause trouble." Hearing her words, Takaru spoke calmly. "I understand. Is he a friend of yours, master?" Hesitating slightly, Aina directly asked. "But due to some special reasons, I need him to stay put peacefully for a month." "No need for special treatment, treat him like an ordinary employee." Hearing her words, Takaru directly stated. "Yes, I understand, my lord." Upon hearing this, Aina spoke again. "Don't expose our relationship." Seeing she understood his meaning, Takaru reminded her once more. Looking at the obedient Aina before him, Takaru nodded in satisfaction. As for why Takaru didn't directly control Subaru but used this method to keep him here, Takaru was worried that the Witch of Envy might have left some special safeguard on Subaru. Forcibly controlling him might lead to unpredictable circumstances. With this method, Takaru was simply doing a good deed, helping him find a job. Subaru could live well in this world without experiencing those special hardships. So Subaru should be grateful to him. After settling this, Takaru had Aina wait in the office. He then went to bring Subaru inside. Seeing the luxurious items inside, Subaru felt somewhat out of place. "Aina, this is the person I mentioned earlier. He encountered bandits as soon as he arrived here, and all his valuables were stolen. I hope you can take him in and give him a job, for the sake of our long-standing friendship." Following Willie, Takaru brought Subaru to the office and directly said to Aina. He also deliberately winked at Subaru. Understanding Takaru's hint, Subaru quickly and discreetly nodded to Takaru. "I beg of you. I'll work hard at any task." Understanding Takaru's words, Subaru directly knelt before Aina. "I understand. Your physique looks decent. The kitchen happens to need a helper. 2 holy gold coins a month, room and board included. If you agree, you can stay." Looking at Subaru's actions, Aina pretended to think for a moment before speaking softly. "I'm truly grateful." Hearing Aina's agreement, Subaru stood up excitedly. "Haha, that's wonderful. Well, Subaru, I have some other matters to attend to. You stay here and do well. I'll come to visit you from time to time. Aina, I hope you'll take good care of him." Seeing the matter concluded, Takaru directly said. "Thank you so much. Once I have money, I'll treat you to a drink." Hearing Takaru's words, Subaru said gratefully. "We'll talk about it then." Hearing Subaru's words, Takaru waved his hand magnanimously and then left the inn. After leaving the inn, Takaru put away his bright smile and looked at the inn with a calm expression. I hope you can just live peacefully inside. Otherwise, don't blame me for using forceful methods. Muttering softly, Takara slowly disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, in the plaza, Mai, after some investigation and obtaining a few holy gold coins from some thugs who had accosted her, finally returned to the plaza and found Takara's clone, who had been waiting for her. You're back. Looking at Mai, Takara spoke gently. He hadn't expected Mai to actually return. Thinking this, Takara pondered for a moment. A shadow person materialized and quickly merged into her shadow. Nara-san, I've found a place to stay. Let me take you there now. Looking at Takara, Mai directly said. Hearing her words, Takara gave a light nod and followed her to a residential house in the distance, with a few small restaurants nearby. Entering, the room, though somewhat old, was clean and tidy. Takara could see she had put in effort. Chapter 287, Chapter 287 Emilia, and Puck 1283 words, Nara-san, you can stay here from now on. Take this money and spend it slowly. I'll come to check on you from time to time, but I have to leave now. Looking at Takara, Mai sighed inwardly and spoke directly. Thank you, young lady. May your fortunes be prosperous. Hearing her words, Takara smiled and offered his blessing. Thank you. Please take care of yourself. Pressing her lips together, Mai quickly left the spot. Watching her departing back, Takara revealed a smile. Sensing that she had gone far, he directly turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Back on the street, the real Takara, having received the memories of his clone, also showed a smile. He felt somewhat moved that Mai could go to such lengths. If it were him, he wasn't sure he could have done the same. Of course, with Takara's numerous abilities and top-tier strength, he could easily do better. And when he had time and it didn't involve his interests, he didn't mind showing kindness to a stranger. Shaking his head, Takara was currently monitoring a certain half-elf girl. At this moment, Emilia, who was searching for the insignia amidst the vast crowd, encountered a certain green-haired little girl in the bustling streets. Seeing the anxious look on the little girl's face, and the slow slide of tears, Emilia's heart tightened. Forgetting for a moment the important matter of her lost insignia, she stepped forward. As Emilia approached the girl initially looked delighted, but upon realizing she wasn't the person she was waiting for, her expression turned into deep disappointment. I'm sorry, I'm not the person you're looking for. What's wrong? Where are your parents? Aren't they with you? Seeing the disappointment in the little girl's eyes, Emilia tried her best to soften her tone, and gently inquired. But hearing Emilia's question, the little girl's tears flowed again. Hey, please don't cry. This sister won't hurt you. Seeing the girl's state, Emilia spoke somewhat nervously. What's going on? Are you bullying a child? At that moment, Takara directly stepped out from the crowd, positioning himself between the two. And no, it's because she was crying alone that I came over. Hearing Takara's words, Emilia spoke in a fluster. Is that so? Hearing her words, Takara narrowed his eyes at her, then turned to look at the little girl. Are you okay? Did you get separated from your mom and dad? Looking at the little girl, Takara spoke in a friendly tone. Perhaps sensing the strong affinity and aura of reliability and security emanating from Takara, the little girl slowly stopped her tears. I got separated from my mom. After stopping her tears, the little girl slowly spoke to Takara. It's all right. I'll help you find your mom. Hearing her words, Takara smiled lightly and ruffled her green hair. Thank you, big brother. Hearing Takara, the little girl showed a smile again. My apologies, I misunderstood you. After comforting the girl, Takara looked apologetically at Emilia. And no, it's fine. After all, you didn't really do anything wrong. Hearing Takara, Emilia waved her hands again. You seem to have something on your mind. Is there anything I can help with? As an apology for earlier. Hearing her words, Takaru lightly shook his head and asked. It's all right. Hearing Takaru say this, Emilia shook her head. I need to take her to find her mom now. Want to come along? Seeing Emilia's refusal, Takaru spoke with a light laugh. Hesitating for a moment, unable to suppress her concern, Emilia hesitated but then nodded. Then, Takaru and Emilia, holding the little girl's hands, began their search. After about 10 minutes, the girl saw a flustered figure not far down the street. Sensing this, the girl broke free from Takaru and Emilia's hold and rushed forward, calling out. Hearing her daughter's voice, the woman quickly crouched down and hugged the little girl tightly into her arms. Looks like we found her mom. Seeing this scene, Takaru turned to Emilia with a sunny smile. That's great. Hearing Takaru's words, Emilia smiled happily. Afterward, Takaru and the others bid farewell to the woman and the little girl. All right, now it's your turn. Are you sure you don't need my help? You're a spirit arts user, right? I can sense the power of spirits within you. If something is making you anxious, it's probably not a small matter. Although I wouldn't dare call my power invincible, I can certainly help with minor things. After the little girl and her mother left, Takaru turned back to Emilia again. Hearing Takaru immediately see through her identity as a spirit arts user, Emilia was somewhat surprised. Then, hearing Takaru's enthusiastic words, she hesitated. He doesn't have any ill will. You can ask him. Just as Emilia was struggling, the cat-like Puck floated out and said. But I can't offer you any reward. Hearing Puck say this too, Emilia hesitated and spoke. That's fine. You didn't ask them for a reward earlier either, right? By the way, I'm Nara Takaru. I don't know your name yet. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke warmly. I am Emilia. Hearing Takaru say this, Emilia spoke softly. It's as beautiful as your appearance. Hearing her words, Takaru directly said with a smile. Hearing Takaru's sincere words, Emilia felt a bit embarrassed. I'm Puck. At that moment the cat-like Puck flew to Takaru's side and spoke. Looking at the tiny Puck, Takaru curiously poked its cheek with his finger, instantly feeling a special texture, and its fur was also very smooth. Sorry. I was curious and couldn't help it. After poking Puck's cheek, Takaru reacted and apologized softly. So, how is it? The feel is pretty good, right? Hearing Takaru's words, Puck spoke nonchalantly, as it truly didn't sense any malice from Takaru. First rate. Hearing its words, Takaru directly replied with a smile. Hee, as a reward for helping Emilia, I'll let you pet me. Hearing Takaru's words, Puck also showed a smile. That's wonderful then. Hearing this, Takaru laughed directly. It's rare to see someone who can converse so casually with a spirit. Seeing this, Emilia said with a sigh. Is it? Hearing her words, Takaru, who was currently petting Puck, said in surprise. As for Puck in Takaru's hands, it was like a docile little kitten, currently squinting its eyes and enjoying it, completely cat-like. Actually, I lost my insignia. It's about this big, with a gem in the middle. It's very important to me. If it's lost, it would be troublesome. Then, Emilia remembered the main matter and quickly spoke. It couldn't have just fallen, could it? Hearing her words, Takaru spoke thoughtfully. No, my pocket was also slit. It wasn't dropped. Hearing Takaru's words, Emilia shook her head. Is that so? To steal your insignia without you noticing? I've heard of a person. If it was her doing, then it's possible. Hearing Emilia's words, Takaru directly spoke. Hearing Takaru, Emilia showed a delighted smile. But she wouldn't just hand over what she stole. Well, never mind. Let's head over there first. Hearing her words, Takaru directly spoke. Thank you. Hearing Takaru say this, Emilia spoke excitedly. Afterward, Takaru led Emilia directly towards the slums on the outskirts of the royal capital. Because the slums were a very special place in the capital, Takaru's observation hockey, which could detect nearly 5 kilometers, could easily locate them. It wasn't until dusk that Takaru and Emilia arrived at the slums. Entering the slums, Takaru easily enveloped the entire area with his large-scale observation hockey. Chapter 288. Chapter 288 felt 1267 words. Upon entering the slums, Takaru could easily sense the heavy air and atmosphere, and the residents here were also watching him and Emilia warily. Takaru even felt an aura of utter despair emanating from them. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Felt lives?" Suddenly, Takaru encountered a man whose eyes didn't hold hostility towards them, and he directly inquired. "Felt's place. Go inside from that intersection, 2 alleys in." Hearing Takaru's words, the man spoke calmly. "Thank you. That's a great help." Hearing his words, Takaru said with a light laugh. "Don't mention it, young man. Did Felt steal your stuff?" "Well, if you talk to them calmly, you might be able to buy it back. Stay strong and live on." Hearing Takaru's words, the man continued. "To retrieve stolen goods, why would we need to spend money?" After bidding farewell to the man, Emilia said, extremely puzzled. "Don't worry. Let's assess the situation first." Seeing this, Takaru gently reassured her. Then, following the man's directions, Takaru and Emilia headed straight for the destination. Along the way, Takaru also encountered the client, Elsa Granhiert, the bowel hunter. Though Takaru knew she was the one who had commissioned Felt, he pretended not to know and calmly walked forward with Emilia. After the three passed each other, Elsa's eyes turned deep. She naturally didn't know Takaru, but she was very clear about Emilia, the target of her mission. However, out of caution, Elsa didn't act rashly but planned to bide her time. Compared to the oblivious Emilia, Puck vaguely felt the woman from earlier wasn't simple. Soon, Takaru and Emilia arrived at the location indicated by the man. What greeted them was a dilapidated dwelling. "Is this a place where people live?" Looking at the broken-down spot before her, Emilia covered her small mouth in surprise. "It seems she's not having it easy either." "Emilia, I have a request, okay?" Hearing Emilia's words, Takaru spoke softly. "Nara-san, what is it?" Hearing Takaru, Emilia asked, puzzled. "That is, if it was indeed Felt who stole it, please don't harm her after retrieving the insignia." Takaru directly stated. "Don't worry. As long as she's willing to return the insignia to me, I won't blame her." Hearing Takaru's words, Emilia directly replied. "Is that so?" "Indeed, Emilia, you really are kind-hearted." Hearing her words, Takaru, who had already expected this, said with a smile. Hearing Takaru's affirmation, Emilia's face turned slightly flushed. "By the way, can I call you Lia? And you can just call me Takaru." Then, Takaru continued. Hearing Takaru wanting to call her with just Lia, Emilia was flustered. "Was I too presumptuous? I'm really sorry." Seeing her reaction, Takaru pretended to be dejected. "And no, it's not that. It's just. We haven't known each other long, so." Seeing Takaru's reaction, Emilia became nervous. Puck squinted its eyes at Takaru, but upon confirming Takaru held no hostility, and didn't seem to be trying to use Emilia, or anything like that, didn't say anything more. Is that so? I thought we were friends." Hearing her words, Takaru said in surprise. Hearing Takaru say this, Emilia was stunned. To be honest, this word was very unfamiliar to her, yet she longed for it immensely. "Or do you, Emilia, think I'm not worthy of being your friend?" Seeing her expression, Takaru sighed. "And no, that's not it. You don't mind that I'm a silver-haired half-elf?" Hearing Takaru's words, Emilia bit her lip lightly. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke calmly. Hearing Takaru, Emilia couldn't find words for a moment. Sad Ella is sad Ella. Emilia is Emilia. In my eyes, though your appearances are similar, you are definitely different. After all, Emilia is so gentle and kind. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke sincerely. Hearing Takaru's words, Emilia felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes felt like they wanted to cry. Over the years, due to being a half-elf and her appearance, she had suffered countless cold shoulders. Even the little girl earlier was somewhat afraid of her because of it. Looking at Takaru's sincere eyes and gentle smile, Emilia felt overwhelmed and could only squat down, hugging her head, her cheeks burning red. Oh hey, meow meow fist. Puck directly threw a light punch at Takaru's face. Why hit me? Looking at Puck, Takaru asked, puzzled. Just wanted to relieve an itchy feeling. Hearing Takaru's words, Puck said, its body trembling slightly. I'll forgive you since your fist was soft. Hearing its words, Takaru said with a light laugh. I didn't hit you because I was angry, but because I was happy. Hearing Takaru's words, Puck quickly added. What are you doing in front of someone's house? At that moment, Felt, having returned home, naturally saw Takaru and Emilia, two unfamiliar guests. Hearing her words, Takaru and Emilia looked directly at Felt. It's you. Seeing Takaru and Emilia, Felt exclaimed. Emilia, of course, she had just stolen the insignia from her. As for Takaru, they had briefly crossed paths when Takaru saved Subaru earlier. Due to Takaru's exceptional looks, Felt recognized him immediately. So it was you after all. Give me back the insignia. Seeing Felt's reaction, Emilia realized and directly spoke to Felt. What insignia? Hearing her words, Felt replied defiantly. Don't deny it. It must have been you who stole my insignia. Other things are one matter, but that absolutely cannot be lost. Hearing Felt's words, Emilia spoke again. Darn it, such a persistent woman. Why won't you give up? Seeing Emilia's determined look, Felt gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, but I can't give up on that item. Hand it over honestly, and I won't harm you. Hearing this, Emilia spoke calmly. As her words fell, shimmering crystals appeared in the air. As special light coalesced, it quickly formed several ice spikes. Takaru, looking at this technique, felt it was very similar to his own white ice shards, just with differences in power and quantity. Seeing the gleaming ice spikes, Felt clenched her fists, biting her lip as she looked at Emilia. Lia, can I handle this? Seeing her expression, Takaru lightly sighed and said to Lia. But Takaru, she. Hearing Takaru's words, Emilia hesitated. Trust me. Seeing her hesitation, Takaru said with a light smile. I understand. Hearing Takaru's words, Emilia took a deep look at Felt and cancelled the magic in the air. Noticing the disappearance of the ice spikes, Felt sighed in relief, then immediately fixed her gaze tightly on Takaru, her eyes full of wariness. Felt, the situation is quite clear now. So I advise you to hand over the insignia. Looking at Felt, Takaru spoke softly. I stole this fair and square. Why should I give it back? Hearing Takaru's words, Felt said righteously. Well, really. In that case, how about we buy it? Hearing her righteous words, Takaru wasn't angry. Instead, he directly took out a large bag of holy gold coins and showed it to her. As for where the holy gold coins came from, naturally, when he controlled Aina earlier, she had given him all the gold coins she had on her. Though not a huge amount, it was over 200 coins, which is a considerable sum. He hadn't asked for more, as over 200 holy gold coins were more than enough for an extravagant life for 2 or 3 months. Hearing the crisp sound of the holy gold coins, Felt's eyes filled with delight, but then she frowned and looked at Takaru. Chapter 289, Chapter 289 Condition. Elsa's attack 1325 words. Takaru, how can you do this? Compared to Felt's wariness, Emilia was the one who became nervous. Lia, don't worry. Leave it to me. Seeing her nervous look, Takaru laughed lightly and reassured her. Seeing Takaru's expression, Emilia could only give in and watch Takaru. What are you plotting? Felt then spoke up. Let me introduce myself first. I am Nara Takaru. As for what you call plotting, let's say it's a small condition. Hearing her words, Takaru paused for a moment before speaking. Condition? I knew it. Hearing Takaru's words, Felt looked at him with even more wariness. That's right. A condition. I want to use these 200 plus holy gold coins to buy out the rest of your life. Takaru stated directly. Hearing Takaru's words, both Felt and Emilia widened their eyes. You pervert. I won't yield to you. Felt, upon reacting, blushed and said. What are you thinking? I mean, I hope after you take this bag of gold, you find a proper place to live. And, from now on, don't engage in theft anymore. That kind of behavior is really not good. Seeing her expression, Takaru rolled his eyes, then spoke with a hint of sadness. Hearing Takaru say this and feeling the heaviness in his tone, Felt was stunned. For some reason, looking at Takaru's expression now, she could clearly sense his sorrow, making her feel inexplicably sad too. Emilia also felt an unexplained sadness. What the two didn't know was that Takaru was simply using a Nen technique. Takaru had discovered that through Nen, his emotions could make those around him empathize more deeply. Takaru had realized this issue a while ago. If he could emit malicious intent, could he also emit benevolent intent? Through experimentation, Takaru found that benevolent intent could make him appear more approachable, causing people to unconsciously develop trust in him. Like when he saved Hinazuki and the others before, Takaru had diffused his goodwill through Nen, allowing the children to accept him more quickly. He had also used benevolent intent with the little girl earlier. However, benevolent intent wasn't omnipotent. If the other party held hostility towards you, no matter how much you amplified your goodwill, it wouldn't be effective. Also, for people with strong wills or special abilities, it might have the opposite effect. Apart from benevolent intent, emotions like sorrow and anger could also be amplified to make those around empathize more. At this moment, immersed in Takaru's sadness, Felt was somewhat at a loss. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit just now. So, is this deal acceptable? After a good while, Takaru seemed to finally adjust his state of mind and forced a smile as he spoke to her. Looking at Takaru's expression, felt even more uncomfortable. Her eyes involuntarily reddened. This sudden care left Felt, who grew up in the deceitful slums, at a loss. Because this isn't the life you wanted either, Felt. Seeing the wavering look in Felt's eyes, Takaru directly stepped forward and gently embraced her. Feeling Takaru's action, Felt wanted to escape, but her body couldn't muster any strength, or rather, her instincts didn't want to leave this warm embrace. You're just an outsider. You don't understand anything at all. In Takaru's embrace, Felt broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. Because your eyes have already told me. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke gently again. Hearing Takaru's words, Felt completely stopped struggling, then hugged Takaru back and cried. Seeing this scene, a hint of moisture appeared at the corner of Emilia's eyes. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit envious of Felt. Although Emilia might seem to be doing well now, only Puck knew of her loneliness. Some kinds of care were something a father-like figure like him couldn't give to Emilia. At that moment, Takaru also sensed that Elsa, who had been observing from the shadows, could no longer hold back. She appeared at incredible speed, then swung her dagger mercilessly towards Takaru and Felt, who were embracing. Seeing this, Takaru narrowed his eyes, directly holding Felt and jumping away from the spot. Who's there? The sudden change put everyone on guard. Hey, what's going on? Felt, now out of Takaru's embrace, noticed Elsa and angrily said to her. The owner is present. The possibility of bargaining is almost zero. So I've changed the original plan. I'll kill everyone present. You failed to complete your job thoroughly. Talk is cheap but your actions are sloppy. In the end, you're just a slum rat. Hearing Felt's words, Elsa mocked. Hearing her mockery, Felt was furious. Seeing the slightly bristling Felt, Takara gently ruffled her hair, calming her down. No wonder I felt something was familiar earlier. But now I've confirmed your identity. Elsa Granheard, the Bowel Hunter. Takara looked at Elsa and directly stated. Era, looks like you know me. I wonder if your intestines are as beautiful as your handsome appearance. Hearing Takara's words, Elsa licked her lips. Talking about changing the plan because the owner is present. Even if the owner weren't here, you would have killed her to silence witnesses after getting the insignia, right? Looking at her, Takara continued. Era, seems the young man knows me quite well. Hearing Takara's words, Elsa narrowed her eyes, not denying it at all. Hearing Elsa's words, Felt looked at her with hatred. Talking about Felt being sloppy, aren't you the same? It was a task commissioned to you, yet you passed it on to Felt, and afterward, you planned to kill her to silence her. Truly despicable. Takara continued. Sharp tongue. Hearing Takara's words, Elsa frowned deeply, her killing intent continuously surging. Don't underestimate me. At that moment, Emilia spoke up. As she spoke, a large number of ice spikes appeared in the air and shot towards Elsa. Looking at the ice spikes, Elsa didn't intend to take them head-on and quickly dodged. In this open area, dodging was swift and easy for her. Seeing her ice spikes completely ineffective, Emilia frowned. However, at that moment, Elsa seized a moment of inattention. In a flash, she swiftly appeared in front of Emilia and swung her blade. But at the critical moment, a layer of special ice manifested out of nowhere, blocking in front of Emilia and stopping Elsa's attack. Seeing this, Elsa quickly retreated after failing to hit. Puck, who had been idle for a while, floated out and looked at Elsa. A spirit, a spirit. Ahaha, wonderful. I haven't seen a spirit's intestines yet. Seeing Puck, Elsa wasn't afraid but grew even more excited. By the way, let me introduce myself, miss. At least remember my name, then die. Looking at Elsa, Puck raised both hands, and a massive number of ice spikes coalesced in the air. Then, with a wave from Puck, all the ice spikes shot towards Elsa simultaneously. In an instant, her location was hit by a barrage of ice spikes, raising a cloud of dust. Did we win? Seeing this, Felt asked nervously. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Sensing Felt's nervousness at the moment, Takara gently reassured her. Looking at Takara's gaze, Felt felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't refuse his kindness. As the dust settled, a small iceberg appeared where Elsa had been, and Elsa was frozen inside. Good thing I was prepared. Elsa, frozen inside, said softly. The iceberg quickly began to crack, then, with a flash of intense light, shattered completely. Elsa's form reappeared before everyone. She had used a magic defense item to offset Puck's lethal attack. Having broken free, Elsa didn't hesitate. She swung her dagger again, aiming for Emilia. Clearly, she now understood that the greatest threat to her was likely Emilia. Don't look down on a spirit arts user. Seeing her attack, Emilia remained calm. She directly condensed a special ice shield in front of her, blocking the attack. Chapter 290, Chapter 290 Killing Elsa 1370 words above Emilia, Puck once again unleashed a barrage of ice spikes at Elsa. Without time to charge, Puck couldn't release another large-scale ice spike attack at the moment. Facing Puck's continuous ice spike assault, Elsa agilely performed consecutive backflips, dodging all the spikes. For a girl, you're quite familiar with combat. Seeing this, Puck remarked with a sigh. Era, it's been a while since I've been treated as an ordinary girl. Hearing Puck's words, Elsa, having put some distance between them, steadied herself and effortlessly swung her dagger, deflecting Puck's attacks. In my view, most enemies are like infants. However, you, in particular, make me feel pity. Puck spoke flatly, his words carrying the pride of the beast of the end. To receive praise from a spirit, I'm flattered. Elsa, constantly dodging and defending, appeared remarkably composed. However, compared to Puck, who merely floated in the air continuously releasing ice spikes, Elsa needed to constantly jump and dodge or use her dagger to shatter the spikes. Takaru remained standing calmly in place. For Takaru, whether it was Puck or Elsa, if he willed it, he could instantly kill them. However, both their combat abilities were quite decent in this world, so Takaru was intentionally collecting information on this world's power levels. After a stalemate for a while, Elsa spoke again, and here I was, eagerly looking forward to the fight. You're so heartless. This is the burden of being a popular male. Girls won't let me go, but staying up late is bad for the skin. It's about time to end this play. Hearing her words, Puck spoke indifferently. As his words fell, Elsa shattered 2 more ice spikes. Just as she tried to move from her spot, she found her right foot frozen to the ground by ice. Seeing this, she was taken aback. I don't just randomly scatter ice, you know. Seeing this situation, Puck, looking confident of victory, slowly landed on Emilia's shoulder. Did I fall into a trap, I wonder? Hearing his words, Elsa still seemed somewhat composed. Good night. Hearing her, Puck had no desire to converse further. As he spoke, cooperating with Emilia, they conjured a thick ice pillar that charged straight towards Elsa's location. Takaru stared at this giant ice pillar. This skill was quite similar to the grey horn he learned from Esteth, but both Takaru and Esteth could use it with far greater ease and power than these two. Yet, at the critical moment, Elsa dodged the ice pillar's attack by jumping away from the spot. Ah, wonderful. I thought I was going to die. Her eyes were dark, but Elsa still spoke with a bewitching tone. The reason she could dodge was that she directly tore off the skin of her soul, forcibly freeing herself from the ice. Now her soul was bleeding profusely. Seeing this, Felt was utterly shocked and somewhat unable to accept it. She hadn't expected Elsa to be so cruel even to herself. No matter what, you're a girl. I can't approve of this method. Seeing Elsa's state, Puck sighed. Puck, can you still hold on? Hearing Puck's words, Emilia asked worriedly. So sorry. I'm very sleepy. I underestimated her a little. My mana is depleted, so I'm about to disappear. Hearing Emilia, Puck rubbed his eyes. We'll figure something out later. Thank you. Hearing Puck say this, Emilia spoke directly. If anything happens to you, I'll abide by the contract. In case of an emergency, summon me even if it costs soul power. Takaru, I leave Emilia to you. At the last moment, Puck directly looked at Takaru, who had been exceptionally calm from the start. Saying this, Puck turned into light and dissipated. Disappearing. What a shame. Calmly watching the dissipating Puck, Elsa directly swung her blade, cutting off a piece of ice and placing it on her injured soul, freezing the wound. After treating her wound, Elsa burst forth with incredible speed again, charging at Emilia. Emilia, having lost Puck, seeing Elsa's explosive speed, had no time to attack Elsa and could only defend passively. The situation had reversed in an instant. Well, it's my turn to act. Seeing this, Takaru spoke softly. Let's run away. Hearing Takaru's words, Felt bit her lip and tightly grabbed Takaru's arm. The earlier battle between Elsa and Puck made her realize the woman before her was not someone she could deal with. So now, seeing Puck out of the fight, she felt like fleeing. Under normal circumstances, she would have left without a word. But after her earlier interaction with Takaru, she was deeply worried Takaru might get hurt. Don't worry. I'm very strong. Hearing her words, Takaru gently ruffled her hair to reassure her. Looking at Takaru's confident smile, Felt could only slowly release her grip. As Felt let go, Takaru sensed Emilia was struggling to hold on. In a flash, as if teleporting, he positioned himself directly in front of the rapidly moving Elsa. Then, under her horrified gaze, he directly grabbed her head with his right palm and pressed it lightly towards the ground. A collision sound rang out. Elsa's head collided fiercely with the ground, creating a small crater. As Takaru released his hand, blood slowly flowed from Elsa's head, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze at Takaru still held disbelief. The sudden turn of events left Emilia, who was still defending with difficulty, and the worried felt stunned. Neither had expected Elsa to seem so powerless before Takaru. However, after Takaru released his hand, Elsa quickly rolled and stood up, simultaneously putting distance between herself and Takaru. Impressive. You're still not dead after that. Seeing her severely injured but still not in mortal danger, Takaru remarked with a sigh. To avoid her head exploding outright, Takaru had naturally held back a bit. Yet, he hadn't expected that to save her life. Cough, cough. Who are you? I've never heard of you. Looking at Takaru, Elsa spoke painfully. If she weren't already not human but a vampire, she would have definitely died from that earlier blow. Ask in hell. Hearing her words, Takaru lightly shook his head. Sage art, fire release, great dragon fire technique. Quickly forming hand seals, Takaru spewed 3 terrifying fire dragons from his mouth. Then, under Elsa's horrified gaze, the 3 fire dragons surrounded her. Amidst her screams, they burned her to ashes. As the fire dragons dissipated, in her place, apart from a large crater and scorched earth, there was no trace of Elsa. Clearly, she had completely vanished in the earlier incineration. Seeing the commotion Takaru caused, Felt and Emilia were left speechless, looking at Takaru as if he were a monster. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing the two, Takaru said with an amused smile. Hearing Takaru, the two were at a loss for words. All right, Felt, hand over the insignia. Seeing the two speechless, Takaru directly said to her. Hearing Takaru say this, Felt this time very readily took out the insignia. Takaru looked at the glowing insignia in her hand, not saying much. Felt, after handing the insignia to Emilia, had a hesitant look. What's wrong? Is it about the holy gold coins? But remember our deal. From now on, you can't keep stealing. That behavior is really bad and also very dangerous. Seeing her expression, Takaru directly took out the large bag of holy gold coins. It's not that. Hearing Takaru's words, Felt spoke somewhat agitatedly. What is it then? Hearing her, Takaru was puzzled. Why are you so good to me? While Felt enjoyed Takaru's doting on her, she was also worried. It was too sudden, feeling unreal. How should I put it? I guess you just remind me of my little sister. Hearing her words, Takaru thought for a moment and spoke. Little sister. Hearing Takaru's words, Felt was stunned. But she's not in this world. Takaru said directly with sadness. Mio truly wasn't in this world, she was in the main world. But hearing Takaru say this, Emilia and Felt assumed Takaru's sister had met with misfortune. The two fell silent. Chapter 291, Chapter 291 Entering the Roswell Mansion 1198 words So, Felt, if you don't mind, I'd like for you to become my little sister. I promise, I will absolutely protect and care for you. Seeing the emotions were about right, Takaru approached her again, took her hand, and spoke sincerely. Really? Someone like me? Hearing Takaru say this, Felt's tears fell again, turning into sobs. Of course. Felt is the best. Hearing her words, Takaru gently embraced her. Having retrieved the insignia, Emilia, out of gratitude, didn't leave immediately but stood waiting for Takaru. Let go of Felt. After a while, a huge figure quickly approached through the night. Seeing Takaru holding Felt, he directly swung a spiked club. Wait, Rom. Hearing the voice, Felt turned back in a panic and called out. However, Rom couldn't stop his swing, and the club went straight for Takaru's head. Yet, at the critical moment, Takaru merely extended his hand slightly and easily blocked the attack. Felt, are you all right? Seeing Takaru block the attack, Rom was also somewhat shocked, but he was more worried about Felt's safety at the moment. Rom, I'm fine. It was Takaru and that woman who saved me. Hearing Rom's worried words, Felt quickly spoke. She was worried Takaru might see Ram as a bad guy too and breathe fire on him. That would be terrifying. My name is Emilia. Hearing Felt's address, Emilia said somewhat annoyed. You being safe is what matters. But you just called him NII. Seeing Felt was fine, Ram sighed in relief, but then realized Felt's address for Takaru was off. Starting today, Felt is my little sister. I'll protect her well. Hearing Ram's doubt, Takaru directly spoke. Felt, is what he says true? Hearing Takaru, Ram frowned deeply. Having been with Felt for so many years, he had long considered her family. So when she didn't show up for the planned trade after so long, he rushed over out of worry. What Nissan says is true. Hearing Ram's concern, Felt nodded seriously. Seeing Felt didn't seem threatened and Takaru appeared extraordinary, inspiring goodwill, plus his earlier block, Ram understood Takaru was no ordinary person. Is that so? If it's your choice, I understand. Kid, I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Thinking this, Ram sighed and said seriously to Takaru. Of course. Hearing him, Takaru directly nodded. Seeing Ram's care for her even at parting, Felt's eyes shimmered with tears. Seeing this, Takaru gently ruffled her hair. I can see how much you care for Felt. I'll be taking Felt from you now. As compensation, please accept this. Takaru spoke softly, directly taking the bag of holy gold coins from his inventory. Kid, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? Hearing Takaru's words, Ram said somewhat angrily. I can tell you're not in a legitimate line of work right now. While I won't interfere with personal career choices, that kind of work isn't safe. So, I hope you can use these holy gold coins to live well or perhaps open another shop. After all, I don't want Felt to hear bad news about you when she visits next time. Looking at Ram, Takaru spoke seriously. Ram. Since Nissan says so, please accept it. Hearing Takaru's words, Felt directly urged. I understand. Since you both say so, I'll accept. But if I find out you treat Felt poorly, I'll take her back. Hearing both Takaru and Felt, Ram spoke softly. Hearing his words, Takaru nodded lightly. With matters settled, Takaru, with Felt and Emilia, bid farewell to Ram and left the slums. Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be in danger. At parting, Emilia looked seriously at Takaru. I should thank you. After all, you helped me gain a sister. But Felt, you need to properly apologize to Leah. Hearing her words, Takaru lightly shook his head, then looked at Felt beside him. I'm sorry. But if it's something precious, you should keep it safe. Don't let it get stolen next time. Hearing Takaru, Felt, understanding the situation, obediently apologized, though she couldn't help adding a quip. Hearing you advise me to beware of thieves feels quite peculiar. Hearing Felt, Emilia couldn't help but laugh. I forgot to keep some holy gold coins. Suddenly, Takaru slapped his forehead. Takaru, you're out of money. Hearing Takaru, Emilia asked in surprise. I gave all the money to Ram earlier. I was originally planning to use that money to buy a place to stay. Hearing her, Takaru said regretfully. Hearing Takaru, both Felt and Emilia were stunned. I'm really sorry, Felt. I just promised to take good care of you, and on the very first night, I might make you sleep on the streets. Takaru apologized to the still dazed Felt. If you don't mind, you could stay at my place for now. Hearing Takaru, Emilia quickly spoke up. Is that really okay? Hearing Emilia, Takaru asked hesitantly. Of course. Not only did you help me get back the insignia, you saved my life. Please don't be shy about something this small. Hearing Takaru, Emilia quickly added. In that case, I understand. Then I'll trouble you. Thank you so much, Leah. Hearing her, Takaru spoke seriously. From the start, giving the money to Felt or Ram was part of Takaru's plan. Knowing he had nowhere to go, given Emilia's nature, she naturally wouldn't let Takaru, who helped her, end up on the streets. So, staying at the Roswell mansion was a logical step. Takaru naturally had plans. Whether it was Ram, Rem, or Beatrice, he had many ideas. Also, there would be encounters with the witch cult there. If handled well, achieving an S+, or even higher EX rating wasn't impossible. With everything settled, Takaru, with Felt, followed Emilia directly towards the Roswell mansion. The journey was somewhat long, and by the time they arrived, it was around 9 p.m, passing through the courtyard, which is more like a field. Takaru and the others entered the enormous mansion. Looking at the scene inside, Takaru felt some emotion. If his own home had such a large courtyard, it would be more than enough for Myo and the others to train normally. Felt, entering such a luxurious place for the first time, was also somewhat dazed. Takaru felt, is something wrong? Seeing Takaru and Felt somewhat off expressions, Emilia asked nervously. No, Emilia. This is the mansion of the Margrave of the Kingdom of Lugnika's borderlands, Roswell L. Mathers, right? Hearing her, Takaru directly spoke. Given Takaru's earlier displays of knowledge, he naturally couldn't pretend to be ignorant now. I'm sorry, Takaru. I didn't mean to hide my identity. Actually, I have another status. I am one of the 42nd generation candidates for the throne of the Kingdom of Lugnica. And Roswell is my supporter. Hearing Takaru, Emilia apologized. No need to apologize. I was just curious. Hearing her, Takaru lightly shook his head. Seeing Takaru didn't mind, Emilia sighed in relief and showed a smile again. Chapter 292. Chapter 292. That Sundara Beatrice 12:27 words. Once inside, Takaru saw a pair of twin sisters, the older sister, Ram, with red hair and bangs on the left, and the younger sister, Rem, with blue hair and bangs on the right. Welcome back, Emilia-sama. Seeing Emilia return, the two spoke respectfully. However, Takaru noticed that while they appeared respectful on the surface, they didn't truly hold much respect for Emilia in their hearts. Emilia-sama, who are these two? Looking at Takaru and Felt, Ram, as the older sister, asked curiously. Bringing strangers home was a first for Emilia, which piqued their curiosity. This is Nara, Takaru and Felt. They saved my life. Due to some circumstances, they will be staying here for a few days. Hearing their question, Emilia quickly explained. I understand. I will prepare rooms for the guests immediately. Hearing Emilia's words, Ram spoke obediently. Thank you. By the way, Takaru, let me introduce you. This is Ram and this is Remington. They are twin sisters. After gently speaking to Ram, Emilia quickly added. Is that so? You can call me Takaru. Nice to meet you. Hearing Emilia, Takaru showed a gentle smile and extended his right hand. Seeing Takaru's gesture, Ram and Rem calmly looked at him, giving a slight bow but not shaking his hand. Takaru didn't mind and simply withdrew his hand. However, this action by Ram and Rem made Felt somewhat dissatisfied, and she felt they were being rude. But since they were guests in someone else's mansion, and seeing Takaru didn't say anything, Felt remained silent. Please follow me, guests. Then, the two directly spoke to Takaru and Felt. Thank you. Hearing them, Takaru and Felt followed Ram and Rem to separate rooms. Takaru and Felt's rooms were adjacent, so if anything happened, Felt just needed to call out. As Takaru expanded his observation hockey, he quickly understood the layout of the mansion. He also sensed a special space, the Forbidden Library. Based on his understanding of space, he found a door with peculiar fluctuations. Clearly, opening that door would lead into the Forbidden Library. The connected door wasn't fixed. In Takaru's perception, its location changed randomly every 2 to 3 minutes. One point was that the connected door always appeared in empty rooms, obviously Beatrice's doing to avoid disturbances from Ram and Remington. Excuse me, may I use the kitchen? Just as Ram and Rem were about to leave, Takaru called out to them. I understand. Rem, please take him. Hearing Takaru and seeing the gentle look in his eyes, Rem nodded lightly. Thank you. Hearing Ram, Takaru turned to Rem and spoke. No, it's nothing. Please follow me. Hearing Takaru, Rem lightly shook her head and led the way to the kitchen. Looking at the somewhat dim kitchen, Rem turned on the lights, revealing the interior. May I use some of the ingredients here? Looking at her, Takaru asked again. Feel free. Hearing Takaru, Rem, who hadn't left yet, nodded lightly. With permission, Takaru looked at the ingredients, thought for a moment and quickly prepared a meal. Considering it was evening, he didn't make too much, as eating too much at night wasn't good. But felt probably hadn't had dinner. After quickly making 3 portions, Takaru directly stored the prepared meals in his inventory, not hiding this from Rem's sight. Watching Takaru cook skillfully from start to finish, Rem was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the gentle-looking Takaru to know how to cook. All done. After finishing, Takaru directly said to Rem, who had been waiting. Hearing Takaru, Rem nodded lightly and indicated Takaru could leave. Soon, Takaru went to Felt's room and knocked, but there was no response. Seeing this, Takaru used observation hockey to check inside and found Felt wasn't there. Then, through continuous sensing, he found movement in the direction of the bathroom, with Ram waiting there, holding 2 sets of clothes. Seeing this, Takaru chuckled lightly. Through perception, he opened a neighboring door and saw a girl with hair the color of pale cream, styled in vertical ringlets forming twin drill pigtails, wearing an ornate frilly dress. Beatrice sat in the center, holding a book, looking at Takaru expressionlessly. How did you find this place? Seeing Takaru's sudden arrival, Beatrice spoke expressionlessly. Guidance led me here. Hearing her, Takaru pointed to his heart. I felt something here calling me, urging me to come. So I came. Are you the one who summoned me? Speaking calmly, Takaru asked in return. Hearing Takaru's words, Beatrice was stunned. This answer was somewhat unexpected. She frowned as she looked at Takaru. What's wrong? Frowning isn't good. By the way, I'm Nara Takaru. What's your name? He said to her with a light laugh. In the vast forbidden library, filled with heavy, sturdy bookshelves crammed with dense books, Takaru curiously walked to a nearby shelf. He casually took a book and found he couldn't understand the text, so he simply put it back. Beatrice. That's my name. Hearing Takaru's question, Beatrice spoke softly. Beatrice. That's an excellent name, as lovely as you are. Hearing her, Takaru lightly praised. Betty is already the cutest. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice stated confidently. Haha, truly adorable. Hearing her, Takaru was amused and directly picked her up. Let go of me now, or I won't be polite. Seeing Takaru actually pick her up, Beatrice said angrily. Is that so? How will Betty be impolite to me? Hearing her, Takaru looked at her fearlessly, even rubbing his cheek against hers. Seeing Takaru like this, Beatrice angrily placed her hand on Takaru. As her small hand touched him, Takaru felt a special energy within him flowing through her arm into her body. This change surprised Takaru, but though the energy flowed out, he didn't feel much pain or anything. Takaru directly looked at his personal status panel and saw that his mana, which he hadn't used much, had decreased. He had lost several dozen from 2,000 magic points. After a minute, Beatrice, shocked, lowered her arm. After a full minute of absorption, she still hadn't felt Takaru's magic power deplete. In that short minute, she had drawn at least 300 to 400 magic points from Takaru, yet seeing him completely unaffected, she was stunned. Are you really human? Thinking this, Beatrice directly asked. Of course. The genuine article. If Betty needs more magic, feel free to keep drawing. Hearing her, Takaru spoke softly, then affectionately patted her head. Although she had drawn about 380 magic points, with his special physique and equipment bonuses, his magic power had already recovered over 100 in that minute. It would fully recover in a few minutes. Since Beatrice directly drew from Takaru's personal magic power, the over 100,000 magic crystals stored via gluttony weren't prioritized for absorption. However, Takaru could voluntarily supplement his magic power from the crystals. Mere human. Seeing Takaru's actions, Beatrice said, pouting. Getting angry will ruin that cute face of yours. Seeing her expression, Takaru said with a laugh. Impudent person. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice wanted to punish him. She transformed magic into an attack, intending to knock Takaru down, but against his formidable defense, it was less than a tickle. Were you attacking me, Betty? That's not good. Sensing her earlier attack, Takaru directly picked her up and gave her bottom a few light smacks. Chapter 293, Chapter 293 The Annoyed Beatrice 1169 words, you impudent fellow. Betty is really angry now. Faced with Takaru's actions, Beatrice's face flushed red. Then, Takaru felt a gravitational force acting on his body, followed by his surroundings turning dark, even his senses being blocked. Clearly, this was Beatrice's own magic skills, gravity magic and shamak. However, the slight increase in gravity was negligible to Takaru, who was accustomed to bearing over 2 tons of weight. As for shamak, although Takaru's 5 senses were indeed blocked, observation hockey didn't fall under the 5 senses. He clearly perceived everything, transmitting it to his mind. A misbehaving loli really needs a good lesson. As he said this, Takaru gave her bottom another firm spank. Seeing Takaru completely unaffected, Beatrice was stunned again. But under Takaru's spanking, she could only dissolve the een magic on Takaru with tears in her eyes. Feeling everything return to normal, Takaru looked again at the pitiful little girl. Beatrice tragically realized she truly had no way to deal with Takaru. See. Know my power now. Next time you misbehave, the punishment will be even worse. Looking at her, Takaru threatened again. Hearing Takaru's threat, Beatrice trembled, looking at him with fear. That's better. All right, I'm leaving now. I'll come find you later. Don't miss me too much. Ruffling her hair, Takaru spoke and left. Who would miss you? Hearing Takaru, Beatrice said, puffing her cheeks. As Takaru's figure left through the door, Beatrice stared blankly at his departing back. Though his earlier actions angered her, for some reason, she couldn't feel any disgust towards him. Apart from Puck, who visited recently, Beatrice had spent over 400 years alone. Bound by the so-called contract and lacking subsequent gospel pages, she could only wait endlessly in this forbidden library. 400 years of stagnation weighed on her heart, forcing her to suppress her emotions. But Takaru's playfulness just now made her feelings stir again. Leaving the forbidden library, Takaru showed a pleased smile. After sensing the mansion's situation, he headed directly to Felt's room. Knock knock. Who is it? Hearing the knock, Felt directly asked. Hearing her somewhat guarded voice, Takaru shook his head with amusement. Where were you earlier? Opening the door and seeing Takaru, Felt said happily. I went to a special place earlier. By the way, Felt, I made some food. Want to try it? Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh. Thank you, Nissan. Come in first. Hearing Takaru had thoughtfully prepared dinner for her, Felt spoke excitedly. Soon, they entered and sat at a low table. Takaru directly took out the meals he prepared earlier in the kitchen. Wow, it smells amazing. Though curious how Takaru produced the food, Felt was immediately drawn to the delicious-looking dishes. Here, try it quickly. Be careful, it's hot. Takaru directly served her a bowl of soup. Nissan, you eat too. Hearing Takaru, Felt said. Seeing her look, Takaru nodded. Then, the 3 dishes were finished between the two. After chatting with Felt for a while, Takaru bid her farewell, and left her room. Felt, with Takaru's care, soon fell asleep. As for Takaru, after leaving Felt, he didn't return to his room. Instead, he checked again and found the door connected to the forbidden library hadn't changed. It was still the same door he entered earlier. Thinking this, Takara smiled and opened that door, seeing Beatrice with a hint of expectation in her eyes. "Hee hee, I'm back, Beatrice. Did you miss me?" Looking at her, Takara said with a light laugh. "Betty would never miss an impudent person like you." Hearing Takaru, Beatrice denied directly, but the slight upturn at the corner of her mouth betrayed her not unpleasant mood. "Is that so? That's sad." Hearing her, Takaru spoke but showed no sign of sadness. "By the way, Betty, teach me how to read." Then, looking at the vast forbidden library and its many books, Takaru directly said to Beatrice, "Why should Betty help you?" Hearing Takaru, Beatrice directly replied, "Great, it's settled then. So, where should I start?" Ignoring her words, Takaru picked her up and began walking around the library. "You impudent fellow. Put Betty down now." Seeing Takaru not following common sense at all, Beatrice was somewhat furious. There. Good girl, no more tantrums." Hearing her, Takaru spoke as if coaxing a child. Faced with Takaru's actions, Beatrice was too angry to speak. Then, under Takaru's persistent pestering, Beatrice thoughtfully selected books for Takaru to learn from. Held in front of Takaru, she taught him to read. With the Sharingan and super high spirit, Takaru mastered the I script in 3 hours. Since this world had 3 scripts, Takaru had Beatrice continue teaching, quickly mastering the other 2. Seeing Takaru learn the world scripts in one night, Beatrice was stunned. She even suspected Takaru was teasing her, having already learned the language beforehand, deliberately coming to toy with her. "All right, Betty, it's getting late. I'll come find you tonight. Be good and wait for me, okay?" Noticing the changing light outside, Takaru kissed her forehead. "Who's going to wait for you?" she muttered softly. Watching Takaru leave, Beatrice felt, for the first time, eager for night to fall. After bidding Beatrice farewell, Takaru went outside. Seeing the sky growing light, he stretched lightly and headed out. Soon, he noticed Ram and Rem bustling about. "Good morning, Ram and Rem. Taking care of such a large mansion must be really hard work." Looking at them, Takaru greeted them with a light laugh. "Good morning." Hearing Takaru's greeting, the two nodded lightly, appearing somewhat aloof. Takaru didn't mind, after all, they weren't familiar yet. Then, Takaru woke Felt and, under Rem's guidance, freshened up. Afterward, he took Felt for a leisurely walk in the courtyard. "Takaru, Felt, good morning. Did you rest well yesterday?" After strolling for a bit, Emilia, wearing pink clothes, came to the courtyard. "Good morning, Leah. We rested very well." Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh. "Good morning." Felt simply greeted. "Is that so? That's great. I'm relieved." Hearing Takaru, Emilia said with a light laugh. Then, after chatting for a while, Puck woke up. "Good morning, everyone." After appearing, Puck greeted everyone with a light laugh, his gaze lingering on Takaru. "Morning, Puck." Hearing him, Takaru said with a light laugh. "Good morning, Puck. I'm sorry for pushing you yesterday." Hearing Puck, Emilia said with a light laugh. "Morning, Leah. Yesterday was really dangerous. How should we thank Takaru? We must give him some reward." Hearing Emilia, Puck said, arms crossed. "In that case, can you teach me how to use mana to cast magic?" Hearing him, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru, Puck was stunned. "Nissan, don't you already know how to use magic?" Hearing Takaru, Felt asked in surprise. "That's not magic. It's a more special ability." Hearing her, Takaru lightly shook his head. Chapter 294, Chapter 294 Learning Magic 1239 Words. The reason Takaru wanted to learn magic was that he felt some magic could complement his abilities, making him more well-rounded. So far, the magic he used most was healing and purification. Other magic included the poison dragon's magic, but its power was immense and easily caused collateral damage, so Takuru rarely used it. This somewhat wasted the potential of his gluttony ability. But magic in this world was more developed, with various types. Even basic elemental magic seemed quite useful. For example, ordinary water flow, unless using ninjutsu, Takuru couldn't create water out of thin air. And ninjutsu's power, even when Takuru controlled it carefully, was not negligible. If he just wanted to use water for washing normally, he couldn't exactly conjure a lake every time. Magic would be simpler. Takuru learning this world's script was also to study magic in the Forbidden Library. That's fine. Hearing Takuru, Puck nodded lightly. Thank you so much. Hearing Puck agree, Takuru smiled happily. Alright, let me first see what magical aptitudes you have. Magical attributes are divided into four basic types: fire, water, wind, and earth. Saying this, Puck floated to Takuru's front. Then, using his tail, he touched Takuru's forehead. After a brief investigation, Puck was surprised. Amazing, Takuru. You actually possess all magical attributes, including yin and yang. Puck exclaimed. Is that so? That sounds really good. Hearing him, Takuru had already expected this. Whether it was nin or chakra, Takuru possessed all attributes, so having all magic attributes wasn't surprising at all. Takuru, you don't seem surprised at all. Seeing Takuru's calm reaction, Puck said, astonished. Due to some special reasons, I kind of expected it. Hearing him, Takuru didn't deny it. In that case, let's try fire magic first. I'll guide the mana inside you. Magic itself will emerge from your gate, but to avoid accidents, Lia and Felt should step back a bit. Puck said with a light laugh. After the two moved away, Puck sat on Takuru's head. First, visualize the flow of mana inside you. Then, release part of that mana from your body through your gate. Puck began guiding softly. Guided by Puck's mana, Takuru quickly located the position of the gate. Surprisingly, this special gate was located between the Gate of Opening and a Gate of Healing of the 8 gates. As Takuru controlled his mana to slowly flow to the gate's location, it manifested in the real world. Guided by Puck, it soon transformed into blazing flames. Sensing this, Takuru was amazed. It didn't seem difficult at all. Of course, this was for Takuru. Whether it was psychic power, aura, chakra, or his coordination abilities, Takuru was top tier. With his super high spirit, even without much training, his mana control was at a proficient level. The process of converting mana into magic wasn't complex either. So in simple terms, Takuru had completely memorized it and essentially learned fire magic. Of course, it was just the most basic fire magic. Spells like fireballs, firewalls, or fire blasts, though Takuru was confident he could easily achieve similar effects by shaping basic fire, were different. He could make fire into balls, walls, or compressed blasts through control. But Takuru clearly felt the difference. Theirs were fixed, like following a specific operation, similar to ninjutsu. A fireball was a fireball, a firewall was a firewall. Even if modified through magic, it was only changes in power and range, not turning a fireball into a firewall. But their advantage was greater cohesion and lower mana consumption, like small skills. Takuru simply controlled fire magic, but lacked specific skill applications for fire magic. So amazing. Takuru, are you sure you never learned magic before? Watching Takuru make a fire dragon dance gracefully, Puck was stunned. Of course. Hearing him, Takuru casually dismissed the fire dragon. Besides this, teach me to convert mana into other elements. Then, Takuru said to Puck with a light laugh. I understand. Like this, convert to water. Finally, earth. Hearing Takuru, Puck instructed him. Takuru quickly absorbed what Puck taught. When Takuru wanted to ask about yin and yang magic, Ram and Rem's appearance interrupted them. Emilia-sama, Roswell-sama has returned. Please return inside, all three of you. The two spoke in unison. Hearing them, Takaru, Emilia, and the others followed them to the dining hall. Betty, are you waiting here for me? Such a good girl. Upon entering, Takaru saw Beatrice in the corner, and gently ruffled her smooth golden hair. Impudent. Betty is not waiting for you. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice flushed and said, but didn't resist his touch. Nissan, who is she? Seeing Takaru suddenly being so friendly with an unfamiliar little girl, Felt asked warily. She's Beatrice. You can also call her Betty. Betty, let me introduce you. This is my little sister, Felt. Hearing Felt, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice just snorted haughtily. Hello, Betty. Haven't seen you in 4 days. Have you been a lively, proper lady? At that moment, Emilia entered the dining hall with Puck. Seeing Beatrice, Puck waved lightly. Betty has been eagerly awaiting your return. Can we spend today together? Hearing Puck's voice, Beatrice showed a delighted smile. No problem. Let's spend a rare, leisurely day together. Hearing Beatrice, Puck jumped into her hands. Seeing this, Takaru sighed lightly, it seemed I still need to work hard. Surprised? Beatrice is really attached to Puck. But Takaru, how do you know Beatrice? You seem quite close. Emilia came to Takaru's side with a light laugh, also surprised by Takaru's unusual relationship with Beatrice. We met twice last night. Hearing her and seeing the curious, slightly tense Felt, Takaru said with a light laugh. Oh my, Beatrice is here too. After so many days, have you finally decided to dine with me? I am so happy. At that moment, Roswell, wearing clown makeup, entered the dining hall, speaking in a peculiar tone. One overly familiar fellow is already enough. Betty is only waiting for Bubby. Hearing Roswell, Beatrice spoke bluntly. Do you have a clown for entertainment before meals? I don't get it. Seeing Roswell, Felt said, puzzled. Felt, that's rude. This is Roswell L. Hearing Felt, Takaru spoke softly. Young man, you seem to know me well. Yet I've never seen you before. Hearing Takaru, Roswell said with a light laugh. How to put it? The Margrave of the Kingdom of Lugnika's borderlands, also one of the few magic users in the kingdom, known in the capital as the Chief Court Mage. It's hard not to know about you. Hearing him, Takaru sighed lightly. Is that so? How interesting. Hearing Takaru, Roswell couldn't find any flaws for now and didn't say more. Then, everyone sat in the dining hall. Ram and Rem quickly served food to Takaru and the others. After setting out 5 servings, they stood obediently behind Roswell. Truly excellent cuisine. Tasting the food, Takaru spoke softly. This culinary skill was no worse than Takaru's own or Hinatsuru's. Though the ingredients and seasonings were simple, they brought out the food's natural flavors. Looks ordinary, but Rem's cooking tastes good. Hearing Takaru's praise, Roswell spoke lightly. Just passable. But I still think Nissan's cooking is better. Felt spoke up again. Hearing her, Takaru shook his head with a light smile. Chapter 295, Chapter 295 Controlling Roswell, The Reincarnation Spaces Warning 1167 words. Then, Takaru-san, could you tell me where you're from? And why you're associating with Emilia-sama during such a sensitive time, connecting with my mother's family? Soon, Roswell directly turned his focus to Takaru. I come from a distant, little-known country. Coming to the kingdom of Lugnica was by chance, and it hasn't been long. As for meeting Emilia, I just saw she seemed in trouble. It was also because of a certain assassin. Hearing him, Takaru spoke calmly. Hearing Takaru's vague answer, Roswell frowned slightly. But seeing the meaningful look in Takaru's eyes, he was somewhat surprised, not understanding why Takaru appeared so composed, as if he knew something. Behind Roswell, Ram and Rem also frowned at Takaru, their wariness reaching a certain level. Well, since you helped Emilia-sama, as her supporter, I can try to grant any reward you desire. Hearing Takaru, Roswell changed his tone and spoke directly. Is that so? I hope we can talk alone. Hearing him, Takaru thought for a moment and spoke. Hearing Takaru, Emilia looked at him in surprise. Ram and Rem behind Roswell also frowned. Roswell himself stared at Takaru, and even Beatrice glanced at Takaru curiously. Very well. Then I shall speak with you alone. After a moment of silence, Roswell directly agreed. Confident in his own power, he didn't believe Takaru would attack him. Roswell-sama. Hearing Roswell agree to a private talk with Takaru, the twins spoke worriedly. No need to worry. Young Takaru just wants to discuss something with me. Hearing them, Roswell spoke calmly. That's right. My condition is somewhat special, so it's better if you're not present. But if Margrave Mathers agrees, you'll know. However, before that, I hope to talk in a quiet place. Looking at everyone, Takaru spoke with a calm expression. Hearing Takaru, they nodded understandingly. Then, Roswell led Takaru to a quiet room. Ram and Rem stood guard outside the door, ready to intervene if needed, even though they trusted Roswell. Felt also stood outside worriedly, but she trusted Takaru greatly. All right, young Takaru. You may speak now. Sitting on a chair at the table in the center of the room, Roswell looked at Takaru with a hint of wariness. Though confident, he wasn't arrogant. He hadn't tested Takaru's strength, but he had noticed earlier when Takaru was learning magic outside. Takaru undoubtedly had tremendous talent and considerable power. Being able to kill Elsa meant he was no weakling. Of course. Hearing him, Takaru looked up with a smile and met his gaze. As their eyes met, the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared before Roswell. Before Roswell could say anything, Kodo Amatsukami was activated. Roswell, despite his calculations, hadn't anticipated Takaru using a method not of this world, so he was easily ensnared. Takaru felt the familiar drain on his ocular power. But suddenly, Takaru frowned, feeling something had locked onto him. Reincarnator number 3, you have used a special method to forcibly alter the will of an important character in this world. You have been detected by this world's will. Would you like to block this detection? Blocking requires A rank evaluation X1, 30,000 points. Not blocking may result in being marked and attacked by the world's will. Hearing the reincarnation space's reminder, Takaru's expression turned grim, but he quickly chose to block. A rank evaluation X1, 30,000 points have been deducted. Detection by this world's will has been blocked. Current remaining, S rank evaluation X1, B rank evaluation X1, C rank evaluation X1, D rank evaluation X1. Points, 108,000. Following the reincarnation space's reminder, Takaru felt the looming sense of crisis slowly dissipate. Seeing this, Takaru sighed in relief but also frowned. He hadn't expected using Kodo Amatsukami on Roswell to cause this. Where exactly was the issue? System, what exactly happened just now? Thinking this, Takaru directly asked the reincarnation space, but it offered no explanation. Seeing this, Takaru could only speculate. The reminder was about forcibly altering the will of an important character using a special method. So, the Kodo Amatsukami ability needed to be used with more caution in the future. But Takaru recalled using Nin needles to control Honest, and the young emperor in Akame Ga Kill. World didn't cause any reminder. So, perhaps the conditions weren't met. 1. They weren't important characters. Like when he controlled Aina earlier, he forcibly changed her will, but nothing happened. Or perhaps ordinary control or hypnosis didn't count as forcibly altering will, so the condition wasn't met. Lastly, it might be related to the world itself. Though not mentioned, Takaru understood that worlds likely had tears. As for world's will in Takaru's view, it was something like those Chinese novels Heavenly Tao. This world's will might be very active, possibly granting blessings to many, perhaps for this reason. At this moment, Takaru felt relieved he hadn't used Kodo Amatsukami on Subaru directly. Otherwise, the risk of being detected and attacked by the world's will might have been even greater, possibly more terrifying than with Roswell. But regardless of the reason, the Kodo Amatsukami seemed best used sparingly unless Takaru's strength could rival the world's will. Based on Takaru's speculation, perhaps reaching a level comparable to the Witch of Envy in this world might barely allow resistance against the world's will. Otherwise, being marked by the world's will wouldn't end well. While Takaru was thinking, Roswell knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Now, Takaru had completely replaced Echidna's position in his heart, even surpassing her in reverence. Of course, this was respect, not love. Seeing the reverence in Roswell's eyes, Takaru felt somewhat comforted. 1 A rank evaluation and 30,000 points, even Takaru felt a pinch. He hoped this would be worth it. In front of others, maintain your usual demeanor. And you can still call me Takaru. When I haven't given orders, you may act freely. Also, from now on, Ram and Rem are my maids. After we go out, say we've reached an agreement. You have transferred Ram and Rem to me. And we hit it off instantly. I'll be staying here for a while. Looking at Roswell, Takaru quickly instructed. I understand, Takaru-kun. Hearing Takaru, Roswell stood up, returning to his previous demeanor. Seeing Roswell's actions, Takaru smiled lightly. He was quite confident in Kodo Amatsukami's effect. At the very least, Roswell shouldn't be able to resist it. Perhaps only the current sword saint, Reinhard, with his special blessings, could resist such control among humans. Apart from him, members of the witch cult probably couldn't resist either. But Takaru didn't dare act recklessly, as those with blessings might also be valued by the world's will. After settling everything, Takaru signaled Roswell to begin his performance. Rem, come in. After Takaru and Roswell sat down again, Roswell called the two waiting outside. Roswell-sama, what are your orders? Hearing Roswell's call, the two quickly entered and asked respectfully. From today onward, you no longer need to call me Lord. Your new master is Takaru-kun. Hearing them, Roswell said with a light laugh. Chapter 296, Chapter 296 The surprised Amelia 1036 words, Roswell-sama, what are you saying? Hearing his words, Ram and Rem were stunned. Even Felt, who came in later, was confused. Is what I said so difficult to understand? Takaru-kun and I have reached an agreement just now, and the terms include your transfer of ownership. I have agreed. Roswell spoke calmly. Hearing Roswell's expressionless words, Ram and Rem's expressions turned somewhat unpleasant. They knew Roswell was serious. So his request for a private talk was about this. But they didn't know what Takaru offered Roswell to make him agree to hand them over. But, nay sans. Hearing him, Rem spoke somewhat agitatedly. Their loyalty wasn't due to deep affection for Roswell. Rem knew that without Roswell supplying mana to Ram, the sisters wouldn't have served him all these years. Don't worry. Roswell has already told me about Ram's condition. Until I can fully heal her horn, I'll handle the mana supply. Hearing her, Takaru directly stepped before the two, and gently touched Ram's forehead where her horn once was. Feeling Takaru's touch, Ram initially wanted to dodge, but remembering Roswell's words, she held still. No need to be so tense. For the rest of our lives, barring accidents, we'll be living together. If you're like this, it'll be difficult for me. Sensing their tension, Takaru sighed. Takaru-kun is a very interesting person. You should get along well. Oh, by the way, Takaru-kun, you won't be leaving here soon, will you? Roswell spoke up appropriately. Of course. Currently, I'm a bit short on funds. I hope to trouble you for a few more days. I hope the Margrave doesn't mind. Hearing him, Takaru said with a light laugh. How could I? Takaru-kun, you're welcome to stay as long as you like. Hearing Takaru, Roswell said calmly with a smile. Then I thank you. Not at all. However, this is sudden. I hope Takaru-kun will allow me to borrow Ram and Rem for a while. After all, such a large mansion needs tending, or it would be uncomfortable for Emilia-sama and you. Of course, I will recruit new help as soon as possible. Finally, hesitating slightly, Roswell spoke again. He said this not for himself, but to avoid inadequately hosting Takaru. If Ram and Rem became Takaru's servants, normally, they couldn't freely use the Mathers Mansion's resources. Well, fine. But at most 2 days. I hope the Margrave can recruit new servants quickly. Hearing him, Takaru narrowed his eyes and nodded. Much appreciated. Hearing Takaru, Roswell nodded with a light laugh. As for Ram and Rem, listening to their conversation, they felt lost. But knowing Roswell's character, they understood he wouldn't easily go back on his word. Thinking about becoming Takaru's little maids, they hesitated. But recalling Takaru's mention of healing Ram's horn, Rem wondered whether to believe it or if Takaru even had that ability. Nisan, why make such a request? Leaving the room, Felt looked at Takaru hesitantly. Because they both seemed smart and capable. With their care, Felt could live a better life, right? Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh, ruffling her hair. F for me. But I don't need that. As long as Nisan is with me, it's enough. Hearing Takaru, Felt lowered her head and murmured softly. That's just one reason. Seeing her expression, Takaru laughed again. Hearing Takaru, Felt looked up curiously again. Another reason is that Ram and Rem aren't ordinary people. If Ram recovers from her injury, she could be a great help to me. Hearing her, Takaru continued. Is that so? But they don't look injured. Hearing Takaru, Felt said doubtfully. You'll understand later. Hearing her, Takaru gently ruffled her hair. Hearing Takaru, Felt could only trust him. After all, he was her brother now. In the courtyard, Emilia was communicating with lesser spirits. As a spirit arts user, she needed daily interaction with nature's lesser spirits to enhance her elemental affinity and ensure her power didn't decline. Watching Emilia communicating, surrounded by numerous points of light, she looked quite radiant. However, Takaru's attention was on finding Puck, as the magic he most wanted to learn was Yin and Yang attribute magic. Yin attribute magic mostly involved obscuring vision and inflicting status abnormalities, including space, time, and gravity. Beatrice was skilled in Yin magic. As for Yang attribute, based on Takaru's memory, it seemed to involve control over matter, including abilities similar to Nin's materialization. Arriving here and seeing Emilia alone, Takaru remembered Puck was borrowed by Beatrice. Thinking this, Takaru felt a bit helpless, but he could wait a while. So Takaru used Shadow Clone to practice the magic he just learned, while his main body leisurely strolled with Felt. As time passed, Emilia soon finished communicating with the lesser spirits and awoke. Seeing Fortaker's training magic in the courtyard, she was stunned. Lia, finished your training? Seeing Emilia stop, Takaru, who was resting nearby with Felt, called out with a light laugh. Takaru, this is... Hearing Takaru, Emilia looked at one of the resting Takerus and asked, puzzled. These are my clones. Just a small ability. Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru, Emilia didn't know how to react. Seeing Takaru's casually displayed abilities always left her at a loss, as they were always beyond expectations. By the way, Takaru, what request did you make to Roswell? Suddenly, Emilia remembered something and asked curiously. I just asked him to give Ram and Rem to me. Hearing her, Takaru directly stated, as this couldn't be hidden. Is that so? Initially nonchalant, Emilia was shocked. It's true. Seeing her reaction, Takaru laughed lightly. Seeing Takaru's serious expression and Felt nodding beside him, Emilia had to accept this somewhat absurd fact. Her mood also became complicated. She was the one who met Takaru first, yet felt became his sister first. And now, Ram and Rem were ahead of her too. This made Emilia feel inexplicably uncomfortable. "What's wrong, Leah?" Seeing Emilia's expression, Takaru spoke softly. No, it's nothing." Hearing Takaru, Leah quickly waved her hands. "Is that so? That's good. If you're not feeling well, you can tell me." Hearing her, Takaru spoke again. Chapter 297. Chapter 297 Learning Beatrice's magic 1150 words. Meanwhile, Mai, after delivering the old man Nara to his accommodation, continuously gathered information about this world and sought opportunities to increase her score. With strength surpassing ordinary people, Mai performed many good deeds. By chance, she encountered Crush Karsten and Felix Argyle. After observing her, they found Mai to be a capable individual and extended an invitation to join their faction. Learning of their identities, Mai hesitated but agreed to join their side. As for the other two reincarnators, after gathering some information, they plotted how to join Priscilla Burial's faction. However, due to their peculiar behavior, they were currently being viewed with suspicion. As time passed, by the afternoon, Ram and Rem found Takaru, who was practicing magic in the courtyard. Master, Emilia-sama, and Felt-san, dinner is ready." Ram and Rem appeared behind Takaru simultaneously, speaking somewhat awkwardly. "All right, let's go." Hearing them, Takaru said with a light laugh. Everyone went to the dining hall, and Rem stood obediently behind Takaru. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" Looking at the two, Takaru spoke softly. "That wouldn't be proper." Hearing Takaru, they lightly shook their heads. Since ancient times, servants didn't dine with their masters. In my place, those rules don't apply. "Come, join us for the meal." Hearing them, Takaru spoke again. "Don't make me say it a third time." "That's an order." Seeing their hesitation, Takaru turned and gazed at them. "I understand." Seeing Takaru's look, Ram quickly pulled Rem and nodded lightly. Then, they went to the kitchen to bring out their own food. "Pardon us." Speaking softly, they sat at the other end of the long table and slowly enjoyed their meal. Seeing their actions, Takaru didn't say more, just slowly enjoyed the food Rem prepared. After dinner, Takaru hesitated, left a clone to accompany Felt, and his main body directly opened a door of opportunity, entering the forbidden library. "Why are you here again?" Seeing Takaru, Beatrice spoke nervously. "Betty is so heartless. After everything, now you're so cold to me." Hearing her, Takaru said with a pitiful expression. "Don't say things that could be misunderstood." Hearing Takaru, Beatrice said, puffing her cheeks. "Enough of that. As punishment, you must teach me magic tonight." Looking at Beatrice, Takaru spoke softly. "Why should Betty be punished?" Hearing Takaru, Beatrice found it unreasonable. "Because you took Puck away today, so I couldn't learn magic. And your attitude just now made me unhappy." Hearing her, Takaru said righteously. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Takaru to be so shameless. All right. Here, head pats. Now you can teach me, right? Betty, you really love to act spoiled." Seeing her expression, Takaru came before her, ruffled her hair, and spoke directly. Hearing Takaru's words and seeing his actions, Beatrice felt like she was meeting Takaru for the first time, utterly shocked. Takaru acted this way because he knew that Sundara Beatrice had closed off her emotions. Being overly familiar could break through her defenses faster. After some playful banter, under Takaru's coercion, the little girl finally complied. To avoid damaging precious items inside, Takaru left several clones reading knowledge there. His main body followed Beatrice outside for magic practice. So-called magic is also the strongest magic in this world. And Betty is proficient in all magic. Feel grateful receiving Betty's teaching. Outside, Beatrice spoke arrogantly. It seems Betty still wants to experience my loving palm strike. Seeing the little girl's attitude, Takaru lightly raised his right hand, showing a dangerous smile. Impudent person. Seeing Takaru's hand, Beatrice calmed down. Now, I'll teach you the simplest Een magic spell first. It's called Shamak. The basic El Shamak makes the target lose control of their body. The intermediate Al Shamak is the true darkness, making the target unable to distinguish anything around them, even unable to tell if they're standing or sitting, dissolving even thoughts in the dark shadows. And finally, Al Shamak, which releases ultimate darkness that engulfs the target, affects space, and eventually sends them to a different dimension. Looking at Takaru, Beatrice earnestly explained. Shadow clone technique. All right, Betty, target my clones. Looking at Beatrice, Takaru directly spoke. Seeing Takaru produce two identical clones, though she'd seen it many times, it still felt incredible. Takaru's main body directly activated the Sharingan, closely observing Beatrice's every move. El Shamak. El Shamak. Following Beatrice's actions, Takaru closely mirrored her. Both simultaneously enveloped a clone in darkness. Beatrice stared blankly at Takaru, surprised he could synchronize with her using Shamak. Takaru definitely hadn't used it before. And Takaru's eyes made Beatrice serious. Clearly, his eyes possessed special abilities. All right, continue. Looking at Beatrice, Takaru reminded. Hearing Takaru's urging, Beatrice rolled her eyes but obediently replied. Al Shamak. Simultaneously again, Takaru and Beatrice each used the intermediate Shamak on one of their clones. Takaru's clone completely lost its five senses. However, the shadow clone with observation haki wasn't worried at all. The five senses were never Takaru's primary means of detection, and observation haki was his usual method, besides N. Seeing Takaru synchronize again, Beatrice pursed her lips, eyes filled with astonishment. After all, Al Shamak was no longer beginner level, it had considerable difficulty. Thinking this, she sighed. And the strongest Shamak skill. Then, Takaru looked questioningly at the paused Beatrice. But if Al Shamak is used, they might never return. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice spoke gravely. Don't worry, it's fine. I can directly dispel the clones. Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh, patting her head. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice nodded obediently and began charging. Al Shamak. Imitating Beatrice's actions, Takaru and Beatrice simultaneously released the ultimate Shamak skill. Watching the clone being swallowed by darkness and disappearing, Takaru fell into thought. Takaru directly dispelled one clone. Soon, the clone's experience under Shamak appeared in Takaru's mind, from being enveloped in darkness to eventually vanishing. This experience made Takaru understand. Really, Takaru, are you a monster? Seeing Takaru learn it in one go, Beatrice felt utterly defeated. Even she had taken years to master Al Shamak. Hearing her, Takaru just smiled. Through the clone's memories, Takaru knew the so-called different dimension was essentially a void. The clone hadn't detected any boundaries earlier. All right, let's learn the next magic. After experiencing it, Takaru spoke to Beatrice again. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice nodded lightly. Afterward, Takaru completely learned the skills Beatrice mastered. Murak, affects gravity, can reduce the target's or even one's own gravity to zero. Vita, El Vita, increases gravity. Currently, Beatrice can only increase a target's weight by about 200 to 300 kilograms. As for Takaru, his maximum currently reaches nearly 2 tons. This meant if Takaru used it on an ordinary person at full power, they could be crushed into paste in minutes. Chapter 298. Chapter 298 Supplying Mana to Ram 1289 words, EMM, is an absolute defense magic, usable once per day. It can be maintained continuously until mana is exhausted, involving time and space. During activation, those inside the barrier cannot move, but are also unaffected by anything outside the barrier. T/N, EMM and EMT are original magic created by Subaru and Beatrice. EMT is an absolute restoration magic, usable once per day. It creates a spherical area tens of meters in diameter centered on the user. All magic within the area is reduced to mana, but it's ineffective against enemies not reliant on mana. Minya, mana arrows. Upon hitting the enemy quickly, they shatter the target into pieces. El Minya, same as Minya, but the number of arrows increases to 40. Takaru can increase it even more. Ul Minya creates purple rings around the target, rapidly constricting and binding them, then launching a devastating attack. Drawback, extremely high mana consumption. Door crossing, the one currently used to connect the Forbidden Library's door to any desired door. Can be used for limited transportation of items. Infinite corridor, connects the space where the target is located end to end, reshaping it into a ring. The path the target takes repeats, until they find the correct door to exit. Apart from these magics, Takaru also copied all other magics Beatrice mastered, including her healing magic. Beatrice's healing magic guides water attribute mana to heal injuries, and its effectiveness depends on the user's skill and talent. Though slightly less effective than Takaru's advanced healing, it gave Takaru some technical inspiration, improving his advanced healing a bit and boosting his confidence in treating Ram. Additionally, Takaru learned curse removal and identification, even some simple curses. After copying all her magics from Beatrice, Takaru could only further improve himself through the Forbidden Library's magics. But for Takaru, who now deeply understood magic's essence, this wasn't very difficult. After demonstrating all her magics, Beatrice was panting. Seeing this, Takaru picked her up and actively transferred mana to her. You really are a monster, aren't you? Seeing Takaru learn all her magics in less than a night, and most importantly, while she had almost exhausted her vast mana from using magic, Takaru looked completely relaxed, making her somewhat envious and jealous. As for Takaru, if he only relied on his own 2,000 plus mana, it might not be enough. But with the over 100,000 mana reserves from Gluttony, he felt no pressure at all. Master, Beatrice-sama. As Takaru carried Beatrice back to the mansion, he encountered Ram and Rem, who respectfully greeted him. By the way, Ram, do you have enough mana in your body? Seeing Ram, Takaru asked with a light laugh. There's still some left. But it will probably all dissipate in about 2 days. Hearing Takaru, Ram replied hesitantly. Come to my room in 1 hour. Hearing her, Takaru thought for a moment and spoke. Hearing Takaru, Ram was stunned. But considering Takaru was now her master, she had no reason to refuse any request. And since Takaru mentioned mana, it should just be a simple mana supply probably. Sighing lightly, Ram stopped overthinking. Moreover, looking at Takaru, if he would treat the two sisters well in the future, then that kind of thing might not be unacceptable. Takaru didn't care about Ram's swirling thoughts. After speaking with her, he directly carried Beatrice and effortlessly used door crossing to enter the Forbidden Library. Seeing Takaru, who had just learned the magic but seemed more proficient than herself, Beatrice sighed. She had suffered too many blows and couldn't even complain anymore. What's wrong? Still feeling tired? As compensation, I'll hold you while you sleep tonight. Seeing Beatrice's expression, Takaru said with a laugh. Who wants to be held while sleeping, you pervert? Hearing Takaru, Beatrice's body tensed, and her face flushed red. Though she had grown accustomed to Takaru's hugs and forehead kisses, hearing Takaru wanted to hold her while sleeping made Beatrice extremely nervous and shy. Though she had lived for many years and learned much, this was her first experience with such a thing. She was somewhat afraid Takaru might do something to her. Betty is so eager. I understand. Hearing Beatrice, Takaru showed a shocked expression and spoke directly. Didn't you say you were going to find your little maid? Seeing Takaru's terrifying comprehension ability, Beatrice was speechless. But since she couldn't beat him, she remembered something and spoke. So Betty is jealous because I'm going to find Ram. Don't worry, after helping Ram, I'll come back to you. Hearing her, Takaru directly applied corporate-level understanding. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice was completely speechless. But for some reason, she felt no rejection in her heart. Instead, she glanced at the gospel book that had been blank for centuries nearby, then looked at Takaru. Could Takaru really be the person Betty was waiting for? Beatrice remembered it hadn't even been 2 days, yet Takaru had forcefully appeared, disrupting her heart that had been still for 400 years. This left her at a loss. The most important thing was perhaps fear of loss. Beatrice, who feared loneliness immensely, closed off her heart because she feared developing emotions only to have those around her leave repeatedly. She never wanted to experience that pain of loss again. But now it seemed impossible. Staring blankly at the gentle Takaru, Beatrice felt a mix of emotions, making a certain decision in her heart. Takaru, unaware of Beatrice's resolve, teased her a bit, then held Beatrice and sat in her usual favorite spot. Using telekinesis, he drew a book before him and quietly read. "Betty, what does this phrase mean?" When encountering something unclear, Takaru directly asked Beatrice. "This is about the mana flow method. It needs to pass through this position." Hearing Takaru's question, Beatrice leaned quietly in Takaru's arms and explained. Feeling the warmth from Takaru and seeing him rely on her, Beatrice felt very happy now and quickly answered Takaru's queries. This scene appeared incredibly warm within the Forbidden Library. Soon, nearly an hour passed. Takaru closed the book, put Beatrice down, and stood up. Leaving Takaru's embrace, Beatrice felt somewhat disappointed, but her expression showed no change. "All right, Betty, I'm leaving now. Wait here obediently for me." After putting her down, Takaru said to her with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice just snorted lightly but said nothing else. Takaru didn't mind, activated magic, and directly opened the Forbidden Library's door, coincidentally seeing Ram standing nervously before his room. "Did you wait long?" Looking at Ram, Takaru asked with a light laugh. "No, I just arrived." Seeing Takaru emerge from the Forbidden Library, Ram was momentarily surprised but showed no expression. As Takaru closed the door and reopened it, the room returned to normal. "All right, Ram, come in with me." Looking at his room, Takaru spoke softly to her, then led her inside, closing the door behind them. "Come sit here." Seeing the somewhat stiff Ram, Takaru pointed to his lap and spoke softly. Hearing Takaru, Ram trembled slightly. But she took a deep breath, approached Takaru, and lightly sat on his lap. Ram was light, slightly heavier than Beatrice, but both were soft, giving Takaru different sensations. Feeling Ram was still tense, Takaru gently smoothed her short red hair. "Ram, are you curious why Roswell agreed to give you to me?" Looking at Ram, Takaru spoke softly. "Since things have come to this, Ram won't inquire about the reasons. If Master wishes to tell Ram, Ram will remember well." Hearing Takaru, Ram spoke softly. "Ha ha, such a clever girl." Hearing her, Takaru showed a smile. Not probing her master's secrets, and her change in attitude pleased Takaru. Chapter 299, Chapter 299 Healing the Broken Horn 1108 Words. You're right. These things are not worth mentioning. Ram, you and Rem are the last 2 survivors of the Oni tribe, and a special set of twins at that. With such great talent, yet you fell victim to the witch cult's scheme, ending up needing constant mana replenishment to survive. It's really sad. Looking at Ram, Takaru spoke of her past. Hearing Takaru, Ram remained calm, just puzzled why Takaru brought this up. Though it was painful initially, after Rem was safe, she had grown indifferent. By the way, about the witch cult's invasion back then, Ram, you must know some truth, right? Looking at Ram, Takaru asked curiously. Ram doesn't understand what master means. Hearing Takaru, Ram replied hesitantly. Ram is playing dumb with me. All right then. The mastermind behind guiding the witch cult to attack the Oni tribe, Ram, you know who it is, right? Hearing her, Takaru helplessly shook his head. Hearing Takaru, Ram fell silent, the atmosphere turning heavy. It was Roswell-sama. After a long hesitation, Ram spoke softly. She wasn't foolish. Why did Roswell coincidentally appear and save the sisters? Ram also understood Roswell's character and goals somewhat, and over the years, she had gleaned some answers. Though Roswell never admitted it, when Ram asked, he never denied it either. But for her sister's sake and their years together, Ram chose to bury the hatred deep, not wanting to affect Remington. Takaru had already gotten confirmation from Roswell. He admitted that, guided by the gospel, he led the witch cult to hunt the Oni tribe, then saved Ram and Rem at the critical moment, taking them in. Hearing her confirm it was Roswell, Takaru nodded lightly without further comment. Ram, if I restore your horn, would you leave me, or seek revenge? After a while, looking at the big, round moon in the sky, Takaru spoke softly. Ram would not betray her master. Hearing Takaru, Ram spoke firmly. Is that so? What about Roswell? Hearing this, Takaru smiled gently. He has nothing to do with me anymore. Though he took my horn, he also took Rem and me in and protected us for so many years. After a silence, Ram spoke again. Holding Ram, Takaru could sense she wasn't lying. Perhaps she had seen through it, or more importantly, it was because of Remington. After all, in Rem's view, Roswell was undoubtedly their savior, a good man who continuously sustained her sister's life, despite his usual eccentric behavior. I understand. Hearing her, Takaru fully grasped Ram's thoughts and nodded lightly. Mana surged within him, flowing into Ram. Feeling the immense mana entering her body, Ram was stunned but quietly accepted Takaru's mana. As the transfer continued, Takaru could feel that as mana flowed into Ram's body, it still leaked out from her forehead, though the leakage was slower and less compared to the influx. Takaru understood the leaked mana was due to her broken horn. Like a barrel with a hole, the water inside would continuously leak out. To stop the leakage, there were two methods: fully repair it or seal the gap. Having learned the 5-element seal, Takaru could easily seal her horn. Then, Ram would no longer leak mana. But the horn was the Oni tribe's mana source. Without it, an Oni's strength dwindled to less than 1/10. So if Takaru used a sealing technique, Ram would only escape mortal danger. Perhaps with her talent, she could become stronger than Rem with her horn, but only marginally. Takaru wanted the Ram at her peak, the one standing at this world's pinnacle. Thinking this, Takaru's gaze turned serious. He stopped the mana transfer and, under Ram's curious gaze, placed his hand, which is glowing green, on her head. As the green light enveloped Ram, she felt a special healing inside her. Around her broken horn, an itching sensation appeared, making her softly moan. Though uncomfortable, her eyes brightened. It was working. Takaru's healing was effective. As time passed, Takaru used nearly 2,000 mana points on Ram with advanced healing alone. During this treatment, Ram's horn showed significant progress, regrowing about 1 centimeter. Looking at Ram panting and slumped in his arms, Takaru slowly stopped the healing. Sensing Takaru's action, Ram looked at him, puzzled. Let's stop here for today. Gently ruffling her hair, Takaru spoke softly. Yes, Ram understands. Hearing Takaru, Ram showed a sweet smile. Though not fully recovered, Ram sensed the changes. Even now, Ram could naturally recover her own mana, though slowly, perhaps not matching the leakage. But with consistent maintenance, the time between mana replenishments could extend from a few days to about a month. Her mana capacity had increased, control became smoother, and the amount of mana she could release at once had grown considerably. All right, rest well here tonight. Same time tomorrow. Seeing her exhausted state, Takaru placed her on his bed and spoke softly. Master, you're leaving. Seeing Takaru about to leave, Ram spoke somewhat reluctantly. Rest well. I'll stay with you next time. Good night. Sensing her dependence, Takaru lightly kissed her forehead. Saying this, Takaru left the room. After Takaru left, lying in bed, Ram stared blankly at his departing back, her heart a complex mix. One treatment couldn't make her completely devoted, but it left an indelible mark. Leaving Ram, Takaru returned to the forbidden library. Seeing Beatrice gazing at the door, Takaru smiled lightly. The reason he didn't stay with Ram was because he had promised Beatrice. Breaking the promise might hurt Beatrice deeply, perhaps even make her distance herself. Though Beatrice said she didn't miss him, Takaru could sense her joy upon seeing him. As for why not use Shadow Clone to handle both, somehow, using Shadow Clone gave Takaru a strange feeling of cuckolding himself. Naturally, unless for ordinary conversation or company, Takaru wouldn't use Shadow Clone. "Betty, I'm here. Did you miss me?" Looking at Beatrice, Takaru spoke again. "Not at all." Hearing Takaru, Beatrice lied. "Is that so?" Hearing her, Takaru didn't mind. He picked her up again, read a book, and Beatrice seemed accustomed to this, relaxing comfortably in Takaru's arms. After studying magic for 3 more hours, Takaru stretched, and noticing the time, prepared to rest. "Betty, let's rest together." Looking at Beatrice, Takaru said with a light laugh. But hearing Takaru, Beatrice didn't respond, instead looking at him seriously. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Seeing Beatrice's gaze, Takaru was puzzled. "Will you abandon Betty in the future?" Hearing Takaru's question, Beatrice asked seriously. "Of course not. Betty is so cute. Why would I abandon Betty?" Hearing her, Takaru gently reassured. Chapter 300, Making a Contract with Beatrice. 1164 words. In that case, make a spirit contract with Betty. If you dare abandon Betty, Betty will definitely kill you. If you can't, then don't come find Betty again. Hearing Takaru's words, Beatrice spoke seriously. "That's fine. If Betty is worried, I'm willing to make a contract with you, guaranteeing I will never abandon you." Looking at Beatrice, Takaru could sense the unease in her heart, so his eyes unconsciously showed tenderness. Sensing the sincerity and care in Takaru's tone, Beatrice pressed her lips together and extended her right hand. Seeing this, Takaru grasped her hand with his left, their fingers interlocking. As a light glowed, Takaru received a prompt from the reincarnation space. "The Great Spirit Beatrice of this world wishes to form a permanent contract with you, pledging eternal loyalty, never to part until death. You cannot actively abandon her. Do you agree to form the contract?" Note: contracting the Great Spirit Beatrice requires B rank evaluation X1, 10,000 points. After contracting, you may summon Beatrice in the main world at will, or in mission worlds. Note: summoning in mission worlds consumes a certain amount of points. Hearing this, Takaru was stunned. He hadn't expected such a prompt. Contracting required evaluations and points is normal, but being able to take her directly to the main world made Takaru smile lightly. On the other side, Beatrice, not receiving Takaru's response for a while, grew puzzled and frowned at him. Was Takaru backing out? Before she could think further, Takaru directly chose. As his words fell, Takaru felt an inexplicable connection with Beatrice. If he willed it, he could easily sense her presence. When Takaru agreed, the reincarnation space quickly deducted the evaluation and points, reminding Takaru he now had S-rank evaluation X1, C-rank evaluation X1, D-rank evaluation X1. Points, 98,000. Though it cost a B-rank evaluation and 10,000 points, for Takaru, this saved a character manifestation card, which was a huge gain. As for Beatrice, after Takaru spoke, she felt a connection with him. Additionally, some special information flooded her mind, basic information about the reincarnation space. Reading about the reincarnation space and Takaru's identity, Beatrice was stunned. So, Takaru wasn't from this world, no wonder he was so different. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that from now on, I would never be alone again. Takaru. Thinking this, tears quickly fell from Beatrice's eyes. "I'm here." Seeing the crying Beatrice, Takaru held her tightly in his arms. "Takaru." Feeling Takaru's warm embrace, Beatrice hugged him back tightly. I'm here." Hearing her repeatedly call his name, as if carving it into her soul, Takaru gently responded each time. After a long while, Beatrice's emotions finally calmed. "All right, from now on, Betty belongs to me." After the contract, Takaru gently ruffled her hair. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice now nodded lightly, completely opening her heart to him. Then, Takaru held her and lay down on the small bed, while Beatrice nestled contentedly in his arms. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In 3 days, through Takaru's efforts, he had mastered most of the magic in the Forbidden Library. As for the small portion that was less useful or repetitive, Takaru didn't learn it. Additionally, Roswell brought 3 new maids. 2 ordinary demi-human girls and a former maid, Frederica Baumann, also a demi-human, and somewhat a senior to Ram and the others. After arriving and finding Ram and Rem transferred to Takaru, she was greatly shocked. Now Ram and Rem only needed to serve Takaru and felt diligently. They could also use anything in the mansion freely. Moreover, Ram's horn was almost fully restored. At the current rate, in just 2 more days, it would be completely healed. Then, Ram would become one of this world's top-tier combatants. Under Beatrice's guidance, Felt also began learning magic. With the wind blessing, unsurprisingly, her attribute was wind, and she learned wind magic very naturally. Today, because Takaru had been busy with training, somewhat neglecting Felt, and due to intense studying, everyone agreed to go out for a good outing to relax a bit. But compared to the distant capital, they decided to first explore the area around Roswell's territory and buy some supplies. With more people in the mansion, resource consumption increased, and food supplies were running low. However, that wasn't the key. Takaru clearly knew that, barring accidents, a beast master had likely infiltrated the village, planning to avenge Elsa. Such an opportunity to likely increase his score wasn't something Takaru would miss. Doesn't Roswell have his own maids? Why do we have to buy ingredients for him? Walking on the beautiful flower-lined path, Beatrice spoke haughtily. Well, we've been troubling him, so helping occasionally isn't bad. Besides, we eat most of the food. Also, going out for a walk is nice, right? Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh. Humph, I can't argue with you. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice was speechless. Further back, Ram and Rem obediently followed behind Takaru and the others. Although Takaru had only been studying and healing Ram recently, the 2 sisters' favor towards him kept rising. For Ram, being held by Takaru for daily treatment and treated gently naturally increased her favor. As for Rem, it's because of her sister. Rem, who valued her sister immensely, saw Takaru diligently healing Ram every day, so her favor rose quickly too. Since Emilia needed to learn etiquette, she couldn't join Takaru today. Though a small shame, it wasn't a big deal. The mansion wasn't far from the village, but with a leisurely mindset, they strolled towards the village, taking about an hour to arrive. Takaru-sama, usually, we buy daily necessities there. Looking at Takaru, Rem directly pointed to a building. Then, purchasing items will be up to you. We'll stroll around the village. Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh. Understood. Hearing Takaru, they had no objections and nodded obediently. While Takaru strolled with Felt and Beatrice, he sensed the destruction of the barriers Roswell had set up, barriers meant to defend against witch beasts. Witch beasts were creatures created by witches, enemies of those with magic. The forest before Takaru was a habitat for these beasts. As Takaru and the others looked at the forest, several children curiously gathered around. Big brother, big sister, are you also from the Margrave's household? You could say that. Kids, what are your names? Looking at them, Takaru showed a friendly smile. I'm Lucas. I'm Petra. I'm Mild. Hearing Takaru, the children enthusiastically told their names. For some reason, they found Takaru very approachable. Is that so? I'm Nara Takaru. This is my little sister, Felt. And this is Betty. Hearing their introductions, Takaru said with a light laugh. Lucas, Petra, could you step away for a moment? I have something to discuss with Meili. Then, Takaru directly spoke to the children. Hearing Takaru, they didn't doubt at all and obediently stepped back. Chapter 301, Chapter 301 Beastmaster, Meili Port Route 1225 words. Is there something you need? The purple-haired, cute little girl holding a small puppy looked at Takaru nervously. Of course, Beastmaster Meili Port Route. Looking at the frail Meili, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru's words, Meili was startled. She had no idea where she had been exposed. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice looked seriously at Meili. She didn't know Meili's identity but had heard of Beastmasters. My name is Meili. What are you talking about, big brother? Hearing Takaru, Meili asked again. Still won't admit it. Did you destroy the barrier here? And the beast in your hands is under your control. I also know your purpose. Looking at the feigning Meili, Takaru's lips curled into a smile. Hearing Takaru, Meili remained silent. Elsa was killed by me. I burned her alive with fire. Her miserable screams are still fresh in my memory. Seeing her silence, Takaru said with a laugh. Kill them. Hearing Takaru, Meili couldn't hold back any longer, and loudly commanded the puppy in her hands. Following Meili's command, the puppy emitted a yellow glow. Then, Takaru saw the ground beneath it turn into a mudslide, violently surging towards them. Such a weak move. Earth-style wall. Watching the mudslide quickly approaching, Takaru lightly stomped his foot. A sturdy earthen wall rose before them, completely blocking the mudslide. Realizing Takaru's strength wasn't to be underestimated, Meili had no intention of fighting. Her ability wasn't in herself but in her beasts. Currently, she only had the little one in her arms, making victory impossible. Al-Shamak. However, as Meili tried to climb over the fence to escape, Beatrice quickly moved her hand. Meili was instantly enveloped in darkness, completely lost. Sensing her master in danger, the puppy roared and began to grow, transforming in an instant into a giant vicious dog over 3 meters tall and 4 meters long. The children not far away, seeing this monster, retreated fearfully. As for Takaru, he expressionlessly watched the monster snarling at him. Greyhorn. Extending his hand, an ice pillar quickly formed in Takaru's grasp and shot towards the monster at incredible speed. The thick ice spike easily pierced through its body, impaling it from head to tail. As the monster was fully penetrated, its roar turned into a whimper. Within 20 seconds it completely lost its life, leaving only blood-soaked earth. Dismissing the ice pillar with a wave, Takaru turned to the still struggling Meili. Thinking for a moment, he used telekinesis to bring her to his side. Looking at the breached barrier, he repaired it. Takaru had studied the barrier Roswell set up in the Forbidden Library, so repairing it was straightforward. Takaru nii, what about Meili? The children, who had watched the entire scene, nervously looked at Takaru and Meili in his arms. Meili's situation is special. I need to take her back for proper education. Seeing their worried eyes, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru and looking at the huge beast corpse, the children were at a loss. But they knew Meili wasn't a villager of Arlem village, and she had appeared a few days ago. As children, they hadn't suspected a little girl like Meili. Now things seemed complicated. Takaru-sama, are you all right? At that moment, Ram and Rem quickly arrived. While selecting ingredients and spices inside, they sensed the mana fluctuations outside and hurried over. Don't worry, just a minor trouble. Have you finished shopping? Hearing them, Takaru lightly pointed to the unconscious Meili in his arms. We've bought some things. There are still a few items left. Hearing Takaru, they sighed in relief. Then go finish shopping. Bring everything to me when done. Hearing them, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru, they obediently nodded and left again. Nissan, what should we do with her? Felt then asked Takaru curiously. No hurry. We'll decide after returning. Shaking his head lightly, Takaru smiled calmly. Hearing Takaru, felt nodded. She had heard earlier that Meili only attacked after Takaru mentioned Elsa's name. Clearly, Meili had some connection with Elsa. By noon, the village chief learned of the incident. Takaru subtly hinted at Meili's identity, and the chief quickly thanked Takaru and the others. After all, Meili wasn't there for good. Takaru preventing danger was the best outcome. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Takaru and the others returned to the Roswell mansion. Back at the mansion, Takaru woke Meili. Seeing Takaru, Meili showed hatred. I advise you to drop that expression. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't casually kill you. Looking at her, Takaru spoke coldly, emitting a terrifying aura of malice amplified by Nen. Facing this killing intent, even Meili showed fear, her body trembling as if frozen. After intimidating her, Takaru withdrew the malice. Meili gasped for breath as if she had suffered inhuman torture. What was that? Beatrice, who watched the whole thing, was full of curiosity. Just a small technique. If you want to learn, I'll teach you later. Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh. All right, now you should understand your situation, Beastmaster Meili. Turning back to the panting Meili, Takaru spoke indifferently. What do you want from me? Don't even think about it. Hearing Takaru, Meili stubbornly retorted. Such backbone. Makes me want to applaud. But little Meili, do you know that death is sometimes a release? There are things far worse than death. Hearing her, Takaru smiled wickedly. In Meili's eyes, Takaru was now a supervillain, making her heart race wildly. Truthfully, Takaru didn't plan to kill Meili. From the original work, he knew this little girl was abandoned in the forest as a child, picked up by beasts due to her special physique, and lived with them. Later taken out by a Bowl hunter Elsa, she worked with her for their mother. Young and untrained, she admired and idolized Elsa, blindly emulating her lifestyle, imitating Elsa's demeanor and speech, developing an assassin's mindset. Honestly, Meili was somewhat like Kabuto from the Naruto world, a seed drifting in the wind, unsure of who she should be, what to do, or whom to imitate. Do you know, in my homeland, there were once 10 great tortures: flaying, waist-cutting, dismemberment by chariots, the 5 punishments, death by 1,000 cuts, hanging, boiling. I wonder how many you could endure. Do you know, flaying involves burying someone in the ground with only their head exposed, cutting a cross on the scalp, peeling it open, then pouring mercury inside. Since mercury is heavier than blood, it separates muscle from skin. The buried person writhes in pain, unable to escape, until finally the body jumps out from the opening, leaving only the skin in the ground. As for death by 1,000 cuts, it starts from the feet, cutting off pieces of flesh one by one. 1,000 pieces must be cut before the prisoner is allowed to die. Of course, I have healing magic, so you definitely won't die mid-process. Then we can proceed to the next punishment. Looking at Meili, Takaru detailed the tortures, even using genjutsu to make it clearer for her. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. In the genjutsu, within 5 minutes, Meili was crying, snot and tears flowing, even wetting her pants from fear. Chapter 302, Chapter 302 Fully Healed Ram 1091 words. Seeing Meili's state, Beatrice felt a pang of pity. Honestly, it might have been more merciful to just kill her with one strike. Seeing this, Takaru sighed. He had only spoken casually, not truly intending to carry out such cruel tortures. Besides, Meili didn't warrant that level of treatment from him. Afterward, Takaru used water magic to wash her down, and she gradually regained clarity. However, her eyes were filled with terror when she looked at Takaru. All right, tell me everything you know. Your purpose and the organization you belong to. Looking at Meili, Takaru said expressionlessly. Hearing Takaru, Meili trembled, not daring to hide anything. Her purpose was to avenge Elsa. She also revealed the assassin organization she belonged to and the mother who controlled it. Takaru listened calmly. Through N, He could clearly sense she wasn't lying and nodded in satisfaction. All right, little Meili. Now do you choose to live or die? Looking at Meili, Takaru asked flatly. Hearing Takaru, Meili said tremblingly. Then behave well from now on. If I find you misbehaving, next time it won't be just an illusion. Understood? And don't think about running away or doing bad things. The consequences would be unbearable for you. Looking at Meili, Takaru lightly ran his fingers over her cheek. Feeling his touch, Meili was filled with fear and could only nod instinctively. Good girl. Tomorrow we'll go deal with your former organization. Rest well tonight. Don't disappoint me. Speaking softly, Takaru left the room with Beatrice. Only after Takaru left did Meili slump to the floor, her eyes filled with nothing but fear. Knowing it might cause a bad impression, Takaru hadn't let Felt, Ram, or Rem stay in the room except for Beatrice. Now, after leaving, Takaru calmly enjoyed the dinner Rem prepared as if nothing had happened. Nissan, what about that girl? While eating, Felt asked curiously. She confessed everything. I'll handle it. Hearing her question, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru, Felt nodded with a light laugh, trusting him completely. Really, thank you so much, Takaru-kun. You've solved another trouble for me. Beside them, Roswell spoke in his peculiar tone. It's nothing. After staying here for so long, helping out occasionally is only right. Hearing him, Takaru said with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru, Roswell just smiled at him without further comment. Unaware of Takaru and Roswell's relationship, no one noticed anything unusual in their conversation, and Takaru was happy to maintain this situation. At night, after having one of Roswell's newly hired maids deliver some food to Meili, Takaru took Ram for treatment. Since they were going to deal with Meili's assassin organization tomorrow, it was a good chance for Ram to showcase her abilities a bit. In the room, Ram obediently sat in Takaru's lap, leaning against him with attachment. Takaru gently stroked her hair, and soon, light enveloped her mostly regrown horn. As the healing continued, Ram felt the itching again. The mana inside her became hard to control, unconsciously attacking her surroundings. Anticipating this, Takaru had already set up a mana barrier enclosing them. Ram's powerful wind blades struck the barrier without causing any ripple. Only the wind blades aimed at Takaru were either absorbed by gluttony with his other hand or couldn't breach his defense. This treatment took longer than usual. Outside, Rem, hearing the commotion, watched nervously, her hands clenched, silently praying. Soon, about an hour passed. The final stage of horn regeneration arrived. As Ram's horn fully healed, it emitted a red glow. Surrounding mana was spontaneously drawn into it, and her internal mana surged rapidly. Then, immense mana triggered a powerful gale, colliding with Takaru's barrier and causing massive turbulence, far stronger than her earlier instinctive attacks. Watching the commotion, Takaru showed a relieved smile but didn't stop. He activated Gluttony, absorbing all the mana attacks. Ram's outburst lasted over half an hour. Only when her mana was nearly depleted did she gradually regain consciousness. Master, I'm sorry. Seeing the mess she caused, memories slowly returned and she apologized weakly. It's fine. Can you control your mana now? Looking at her, Takaru gently stroked her pink hair. I've adapted again. Hearing Takaru, Ram said somewhat embarrassed. That's good. Hearing her, Takaru spoke softly and dispelled the barrier. Takaru-sama, Nei-san. Sensing the barrier gone, Rem entered immediately, looking at the weak Ram with concern. Don't worry, she's fully healed. Seeing her worried look, Takaru said with a light laugh. That's wonderful. Hearing Takaru, tears streamed from Rem's eyes. The guilt from childhood finally began to fade, transforming into gratitude and loyalty towards Takaru. All right, Remington Ram just recovered. The sudden surge in mana is hard to control, causing an outburst earlier. Take good care of her. Also, rather than tears, I'd rather see your smile. I think Rem feels the same, right? Looking at Rem, Takaru spoke softly. Takaru-sama, ne-san. Hearing Takaru, Rem was stunned. Rem, I love it when Rem smiles. Rem spoke weakly at that moment. I understand, Takaru-sama, and ne-san. Seeing their looks, Rem smiled, though tears fell even faster. Seeing this, Takaru and Rem chuckled lightly, knowing these were tears of joy. Master, could you stay with me? Even though Rem knows it's selfish, even just once would be fine. Just as Takaru was about to leave, Rem opened her eyes, her right hand tightly gripping Takaru's sleeve. Is that so? I understand. Hearing her and seeing her attached gaze, Takaru nodded lightly. He removed his shoes and lay down on the only intact bed in the room. As Takaru lay down, Rem showed a smile and snuggled closer to Takaru, finding a comfortable position before looking satisfied. Watching Takaru and Rem felt somewhat lost and uneasy. Rem, come over too. We can clean the room tomorrow. Seeing Rem's nervousness, Takaru directly spoke to her. Yes, I understand. Hearing Takaru, Rem's cheeks flushed slightly. She slowly approached and lay on Takaru's other side, though Takaru could feel the girl's tension. Seeing this, Takaru pulled her closer with his arm, and gently stroked her blue hair, soothing the nervous girl. Feeling Takaru's gentle actions, Rem gradually relaxed and enjoyed the warm embrace. Sensing the sister's unique fragrance, Takaru smiled. Acquiring these two little maids would have driven many people crazy with envy in his previous life. Feeling their softness, Takaru gently closed his eyes and began training Senjutsu chakra. Now wasn't the time for other things. At least, the timing wasn't right. Chapter 303 Chapter 303 Awakening Beatrice's Nin 1082 words in the blink of an eye. It was the next day. When Takaru opened his eyes, he found Rem had already left, but Rem was still curled in his arms. Seeing this, Takaru lightly pinched her cheek. Feeling the touch on her face, Rem quickly woke up. Seeing Takaru, she showed an enamored smile. All right, time to get up. Look, Rem has been busy for a while. Lightly flicking Rem's forehead, Takaru said helplessly. Hearing Takaru, Rem nodded and slowly sat up. As for Takaru, after getting up and freshening up, he encountered Beatrice waiting for him. Seeing the somewhat reproachful look in Beatrice's eyes, Takaru helplessly shook his head and picked her up. While I'm happy Betty is so attached to me, sometimes it's a bit troublesome. Hearing Takaru, Beatrice was stunned, realizing she indeed clung to Takaru a bit too much, or rather, had grown accustomed to being held by him. So when Takaru didn't come last night, Beatrice felt unaccustomed. All right, Rem should have breakfast ready. Let's go eat. Looking at the thoughtful golden-haired girl, Takaru said with a light laugh, changing the topic. Then, holding Beatrice, Takaru went to Felt's room to wake her, greeted Emilia, and soon everyone enjoyed the breakfast Rem prepared. Though Rem was Takaru's maid, she still handled most of the mansion's cooking, just freed from other chores. After breakfast, Takaru took Rem to find Meili. After bidding farewell to everyone, the three flew towards the assassin organization. Having mastered wind attribute abilities, flying was easy for Takaru and the others. With her immense mana and control, Rem had no issues flying either. Following Meili's directions, they crossed forests, passed towns and villages, and finally stopped at a hidden mountain range on the border of the kingdom of Lugnica. Sensing the hidden cave behind a barrier, Takaru remained expressionless. This seemed to be the assassin organization's headquarters. Looking at the cave, Meili showed fear, clearly terrified of what was inside. Ram, the inside is yours. Don't disappoint me. Easily tearing the barrier, Takaru calmly said to Ram. I understand, master. Hearing Takaru, Ram showed a light smile, then turned her gaze to the cave, eyes turning cold. Inside, under the mother's instructions, some assassins knew intruders had arrived and headed out to eliminate them. However, as soon as they emerged, before even seeing Ram clearly, they were struck by wind blades, beheaded or cut in half. Then, Ram entered the cave, easily dodging ambushes. Unleashing a fierce tornado, she caught most assassins, shredding them. After over 20 minutes, Ram, stained with blood, slowly walked out. All enemies inside had been eliminated, including the mastermind Meili and others called Mother. Master, cleanup complete. These are the spoils. Emerging, Ram bowed slightly and used a whirlwind to bring out a large pile of holy gold coins, jewels and swords. Well done. Let's go back. Saying this, Takru took out an alloy box, stored everything inside, and put it in his inventory. Through observation hockey, Takru had clearly perceived everything inside. Over 20 skilled assassins were like infants against Ram, easily slaughtered. The time spent was because Ram had to find cunning assassins, check twice, and collected their wealth. If all assassins had gathered initially, under Ram's full power, they'd have been eliminated in under 5 minutes. Seeing Ram wipe out the entire organization in 30 minutes, Meili subconsciously swallowed, looking at her with terror. Ignoring the terrified Meili, Takuru used a whirlwind to carry her, and flew back with Ram towards the Roswell mansion. Nissan, Ram, is everyone okay? By afternoon, when Takuru and the others returned, Felt sensed them first and hurried over. Don't worry, we're fine. Felt, how was your study today? Looking at Felt, Takuru gently ruffled her short golden hair. I can use wind blades now. Hearing Takuru, Felt quickly shot several wind blades nearby. Looks good. Keep it up. Sensing the wind blade's power, Takuru spoke softly. Praised by Takuru, Felt looked excited. Then, Takuru had Rem clean up, asked Rem to take Meili back under house arrest, and after greeting Emilia, took Beatrice to the courtyard, having promised to teach her a new ability. Next, I'll talk about Nen. Nen is similar to magic. Overall, it's the ability to manipulate life energy/aura. Freely controlling the aura emitted from the body, using it for attack or defense is called Nen. After briefly explaining Nen, Takuru introduced the 4 major principles. Teaching Beatrice Nen wasn't a whim. Takuru felt Nen could compensate for Beatrice's close combat weakness, greatly boosting her combat power. Though Beatrice wasn't weak, she wasn't as strong as imagined, more of a support. If she wanted to help Takuru, her current strength wasn't enough. Nen could rapidly enhance her power without conflicting with her abilities. With her experience controlling mana, Takuru believed Beatrice could easily master Nen. Takuru didn't expect Beatrice to develop Nen to an extreme level, and mastering Ken would suffice. As a great spirit, Takuru sensed Beatrice's immense life energy, suggesting rapid Nen growth. Alright, I'll help open your aura nodes to activate your Nen. Then, you just need to use 10. Looking at Beatrice, Takuru said seriously. Betty remembers. Hearing Takuru, Beatrice directly replied. Good, let's start now. Hearing her, Takuru turned serious, set up a barrier, and stood behind Beatrice. Then, Takuru placed his hand, infused with vast Nen, behind Beatrice. Though not touching her, Beatrice felt something contact her back as Takuru's Nen flowed into her. Beatrice felt something inside her break open, making her body lighter than before. After all nodes were opened, Beatrice's Nen surged, forming a massive airflow. So this is Nen. Sensing this energy different from mana, Beatrice said in astonishment. Betty, use 10 now. Lock the aura inside your body. Seeing the stunned Beatrice, Takuru reminded her. Hearing this, Beatrice spoke softly, closed her eyes, and quickly controlled her Nen as Takuru instructed. In under a minute, the dissipating Nen calmed. Using Gyo, Takuru saw strong Nen tightly locked on Beatrice's body surface. Betty, what you're using now is 10. It offers good protection and slightly enhances attacks. Looking at the curious Beatrice, Takuru explained softly. So this is Nen. It's really great. Feeling the Nen's resilience, Beatrice smiled happily. Now just training is needed. Let me teach you the 4 major principles. Seeing the delighted Beatrice, Takaru spoke directly. Then, Takaru explained the 4 major principles, which Beatrice quickly grasped. Chapter 304, Chapter 304 Felix's visit 11:10 words later, Takaru intentionally tested Beatrice's Nen capacity. He found she could maintain Ken for over 50 minutes from the start, far more than when Takaru first activated Nen. Looking at the somewhat tired little girl, Takaru shook his head with amusement. Nen was one's life energy, and using too much caused fatigue. But Beatrice also had mana, and as a spirit, she wouldn't lose combat ability outright, recovering relatively quickly. Looking at Beatrice, Takaru felt some emotion. Compared to Takaru and others, beings like Beatrice had significant advantages. If Puck activated Nen, his ability might become even stronger, perhaps even rivaling Ram in his full form. Of course, Takaru wouldn't help Puck activate Nen. He'd prefer to help Ram and Rem, but not now. It wasn't that he worried about their control, but Ram's horn just recovered. Focusing on magic was better for now. Additionally, Takaru hadn't manifested Ram and Rem yet. He wasn't sure how much their base stats would increase after Nen activation. If it's too high, he might not easily bring them to the main world. Beatrice had a contract with him, and the evaluations and points were already deducted, so Takaru didn't worry. But for Ram and Rem, it could wait. Then, Takaru had Beatrice test her Nen type. The result was transmutation, which Takaru had somewhat expected. As time passed, 2 more days went by. On this day, while Takaru was helping Felt and Beatrice practice magic or Nen in the courtyard, he sensed a dragon carriage approaching. Well, it seems we have guests. Sensing this, Takaru spoke thoughtfully. Soon, the dragon carriage crossed the long courtyard, stopping before the mansion. My apologies for the intrusion. We come today with important matters for Roswell-sama and Emilia-sama. Please inform them. Stopping the carriage, the elderly driver first nodded to Takaru and the others, then spoke directly to Ram, who was dressed as a maid. They didn't know Takaru's identity but assumed he was connected to Roswell. Hearing him, Rem first glanced at Takaru, who lightly nodded. I understand. Please wait here. With Takaru's acknowledgement, Rem went to inform Roswell. Rem remained obediently behind Takaru. Seeing Rem and Ram's actions, Wilhelm van Astria and Felix Argyle realized the girls weren't Roswell's maids but Takaru's. Seeing Takaru clearly of unusual status at Roswell's mansion, Felix was puzzled. He hadn't heard of Takaru, and was meeting him for the first time. While the two were puzzled, Takaru looked at the third visitor. Sakurajima Mai. He hadn't expected her to join Crush's faction, and it seemed she had gained her trust. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent here. Though Takaru knew her, she had no impression of him. Very rude, but is there something wrong with our companion, Naya? Seeing Takaru staring at Mai, Felix said, acting cute. Seeing Felix's deliberate cuteness, Takaru just lightly shook his head. He knew this crossdresser, though cute and feminine in behavior, he was undoubtedly male. No, just sensing an unfamiliar power within her. Hearing him, Takaru evasively replied. But to Mai, this was shocking. The power inside her was indeed different from this world, she trained chakra. She hadn't expected Takaru to see through her at a glance. Hearing Takaru, Felix wanted to ask more, but Ram emerged with Frederica. Apologies for the wait. Please follow me. Roswell-sama awaits. Frederica respectfully spoke and gestured. Hearing this, Felix and Wilhelm exchanged glances. Felix then led Mai into the mansion. Beatrice, however, noticed something odd about Mai's shadow. Traces of Nen. Takaru was surprised to encounter Mai here, but they were in different factions now. For some reason, Takaru didn't intend to greet her. As for Mai, since she was unfamiliar with Takaru, she naturally wouldn't greet him either. Shaking his head, Takaru took Beatrice and the others back to the courtyard to continue training. As for Wilhelm's group's purpose, Takaru knew it was about the royal selection. Compared to the original work, Felt was now Takaru's sister, and he had no intention of letting her get involved in such messy affairs. So, this royal selection would likely lack one candidate. It seemed despite Felt's absence, the royal selection proceeded as usual due to plot inertia. Noticing Takara's group training, Wilhelm polished the dragon carriage, occasionally glancing their way. Takaru and the others paid no mind. After about half an hour, Felix and I left the Roswell mansion under Frederica's farewell. "My, do you know that man?" In the carriage, Felix asked Mai curiously. "No, it's our first meeting." Hearing him, Mai quickly shook her head. "So he truly saw through your special power, Naya." Hearing Mai, Felix said softly. "That young man's strength shouldn't be underestimated." And the girl beside him, even that maid, gave me a sense of pressure. Suddenly, Wilhelm spoke softly. "Even you say that, Gramps?" Hearing him, Felix said in surprise. "If they belong to Emilia-sama's faction, it could be troublesome." Wilhelm added. Hearing him, Felix realized the seriousness. Though appearing as a driver, the old man was the butler of the Karsten household, Krush's swordsmanship instructor, nicknamed the Sword Devil, husband of the previous sword saint, Teresa van Astria. His strength was formidable. If Mai fought him, Wilhelm might kill her before she could react. One reason was Wilhelm's true strength, and another was his swordsmanship, countered Mai, who wasn't even proficient with hand seals. Of course, if they fought in a forest with distance, Mai might hold out briefly, but she'd likely lose to Wilhelm. Back at the mansion, after the three left, Takara had Beatrice and Felt continue training. He took Ram and Rem inside. They found Roswell and Emilia discussing the royal selection. After being controlled by Takaru, Roswell no longer intended to save his teacher Echidna, so he wasn't following the Gospel's guidance. But Takaru had him continue supporting Emilia's candidacy. Takaru's feelings towards Emilia were complex. He pitied this girl who wanted to become king to save those frozen in the Elia forest. He couldn't dislike such a gentle girl, nor could he interfere with her chosen path. This royal selection might help her grow. "Lia, you're going to the capital tomorrow, right?" Looking at Emilia, Takaru spoke softly. Yes. I've been summoned for the royal selection." Hearing Takaru, Emilia didn't hide it. "I understand. I'll go too." Hearing her, Takaru directly stated. Hearing Takaru, Emilia became nervous. "What's wrong? Don't you welcome me, Lia?" Hearing her, Takaru asked, puzzled. "No, it's not that. You've already helped me so much. Getting you involved in the royal selection now." Hearing Takaru, Emilia spoke anxiously. Chapter 305. Chapter 305. Return to the capital. The familiar trio of thugs. 1058 words. Emilia-sama. I believe Takaru-kun has his own thoughts. Moreover, with Takaru-kun's help, even the royal selection should be much easier. At that moment, Roswell spoke directly. Hearing Roswell say this, the kind-hearted Emilia was at a loss. "Don't worry. Besides the royal selection, I also want to visit my friend in the capital. And Felt can see Ram too." Seeing Emilia still hesitant, Takaru gently ruffled her hair. "I understand. But Takaru, you absolutely must not act recklessly for me." Hearing Takaru, Emilia said worriedly, as her situation was truly dire. "That's hard to say." Hearing her, Takaru lightly shook his head. Hearing Takaru, Emilia nervously bit her lip. "Lia, don't you trust me?" Looking at her, Takaru spoke softly. "Of course I trust you." Hearing this, Emilia said anxiously. "That's enough then." Hearing her, Takaru smiled lightly and ruffled her hair, saying no more. "Really?" Seeing Takaru like this, she felt helpless. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. This time, Takaru, Rem, Felt and Emilia rode a dragon carriage towards the capital, while Roswell flew alone to the capital. With Takaru and Rem present, Emilia didn't bring other maids. Though Ram and Beatrice were reluctant, Takaru left them at the mansion. Takaru knew that after this royal selection, the witch cult would target Roswell's territory, and border villages would be attacked. Takaru accompanied Emilia, concerned they might directly target her. Additionally, looking at the distant great tree of Flugel, Takaru knew that in a few days, the white whale, one of the 3 great witch beasts, would appear there. Though its abilities were tricky, Takaru was confident he could kill it before it used its mist attack. Of course, he had no witches sent as bait, but with some waiting, the white whale should still appear. Arriving at the capital, it was still early. The royal selection would begin tomorrow, so time was ample. Felt, we're here. You must be eager to see Rom. After arriving in the capital and settling in an inn, Takaru looked at the restless Felt. Nissan isn't coming with me. Seeing Takaru's action, Felt asked, puzzled. Also, I can't take you to the royal selection. Is it okay if Rem accompanies you? Looking at Felt, Takaru spoke gently. Hearing Takaru, Felt felt somewhat uncomfortable but didn't insist. She took the holy gold coins Takaru offered and nodded. After the royal selection, we'll explore the city together properly. Seeing her expression, Takaru gently patted her head. I understand. Seeing Takaru's gentle smile, Felt embarrassed. And Rem, please look after Felt. Then, looking at the obedient Rem, Takaru gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry, Takaru-sama. Rem will definitely protect Felt. Feeling Takaru's affectionate gesture, Rem said with flushed cheeks. No, not just Felt. Your safety is important too, understand? Hearing Rem, Takaru directly stated. I understand. Noticing the concern in Takaru's eyes, Rem felt deeply touched. Since Takaru healed Ram, daily interactions and conversations had intentionally raised Rem's favor. With Ram's horn healed, Rem was completely open towards Takaru, making it easy to increase her favor. After bidding them farewell, Takaru took Emilia to another inn. Lia, wait here for a moment. I'll greet my friend. Looking at the bustling high-end inn, Takaru softly told Emilia. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Emilia nodded lightly. Then, Takaru entered the inn, spoke to a staff member, who soon informed Subaru. Takaru, you're here. Soon, Subaru, wearing a white chef's uniform, came out. Seeing Takaru, he showed a delighted smile. How are you adapting here? Looking at him, Takaru said with a light laugh. Though tiring, it's fulfilling. Thanks for recommending this job. Really, thank you so much. Hearing Takaru, Subaru said excitedly. By the way, it seems Aerith looks at you differently. Looking at Subaru, Takaru said softly. You noticed? Hearing Takaru, Subaru scratched his head sheepishly. When did it start? Seeing his expression, Takaru asked with a light laugh. Just the day before yesterday. We officially started dating. Hearing Takaru, Subaru said softly. Is that so? Congratulations then. Aerith is a good girl, so don't let her down. Hearing him, Takaru said with emotion. Don't worry. Though just starting work, thanks to you recommending this job, I'll work hard to earn money and make Aerith happy. Hearing Takaru, Subaru said excitedly. Then do your best. I have matters to attend to, so I'll leave now. Lightly patting his shoulder, Takaru left. Seeing Subaru adapt so quickly to the in-work and even get a girlfriend, Takaru shook his head with amusement. Though missing out on Emilia and Rem, since he won't experience so much hardship and burden, Subaru should be grateful to him. All right, Lia, let's go. Looking at Emilia waiting obediently outside, Takaru spoke softly. Hearing Takaru, Emilia nodded lightly. Then, with no other plans, Takaru strolled with Emilia in the capital. Suddenly, near the guard post before the noble district, Takaru noticed a girl being dragged into an alley. Seeing her appearance, Takaru smiled. Takaru, what's wrong? Noticing Takaru's suddenly smile, Emilia asked curiously. There's trouble in that alley ahead. Let's check it out. Hearing Emilia, Takaru said softly. Hearing Takaru, Emilia was stunned. Meanwhile, in the alley, three thugs glared angrily at the beautiful girl before them. Little girl. Are you kidding? Watch me mess up that pretty face. The three thugs who had accosted Subaru and been taught a lesson by Takaru now confronted the woman. Quiet, mediocre fools. Lowlifes can't even pick a fight properly. Looking at the three, the woman calmly produced a fan. Well, you guys forgot the pain so soon. At that moment, Takaru and Emilia appeared behind them. Who's the meddler? Hearing Takaru, the tall, thin one turned angrily. Upon seeing Takaru's face, his expression changed. What's wrong? Noticing the tall one's change, the other two turned. Seeing Takaru, their faces paled. Will you leave on your own, or shall I send you away? Looking at the three, Takaru cracked his knuckles. We'll leave right now. Hearing Takaru, the three quickly fled. Are you all right? Well, seems you're fine. Looking at the woman, Takaru directly spoke. Of course. Because this world revolves around this one. Hearing Takaru, Priscilla calmly stated. Chapter 306, Chapter 306 Reinhard's Challenge 1055 words. In that case, we meddled unnecessarily. Then we'll take our leave. Hearing her, Takaru shook his head indifferently. Emilia, upon seeing Priscilla Bariel, instinctively hid behind Takaru. However, just as Takaru and Emilia, wearing her perception-obstructing cloak, were about to leave, Priscilla called out. What else? Hearing her, Takaru asked curiously. Your name? Priscilla said seriously. Nara Takaru. Is that so? I am Priscilla Bariel. I can grant you the opportunity to serve me. Hearing Takaru, Priscilla stated directly. Sorry, but I have no intention of being anyone's servant. Hearing her, Takaru spoke calmly. Nara Takaru. This one remembers you. Watching Takaru refuse and leave decisively, Priscilla spoke. Shortly after Takaru left, a man with a bare torso and a helmet on his head found the alley. Seeing Priscilla, he sighed in relief. Soon, it was the next day. After bidding farewell to Rem and Felt, Takaru, Emilia, and Roswell rode a dragon carriage towards the royal castle. Along the way, Takaru saw architecture vastly different from the capital in Akame Ga Kill. Takaru, is it really okay for you to come? This has nothing to do with you. In the carriage, Emilia still worriedly spoke. Solia sees me that way. I thought we were already good friends. Hearing her, Takaru spoke sadly. I mean, you don't need to go this far for me. You've always been helping me. Hearing Takaru, Emilia flusteredly explained. If you consider me a good friend, then you should say no more, Leah. Good friends don't need to be so formal. And it's not just me helping you. Hearing her, Takaru spoke softly. Like when Felt and I had nowhere to stay, you took us in. And Puck taught me magic. Seeing the puzzled Emilia, Takaru said with a smile. But that was because you helped me, so I. Good friends help each other. That's enough. Seeing Emilia about to say more, Takaru cut her off. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Emilia said no more, but felt incredibly happy inside. Soon, after entering and passing a long corridor, they reached a luxurious gold-red door guarded by soldiers and a green-haired man in armor. Seeing Takaru and the others, the man stared at Takaru briefly. Emilia-sama, Margrave Mathers, please enter. Finally, without further words, he respectfully opened the door for them. Inside, many were already present. Besides two royal selections candidates, there were young knights and mages. Seeing someone besides Margrave Roswell accompanying Emilia surprised everyone. Some gazes turned cold. Takaru noticed their reactions but didn't care. I should probably go over there. Looking towards where Felix and others stood, Takaru spoke softly. Or perhaps Takaru-kun could become Emilia's knight. After all, Everyone else has a knight except me. Roswell softly suggested. Well, no. I'm not a knight. Hearing him, Takara lightly shook his head. While Takara didn't mind others' opinions, he knew he wasn't famous. Roswell at least deterred petty troublemakers and ensured the witch cult could still find the Mather's border. After Takara's group entered, Priscilla entered with Al. The Council of Wise Men will now enter. Shortly after Priscilla's arrival, a man in the hall announced loudly. Then, Takara saw 8 elders slowly emerge from within and sit in prepared seats. Takara went to stand near Reinhard and the others. Upon his arrival, people curiously observed him. Only Reinhard frowned at Takara because, as Takara approached, his dragon sword trembled, seemingly eager to fight Takara. This surprised Reinhard, as he hadn't expected the dragon sword to react here. Greetings. I am Reinhard van Astria. May I know your name? Thinking this, Reinhard directly introduced himself. I am Nara Takaru. Looking at Reinhard, Takaru spoke calmly. As this world's top-tier being, Takaru naturally knew of Reinhard. According to the original work, Reinhard was the strongest sword saint across generations, capable of confronting the Witch of Envy, Satella, directly. Of course, both were special existences, making it a stalemate. Takaru also sensed immense life energy from him, and more importantly, saw him enveloped in various special lights offering protection. Seeing this, Takaru was certain that if he dared use Koto Amatsukami on Reinhard, the world's will would likely locate and attack him directly. Takaru also knew a bit about Reinhard's blessings. Just the blessings of wind, earth, fire, water, yin, and yang gave him 80% resistance to corresponding magics, reducing such attacks to 20% damage. Besides these, blessings of the Sword Saint, evasion, arrows, heaven, heavenly tears, night, and dawn boosted his power at various stages. And there was a very bug-like blessing, the Phoenix Blessing. Phoenix Blessing can revive once. If used, grants continued Phoenix Blessing. In other words, it ensures Reinhard can revive infinitely. This undoubtedly made him the world's favored son, earning him the nickname, Reinhard-sama, or Rain-sama in Takaru's previous life. However, if Takaru fought him, he wasn't without chances. 1. Takaru's own strength far exceeded his. 2. Though he couldn't be killed, Takaru could seal him completely. Of course, in another world without blessings, Takaru could easily crush him. After meeting him, Takaru found Reinhard not as fearsome as imagined. At the very least, Takaru didn't feel an overwhelming threat from him. Though with the Sword Saint blessing, he could breach Takaru's defense, Takaru's speed could outpace him by miles. Of course, thinking was one thing. Unless necessary, Takaru wouldn't provoke conflict, knowing it brought no benefit. Seeing Reinhard initiate conversation with Takaru, others showed surprise, wondering what Reinhard saw in Takaru. Takaru-kun, though presumptuous, after the royal selection, would you spar with me? Hearing Takaru, Reinhard performed a knight's bow, asking expectantly. Hearing Reinhard challenge Takaru, people were even more shocked. As knights of various candidates, they knew Reinhard's terror. For such a person to challenge Takaru indicated Takaru's strength was no joke, at least not far behind Reinhard. The kingdom's strongest sword saint wouldn't casually challenge a weakling. I have no reason to fight you. Hearing him, Takaru refused without hesitation. Is that so? My apologies. Hearing Takaru, Reinhard was stunned, then disappointed. Takaru said nothing more about his expression. Hi, Takaru-san. We meet for the second time, Naya. Let me introduce myself. I'm Felix Argyle. You can call me Felix, Naya. At that moment, Felix initiated conversation. Hearing his introduction, Takaru just nodded calmly. Chapter 307, Chapter 307 Hunting one of the 3 great witch beasts, the white whale 1368 words Takaru-san, are you Amelia's knight? Subsequently, Felix curiously inquired. More like good friends. Hearing his words and the surrounding gazes turning his way, Takaru replied calmly. Hearing this answer, not just Felix, but even Reinhard was taken aback. They found it truly hard to imagine someone would befriend a silver-haired half-elf, even coming here to support her. Then, allow me, the captain of the Royal Guard, Marco Skildark, to be presumptuous and take the lead in hosting the proceedings. The matter occurred approximately half a year ago, beginning with the successive deaths of the former king and the royal family. At that moment, the green-haired knight who had been guarding the main gate earlier spoke loudly, drawing everyone's attention to him. However, he hadn't spoken more than a few sentences before being interrupted. I understand the captain wants to proceed smoothly, but I am also very busy. In Kararaji, there's a saying, time is money. Anastasia Hoshin said seriously. Then, Crush also expressed not wanting to hear useless explanations and hoped to get straight to the point. The well-behaved Emilia suggested it would be better to listen to everyone's explanations, but Anastasia showed disdain for Emilia, which made Takaru frown slightly. Finally, after some discussion, the guard captain briefly outlined the matter. The important reason for convening this meeting was none other than the fact that the fifth person, who might become the new ruler according to the newly inscribed prophecy on the dragon tablet, had still not been found. But because the royal selection had been delayed for too long, it was decided to forego the fifth candidate and formally begin the royal selection from now on. Without Felt's inclusion and Subaru's interference, this royal selection proceeding proceeded quite smoothly. All royal selections candidates, please come forward. Priscilla Bariel-sama and her attendant, Al, the guard captain first looked at Priscilla. The royal selection is meaningless. I alone am fit to be king. You need only kneel and follow me, Priscilla said arrogantly, half hiding her mouth with her fan. The head of House Karsten, Crush Karsten-sama, and her knight attendant, Felix Argyle. When I become king, I will have the dragon forget the old covenant. The dragon-friend kingdom of Lugnica does not belong to the dragon. Crush stated seriously. Anastasia Hoshin-sama of the Hoshin Trading Company, and her knight attendant, Julius Jacolius. I am greedy, so I want everything. No matter how successful I am in business, it doesn't satisfy me. I want a country of my own. Hoshin said, acting cute. Emilia-sama and her recommender, Margrave Roswell L. Mathers of the Border Territory. My wish is only one, fairness. To create a country where all people are treated equally. Emilia quickly stated her platform, true to her kind and sincere nature. As the proceedings continued, Takaru could see that among all present, Emilia was at an absolute disadvantage. Takaru himself understood that Emilia's personality was not suited to be a king. In comparison, among those present, the one Takaru viewed most favorably was Crush. The head of the Karsten ducal house, with considerable prestige in the kingdom, coupled with her own talents and ability to recognize talent, and additionally possessing the divine protection of wind reading, allowing her to easily discern if someone is lying, she could be called a natural-born leader. However, her platform of severing the kingdom's contract with the divine dragon, abandoning dependence on the dragon, and establishing a self-reliant, strong nation might be difficult for some citizens of the dragon-friend kingdom of Lugnica to accept. Of course, Takaru didn't care about these matters, as he was not a retainer of her faction. Soon, as time passed, roughly 3 hours later, the proceedings concluded. Afterwards, Emilia immediately sought out Takaru, and seeing he hadn't acted rashly, breathed a sigh of relief. Takaru-kun, I hope next time we meet, you'll agree to my sparring request. Upon parting, Reinhard said to Takaru. Hearing his words, Takaru calmly shook his head without further comment. Takaru-kun, you're welcome to visit the Karsten estate sometime. Crush and I will receive you well. Felix also said with a light laugh. Perhaps, given the opportunity. Hearing his words, Takaru replied indifferently. It's you. So now that you know my identity, if you've changed your mind, I can give you a second chance. Soon, Priscilla, accompanied by Al, came before Takaru and said to him. Hearing her words, Takaru felt helpless. But recalling her earlier statements before everyone, Takaru could only give her a look that seemed to say, bless your heart. Humph, your gaze is disrespectful. Noticing Takaru's look, Priscilla instinctively sensed something off and directly said, "No, no, that's just your imagination." Hearing her words, Takaru dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "All right, Leah, it's time for us to go." Felt and Rem must have been waiting. Hearing his words, Takaru spoke softly, even taking her hand as they left the royal castle. As for Roswell, he wisely left on his own. Having her hand held by Takaru made Emilia somewhat shy, but due to the stirring in her heart, she didn't try to pull her hand away. The others, seeing Takaru and Leah holding hands as they left, had various thoughts. Soon, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Takaru and the others thoroughly enjoyed themselves in the royal capital. Not lacking money, they nearly sampled all the delicacies the capital had to offer. Moreover, they left their footprints in most areas. Over these 2 days, their relationships deepened quickly. Of course, besides the happy times, there were also some less pleasant matters. Due to the announcement of the royal selections candidates, unsurprisingly, Emilia became the prime target. Most citizens directly criticized the Council of Wise Men for being mad to allow a half-elf to become a candidate. Although the words were unpleasant, Emilia silently endured them. Seeing this, Takaru could only comfort her. Simultaneously, with the announcement of the candidates, undercurrents began to surge. Today, Takaru and the others were preparing to return. Of course, after returning to the mansion, Takaru informed them about the movements of the witch cult, instructing Ram, Roswell, and others to guard the mansion or the village. Then, Takaru took Beatrice, Rem, and Felt to the Flugels tree area. It wasn't that Takaru couldn't handle the white whale alone, but simply that the others didn't want to wait idly at home. Confident in his own strength, Takaru didn't refuse their company and let them follow. Arriving there, Takaru looked at the super tall tree and felt a sense of awe. Using his telekinesis to sense, Takaru could also feel the immense vitality contained within the tree. After a moment of admiration, Takaru directly used earth magic to construct a building quickly. Soon, a 2-story house appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon entering, they looked curiously at the interior decor, which also seemed quite nice. Only the black-gray color was somewhat unappealing, but with illumination spells it wasn't dark. Having such a house in the wilderness was quite luxurious. After preparing everything, everyone played and trained in the vicinity. Thus, under Rem's attentive service, even in the wilderness, Takaru's comforts were not diminished in the slightest. Amidst the fun, time flowed into the next day. As night fell, Takaru could sense a certain foreboding, a feeling that something special was approaching. Beatrice was the first to find him. "Don't worry. In a moment you protect them. As for the white whale, leave it to me." Hearing her words, Takaru gently stroked her golden hair and said softly, Be careful." Hearing Takaru say this, Beatrice could only nod obediently. Subsequently, Takaru directly used earth magic to create a high wall, and brought everyone to the top. Takaru held Beatrice, while Felt and Rem nestled close to him on either side. They all gazed at the moon. As time passed bit by bit, Takaru felt the peculiar scent becoming increasingly distinct. Then, under the moonlight, a massive shadow blotted out the moon. Merely 2 minutes later, the huge phantom quickly descended near Takaru and the others. As the white whale drew close, Takaru allowed a slight smile to appear on his lips. Chapter 308 Chapter 308 The White Whale's Death, Witch Cultists. 1348 words. Close your eyes first. Before activating his magic, Takaru reminded everyone. Hearing Takaru, everyone paused, then quickly complied. Illumination. Sensing everyone's eyes were closed, Takaru gave a light snap of his fingers. Extremely intense white light erupted in front of Takaru, its intensity causing the white whale to wail, temporarily blinded. Under the illumination, the white whale's form was fully revealed, horned head, eyes capable of emitting terrifying red light, a massive pink halo atop its head, a body over 50 meters long, covered in dense exhaust pores and white fur. Seeing such a creature for the first time, Felt couldn't help but swallow hard. She could sense the white whale wasn't just huge, its power was also not to be underestimated. Wait here obediently. Facing the white whale, having previously seen Orochimaru's giant snake, Takaru wasn't overly impressed. It was just like that. Thinking this, Takaru directly flew high into the air, reaching a position directly above the white whale. Currently, the white whale was still reeling from the intense illumination spell Takaru had just cast. Takaru didn't intend to drag things out with it. Hail crack! As Takaru spoke, a massive ice sphere rapidly materialized, then expanded at an incredibly fast rate. Soon, the giant ice sphere surpassed the white whale's size. Standing atop it, Takaru used gravity magic and gale winds to accelerate the ice sphere. Then, the colossal ice sphere smashed into the white whale at extreme speed. First, the impact of the ice sphere against the white whale created a tremendous noise. Then, the white whale, pushed by the ice sphere, collided violently with the ground. In just the initial clash, the white whale was easily and severely wounded by Takaru. Although the dust hadn't settled, for Takaru, obstructed vision was not a concern. Looking at the white whale's continuous wails, Takaru let out a light laugh. Its formidable defense was practically like paper before him. Subsequently, Takaru didn't bother with flashy moves. He aimed at the white whale's still wailing head and jumped down, fist raised, towards that spot. Soon, as Takaru's fist made contact with the white whale's head, Beatrice and the others could only hear a massive sound. Accompanied by violent tremors and dust, by the time they regained their senses, they saw a huge crater on the white whale's head, with Takaru now standing on its large horn. As for the white whale, aside from the instinctive twitching of its nervous system, it had perished completely. Truly weak. Shaking his head lightly, Takaru looked at the massive white whale, lost in thought. If Takaru remembered correctly, over 400 years ago, the Witch of Gluttony created the white whale with the premise that it was large and had a lot of meat to feed many people. However, the Witch of Gluttony followed the principle of survival of the fittest, so for her, the white whale was both prey and hunter. This meant the white whale was edible. A monster of this level, with the immense magical power contained within its body, Takaru felt it should be highly nutritious. Its fur also seemed excellent, particularly offering good resistance to magic, making it a top choice for equipment. Its horn and sharp teeth were also valuable. In terms of worth, the white whale was a treasure trove from head to toe. Of course, another important point was that within its body existed some special fog that could cause things it touched to disappear from the world and erase the memory of the object from others. Through sensing, Takaru located the fog's storage point. He then released a wind blade, slicing open its body. As the flesh parted, the special fog slowly drifted out. Seeing this, Takaru materialized a large gourd-shaped container and used a whirlwind to collect the fog. Unfortunately, the gourd couldn't withstand the fog's erosion and soon vanished without a trace, the fog dissipating again. Seeing this, Takaru could only sigh and use a whirlwind to control the fog, letting it slowly dissipate into the air. After handling this, Takaru directly stored the white whale in his item slots. Although the white whale was enormous, the item slots ignored size, and as long as items were of the same type, they could be stored. Additionally, since the white whale was a single entity, it could be stored easily. After finishing this, Takaru flew back to Beatrice and the other three. "Nissan, where's the white whale?" Seeing the white whale's disappearance, felt curiously asked. "I've already stored it away." Hearing her words, Takaru replied with a light laugh. Beatrice also understood. Since contracting with Takaru, Beatrice had gained 5 special item slots. She realized she might have underestimated the item slots, as even stones of different specifications couldn't be stored in the same slot. But Beatrice hadn't expected the item slots could directly store something as large as the white whale. Alright, the white whale matter is settled. Now we return to deal with the witch cult. Speaking softly, Takaru directly took the others and flew towards the mansion. En route, Takaru activated his observation haki over an extremely wide range. "Takaru-sama, will Nissan and the others be alright?" While flying, Rem asked worriedly. Don't worry, they'll definitely be fine. Seeing her concerned eyes, Takaru gently comforted her. Indeed, Ram had now regained her horn. Her combat power was at the pinnacle of this world. Even without Takaru and the others' assistance, if serious, a mere Archbishop of Sloth would not be her match, despite his numerous special abilities. The only somewhat troublesome aspect was one of Sloth's special abilities, the Fingers of Sloth. Betelgeuse could, through a one-sided, forced contract, possess suitable hosts. He called his beloved witch cultists fingers. Within their bodies were sloth factors. And they were all vessels for the Archbishop of Sloth. Additionally, there might be considerable casualties among the villagers. When passing over the forest, Takaru's observation hockey detected many witch cultists hiding below. So thick with the witch's scent. Rem frowned, and Beatrice also smelled the unique scent of the witch cultists. Sensing several cultists hiding in the forest or the earth below, Takaru quickly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. As the hand seals completed, 3 giant fire dragons rapidly appeared, directly incinerating the witch cultists hidden in the forest, quickly burning them to ash. Without pause, Takaru continued. Sage Art, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The enemies hidden in the earth were buried by the suddenly shifting earth, thoroughly shredded in the powerful mud flow, becoming fertilizer for the forest. After casually dealing with this, Takaru and the others flew onward without delay. Takaru knew the witch cultists in the forest were only a small part, likely a squad, with the leader being a finger bestowed with sloth factors by Betelgeuse. Soon, Takaru first returned to the mansion. Compared to the village, dealing with intruders here was simpler. With Roswell, Emilia, and Puck present, there shouldn't be any issues. However, out of caution, Takaru left Beatrice here. After all, here Beatrice could unleash higher combat power, as both the Forbidden Library and the mansion had arrays she had previously set up, providing significant boosts. Additionally, Takaru left Felt and one of his shadow clones. Takaru, the villagers. Seeing Takaru's actions, Emilia worriedly looked at him. Don't worry. I'll take Rem there. With Ram there now, there's no need to worry. Seeing Emilia's worried eyes, Takaru gently comforted her. I understand. Thank you so much. Hearing Takaru, Emilia thanked him again. Ah, here we go again. I've said we're good friends, and helping each other is natural. Enough of that. I'll head over now. Let's go, Remington, shaking his head lightly, Takaru said helplessly. I understand. Please be careful. Watching Takaru's departing back, Emilia could only call out loudly. Takaru went outside, picked up Rem, and flew away from the spot. Being held by Takaru, a smile appeared Rem's lips. She closed her eyes and leaned against Takaru, enjoying this rare moment of time alone with him. Chapter 309. Chapter 309 Archbishop Betelgeuse 1159 words Takaru was fast. Flying leisurely, it took less than 10 minutes to travel from the mansion to the village. Upon arrival, Takaru noticed Ram had already gathered the villagers. Ram-san, how long must we wait here? As soon as he landed, Takaru heard the village chief asking Ram. As for time, probably about 2 more hours. Please wait patiently. Takaru, having flown down, took over the conversation. Takaru-sama. Seeing Takaru land with Rem, the village chief, and others respectfully addressed him. Because Takaru had casually dealt with the great Wolgrim before, everyone treated him with great respect. Enemies are about to attack. Please stay inside for a while. Takaru spoke softly, placing both hands on the ground. Soon, thick walls of earth rose, completely surrounding everyone. Of course, Takaru left sufficient windows and a door. Takaru-sama, this is... Seeing Takaru's method, the village chief said in astonishment. The scene later might be a bit bloody. Please look after your children. Takaru gently explained. Then, magical power surged from Takaru's body. Through a special flow, a transparent barrier rose within the earthen walls. The earthen walls weren't meant to protect everyone, or not entirely. The barrier was the true means of protection. After handling this, Takaru sat calmly with the sisters, Ram and Rem, on a stone pillar created with earth magic. Above, Takaru spread his observation hockey and quickly detected about a dozen witch cultists approaching. As time passed, more and more people entered Takaru's sensing range, and his gaze grew colder. "Let's begin, Remington." When the time was about right, Takaru calmly addressed the two. "Understood. Leave it to us." Hearing Takaru, the two jumped down from the stone pillar. The witch cultists below stared blankly at Ram, and Rem descending from the sky. What greeted them, however, were sharp wind blades or a flail. Thud, slash. The sounds of blades meeting flesh continued. Each sound meant another witch cultist perished. "You detestable beings." Looking at the witch cultists before her, Rem's eyes turned blood red, and her horn involuntarily manifested. Although Ram's horn had been healed, Rem's hatred for the witch cult would not fade. Seeing the berserk Rem, Takaru and Ram sighed, but weren't overly worried. As for Ram, though she also manifested her horn, she remained incredibly rational. Countless invisible wind blades were summoned, easily slicing through every witch cultist in sight. In Ram's hands, all the witch cultists were helpless, each easily cut in two by a single wind blade, losing their lives. Why are you interfering with our trial? So diligent, my brain is trembling." Suddenly, a peculiar voice rang out. Takaru and the others noticed a man with neatly trimmed, deep green hair, a gaunt figure, emotionless, eerie eyes, and his head tilted, appearing in their view. Looking at the witch cultists being slain by Ram and Rem, he held his head and wailed. "Betelgeuse Romanicanti." Seeing his arrival, Takaru jumped down from the stone pillar. "Era, you know me." Hearing Takaru, Betelgeuse tilted his head at a 90-degree angle to look at Takaru. "Well, you could say that. Or perhaps I should call you Gyuz." Hearing his words, Takaru spoke again. Hearing the name Gyuz, Betelgeuse seemed to recall something, clutching his head tightly. "Why does that name feel familiar?" No, I am Betelgeuse, not Gyuz." "Ha, my brain is trembling." Hearing the name Gyuz, the somewhat calm Betelgeuse became frantic again. "You people, unforgivable." After a moment of frenzy, Betelgeuse directly unleashed his unseen hands toward Takaru. However, unfortunately for him, under the coverage of observation hockey, the unseen hands could be clearly perceived. Gently extending a hand, Takaru looked at the rapidly approaching unseen hands. Gluttony. As a light shone from Takaru's palm, all the unseen hands attacking him were devoured by Takaru's gluttony. Takaru felt his mana reserves rapidly increase. "What is that? Can you see my unseen hands?" Seeing Takaru easily devour the unseen hands, Betelgeuse was extremely puzzled, then turned furious. "Unforgivable." Saying this, an even larger number of unseen hands erupted from his body. "Betelgeuse, although it's a pity Beatrice can't bid you farewell, it seems it's not necessary anyway." Speaking softly, Takaru's gaze was filled with coldness. "Sage art, lightning release, Kirin." Raising his right hand high, the clear sky instantly clouded over, with thunder and lightning flashing. As Takaru reached out, massive amounts of lightning rapidly gathered around Takaru, creating a spectacular sight. Above Takaru's hand, a colossal phantom of a lightning-formed Kirin appeared in everyone's eyes. Combined with this scene, it was an extremely awe-inspiring sight for those present. "It's all over, Betelgeuse." Speaking softly, the quickly formed lightning Kirin charged toward Betelgeuse under Takaru's control. Its terrifying speed gave Betelgeuse no time to dodge. He vanished into nothingness amidst the powerful lightning. However, despite the body's death, Takaru sensed his spirit had escaped. Indeed, simply doing this really is useless. Takaru mused lightly. He then looked toward a witch cultist not far away. So terrifying. That ability to command lightning. Looking at Takaru, the now repossessed Betelgeuse spoke again. You know, Betelgeuse, no matter how many times you revive, it's useless. Looking at him, Takaru spoke calmly. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Ah, witch. I am your most devout believer, grant me power. Betelgeuse bit his own fingers while muttering chaotically. Simultaneously, a massive number of invisible arms erupted from within him, attacking Takaru directly. However, facing these attacks, Takaru, as before, devoured them, adding to his stored mana. Sage Art, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Watching his actions, Takaru expressionlessly spewed a terrifying stream of fire, instantly reducing him to ash. Soon, Takaru sensed his soul floating out again. Sensing the soul, Takaru's expression remained calm. Mahaptama. Speaking the name softly, the surrounding space and time froze as Takaru's ability activated. Then, Takaru slowly walked over to the now soul form Betelgeuse. Sensing his still confused soul, Takaru showed no mercy. A pitch-black arm fiercely struck his soul. Sure enough, with Takaru's attack, he felt it hit something solid. Then, Takaru mercilessly struck several more times before releasing the time-space freeze. Arg, as time resumed, the damage Takaru inflicted on Betelgeuse fully manifested. Everyone heard a peculiar scream, though unsure of its source. As his soul dissipated, an even more peculiar existence emerged from within his soul, then directly entered Takaru's body. This sudden change startled Takaru, but he didn't panic. This existence strongly resembled the authority of Sloth, Unseen Hands. Takaru-sama. Regaining their senses, Ram and Rem stared blankly at Takaru, who seemed to have teleported, not understanding why Takaru, who was just in front, suddenly appeared at Betelgeuse's original location. Kill the remaining witch cultists. Completes the mission. Looking at Ram and Rem, Takaru spoke calmly. We understand. Hearing Takaru, they nodded, then went all out. In less than a few minutes, all the invading witch cultists were dead. Chapter 310, Chapter 310 The Authority of the Archbishop of Greed. 1351 Words. Looking at the numerous witch cultists' corpses and the scarred earth around, Takaru thought for a moment, then used telekinesis. The many witch cultists' bodies were gathered together. Then, with a snap of his fingers, flames appeared out of thin air, quickly incinerating all the corpses. Subsequently, with another thought from Takaru, the ground trembled. Soon, the surrounding area returned to its original state. If not for the remaining bloodstains, one might think what just happened was an illusion. All right, the enemies have all been eliminated. You can return home now. Addressing the many villagers behind the barrier, Takaru dispelled the earth walls and the barrier. Takaru-sama, Ram-san, Rem-san, thank you. The emerging village chief and others, though unsure who the enemies were, had no doubt about Takaru and the others protecting them and quickly expressed their gratitude. It's nothing. This matter is concluded here. We must return to the mansion now. Hearing the villagers' thanks, Takaru lightly shook his head. Let's go, Remington. Then, Takaru turned and spoke to Ram and Rem. Hearing Takaru, they naturally came to his side. Shambhala. As they drew near, Takaru took out Shambhala. Soon, a purple light enveloped Takaru and the others. Takaru NII, Ram NII and Rem NII, thank you. As they were leaving, Petra and the other children waved excitedly. Hearing their words at the moment of transmission, Takaru said with a light laugh. As the light intensified and then dissipated, Takaru and the others had already returned to the mansion's courtyard. Seeing the many witch cultists' corpses around, Beatrice, Emilia, Roswell, and the others were still clearing out the remaining cultists. Seeing Takaru and the others return, Beatrice and Emilia showed excited expressions. Hearing their calls, Takaru gave a light nod, then closed his eyes. He sensed the remaining enemies and their numbers. Then, lightning power surged within him. Soon, the sky above the Roswell mansion was covered by dark clouds, with thunder and lightning flashing. While everyone was still somewhat stunned, Takaru suddenly opened his eyes. Heavenly punishment. He spoke softly. 37 bolts of lightning descended from the clouds, accurately striking the 37 surviving witch cultists. Under the powerful lightning, the cultists completely perished, not even leaving remains. After finishing this, Takru glanced at the corpses on the ground. A hurricane swept through, followed by flames that completely consumed the bodies. Truly an incredible ability, Takuru-kun. Seeing this, Roswell gave a light laugh and then left the spot. Takuru nii. At that moment, Felt ran toward Takuru and threw herself into his arms. Are you all right, Felt? Looking at the excited Felt, Takuru gently ruffled her hair. I'm fine. Everyone protected me. Hearing Takuru, Felt said somewhat bashfully. Due to Takuru's secret instructions to Beatrice and Roswell, no intact witch cultist could get near Felt. Felt herself had used her newly learned wind blades to kill several injured cultists. After repelling the witch cult's attack, Takuru released a light laugh. However, the matter wasn't over yet. Takuru knew things weren't concluded. The white whale's death would attract the attention of the archbishops of gluttony and greed. So by returning to the great flugel trees area, Takuru could still hunt these archbishops. Ram, the battle isn't over yet. Seeing the joyful smiles on everyone's faces, Takuru spoke calmly. Nisan, what do you mean? Hearing Takuru, everyone looked at him blankly. Exactly what it sounds like. This time, just Ram and I will go. I'll explain the details when I return. Speaking softly, Takuru motioned for Ram to come over. Ram quickly understood and came to Takuru's side. Then, under the glow of a purple array, Takuru and Ram vanished. Takuru-sama, this is the great flugel tree. Seeing the landmark tree, Ram was stunned. Yes, and the place where we defeated the white whale. Hearing her words, Takuru nodded lightly. Who are the enemies this time? Upon hearing this, Ram asked curiously. The archbishops of greed and gluttony of the witch cult. Hearing her question, Takuru directly replied. Hearing Takuru, Ram was stunned. She hadn't expected to face witch cult's archbishops again. However, Ram showed no fear. With her horn restored, her power was not inferior to either of them. After arriving, unsure when the two would appear, and to avoid them losing track of the white whale's location because he had stored it, Takuru took the white whale out again. Is this the white whale? It looks quite strong. Looking at the massive creature, Ram showed surprise. It's okay. A big fellow but just a clumsy, heavily defended thing. Takuru waved his hand dismissively. Haha, being targeted by Takuru-sama, it was doomed. Hearing Takuru say this, Ram chuckled lightly. Seeing her smile, Takuru also let out a light laugh. Under Ram's curious gaze, Takuru used multiple shadow clones. Over 100 shadow clones appeared around them. Then, under Ram's puzzled look, the shadow clones dispersed in all directions. Takuru sat quietly on the white whale's body, calmly awaiting the arrival of the two. Takuru-sama, what is all that? Watching everything, Ram was confused. Just a little preparation. The enemies this time aren't simple. Hearing her words, Takuru shook his head helplessly. Even Takuru-sama finds them troublesome. Hearing Takuru, Ram became cautious. Well, it's not that they themselves are particularly fearsome, but their authorities are very troublesome. Hearing her question, Takuru said seriously. Their authorities? Hearing this, Ram grew curious. Seeing Ram's curiosity, Takuru carefully recalled the abilities of the two from his memory and slowly explained their authorities to Ram. The authorities of these two made Takuru feel the situation somewhat tricky, mainly the ability of the Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneas. He possessed two authorities. First, the lion's heart. Its effect is to stop time for the target object. Since time is a measure of an object's state of motion, the essence of this effect is to keep the target object's state unchanged from a certain moment onward. In other words, it makes the target forbidden from changing. Its applications were also very powerful: timeless youth, eternal freedom from hunger, thirst, and fatigue. In terms of space, it provided all-around invulnerability. Whether physical attacks, magical attacks, drowning, burning, freezing, or burial, all were not only ineffective, causing no harm, but even his hair and clothes remained neat and tidy as before, intact and undamaged. It was truly invincible on a defensive level. Additionally, it could make any thrown object maintain its initial velocity and continue moving indefinitely, becoming an absolutely certain lethal weapon. Of course, normally, activating the lion's heart could stop time for his own physical body, but the heart itself had to keep beating. If he tried to forcibly stop his heart, due to the extreme pain, Regulus could only endure for 5 seconds at most. But this flaw was compensated for by his second authority. Authority 2, Little King. Its effect is to deposit his own heart into a target object, merging with the object's heart, thereby fulfilling the requirement that the lion's heart itself must keep beating. Of course, Little King also had conditions. The target object must be within the Little Kingdom. The concept of kingdom was just a figurative expression. In reality, it was the list of women whom Regulus, as the Little King, unilaterally recognized as his wives. Another point is that the target object must be alive, and strictly speaking, must have obvious vital signs of being alive. Also, the wives couldn't be too far from Regulus. That meant to deal with Regulus, one first had to eliminate the wives around him. Thinking of this, Takra could only hope the wives weren't too far away, otherwise, he couldn't guarantee breaking through his authority. As for the Archbishop of Gluttony, he wasn't much of a concern. His authority was to devour a target's memories and name. Those whose memories and names were devoured would be forgotten by everyone in the world, except Subaru, and fall into a deep sleep. In this sleep state, they would still breathe but wouldn't need to eat, sweat, or excrete, literally becoming mere empty shells. Chapter 311, Chapter 311 Ram versus the Archbishop of Gluttony. 1324 words. However, 1 point, there are 3 Archbishops of Gluttony. The one coming this time is Roy Alford, representing the feast, among the trio of satiation, gluttony, and gourmet. Another point is that the steps for using their authority to devour are threefold. First, call out the target's name, and it must be their true name, otherwise it fails or causes vomiting. Second, touch a part of the target's body with a hand. Third, lick the palm. Additionally, they also possess a second authority, which complements the first, eclipse. Specifically divided into solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse. Solar eclipse, based on the devoured name, reproduces the victim's entire existence onto oneself, taking on the victim's appearance. Lunar eclipse extracts skills and knowledge from the devoured memories, making them one's own. Because it's merely extraction, it doesn't have the effect of enhancing physical abilities, and the likelihood of perfectly using the victim's abilities is very low. As for gluttony, Takra believed Ram alone could easily defeat him. After all, even Ram could barely contend with gluttony in the original work. It was only after Regulus used the lion's heart on Ram, immobilizing her, that gluttony managed to devour her memories and name. Hearing Takra's description, Ram was stunned. She hadn't expected such overpowered abilities. Although Ram's power was immense, it was very direct. Against rule-based authorities like Regulus's, simple attacks would be ineffective. As for Regulus's own strength, it was weak. Even if he managed to kill Reinhard once in the original work through his authority and threats, he himself couldn't even make the dragon sword unsheath. After explaining the two's abilities to Ram, Takra fell silent. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, 2 figures appeared in his perception. One was a man with white hair and pale skin, dressed in simple shirt and trousers, wearing a blue teardrop-shaped accessory on his right ear, with no embellishments. The other was a short-statured boy with knee-length, deep brown, dirty, messy long hair, a hunched posture, wearing tattered clothes, with grime on his exposed limbs. Ram, prepare for battle. Sensing their arrival, Takra stood up and looked into the distance. Soon, the 2 figures quickly appeared within Takara and Ram's line of sight. Era, so it was you who killed the white whale. It seems you were even waiting for us here. Upon arrival, Regulus looked at Takaru and Ram and spoke in surprise. Yes, members of the witch cult. Hearing his words, Takaru replied calmly. You seem to know us. Looks premeditated. Hearing Takaru reveal their identities, Regulus expressed surprise again. I heard our pet was taken down, so I came to see. Looks like there will be a big harvest this time. After all, defeating that rampaging 400-year-old white whale should be quite a dish, right? It didn't disappoint. Good, good, wonderful, splendid, not bad, also good. Looking at the seemingly insane gluttony, Archbishop Takaru remained calm. After all, generally speaking, crazy people tended to be quite strong. Ram, you handle the gluttony, Archbishop. As for the other one, leave him to me. Looking at the two, Takaru directly addressed Ram beside him. Hearing Takaru, Ram's gaze turned serious, and her oni horn manifested on her forehead. Don't worry, I'm completely different from him. I detest conflict the most. Hunger and desire. Such lowly personal desires have nothing to do with me. Watching Takaru and Ram slowly approach, the Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneas, slowly spoke. Is that so? Then let's watch their battle from here, shall we? Regulus Corneas. Hearing his words, Takaru directly called out his name. Era, truly remarkable. You actually know my name. Hearing Takaru, Regulus frowned at him but quickly returned to normal. Hearing him, Takaru simply gave a faint smile and looked toward Roy beside him. Good, good. Such spirit. Then I'll help myself without holding back. Roy, seeing Ram's demonized form, felt his fighting spirit peak. He then charged at Ram frantically, displaying incredible speed. Is that all the speed you have? Seeing Roy's speed, Ram showed a disdainful smile. Then, with gale winds enhancing her, she vanished from her spot the next instant, appearing above Roy. Have a taste of my gale. As she spoke, Ram spread her arms. Then, the sky filled with dense wind blades. The next moment, under Roy's astonished gaze, countless wind blades flew toward him. Seeing this, Roy didn't dare underestimate. He drew his short sword, swinging both hands rapidly, breaking through several wind blades with the sword while constantly leaping to dodge. 2 minutes later, amidst continuous blocking and dodging, Ram's wind blade attacks hadn't touched Roy at all. This is just the beginning. Seeing the wind blades ineffective, Ram in the air spoke indifferently. As Ram's words fell, wind blades appeared in the air again, this time double the previous number. Seeing this, Regulus frowned. If this continued, that guy Roy might lose. But then, what did it matter to me? Roy also realized something was wrong. If he kept dodging, even he would make mistakes over time. Thinking this, after dodging another dozen or so wind blades, Roy closed the distance with Ram, then leapt high, charging toward her position. Facing the barrage of over a dozen wind blades, while moving at high speed, he swiftly swung his short sword, dispersing the wind blades. However, due to the close range and being in midair, he was still struck by 2 wind blades, instantly receiving 2 deep wounds, blood slowly seeping out. But Roy paid it no mind. He was now less than a meter from Ram. In another second, he could tear Ram's body apart with his short sword, then freely devour her memories. Too naive. Regarding Roy's rapid approach, Ram revealed a scornful smile. Storm gale. She spoke softly. Before Ram, a massive amount of wind rapidly gathered, forming a violent storm containing numerous wind blades. Roy in midair hadn't expected Ram to have this move. In midair, his posture was hard to control. He was then enveloped by the storm, directly taking the brunt of the wind blade slicing. However, Roy didn't give up. Even struggling to adjust, he managed to block the attacks, avoiding vital spots. The final move. Vanish completely. Tornado hurricane. As her words fell, a tornado rapidly formed. Below, Regulus narrowed his eyes and finally acted. An invisible attack flew swiftly toward Ram, his authority. If it hit, it would stop time for Ram. Seeing this, Takaru reacted promptly. A prepared spell was instantly cast on Ram. Absolute defense magic. A barrier faster than Regulus's the Lion's Heart authority enveloped Ram. Then, the authority's attack was easily blocked by the barrier. This was the Een magic Takaru learned from Beatrice, interfering with the time and space around Ram. During the spell's activation, Ram couldn't move but wouldn't be affected by anything outside the barrier. Seeing his attack blocked, Regulus paused, then looked at Takaru in surprise. As for Roy, he was completely swept into the forming tornado hurricane, thoroughly torn apart within the raging tornado's center. This isn't what we agreed on, Regulus. Sensing Roy's demise, Takaru turned to look at Regulus, speaking indifferently. Is that so? But I never agreed to your terms, did I? Looking at Takaru, Regulus spoke nonchalantly despite Roy's death. Of course. I never thought you, the Archbishop of Greed, would agree to my suggestion. But you staying put quietly for so long was really helpful. Hearing his words, Takaru replied with a light laugh. Were you brewing some big move? Or do you think blocking one-time attack means you can defeat me? Hearing Takaru, Regulus showed a disdainful expression. However, as soon as Regulus finished speaking, he felt immense pain. He discovered his little king had failed. His heart, having stopped for over 5 seconds, caused unbearable pain. The lion's heart automatically deactivated, instinctively returning to Regulus's body. Chapter 312, Chapter 312 Regulus's Death, Journey to the Sanctuary 1369 words, what is happening? At this moment, he realized he could not activate Little King anymore. This meant his wives were either dead, or the distance between them had become too great, exceeding the range for activating the authority. He dismissed the second possibility as soon as it crossed his mind. Even if 1 or 2 wives betrayed him, it was impossible for all 50-something to do so simultaneously. More importantly, even if they wanted to betray him, they couldn't possibly escape his perception range in such a short time. Looking at Takaru's cold smile, he finally understood. You did this. Regulus's face twisted with disbelief. What do you think? Sage art, fire release, great dragon fire technique. As they spoke, Takaru's hand seals were already complete. 3 supermassive fire dragons spewed from Takaru's mouth, then charged menacingly toward Regulus. I won't be defeated by you like this. Seeing the fire dragons, he forcefully used the lion's heart. As the fire dragons made contact with him, they dissipated on their own. Interesting. How long can you hold on? Whitebeak. As Takaru's words fell, the air filled with dense ice spikes. Seeing the massive number of ice spikes, Regulus finally panicked. Under normal circumstances, he would fear nothing like this. But now his second authority had failed, preventing him from maintaining the first. Thinking this, he quickly blew a breath toward Takaru. The air, empowered by his authority, became more terrifying than Ram's wind blades. However, facing the rapidly approaching air current, Takaru simply extended his palm. Gluttony activated, directly devouring the air current, and adding over 1,000 units to his stored mana. Then, as Takaru's ice spikes shot endlessly toward him, Regulus dared not stay and chose to flee. But his speed was far too slow compared to Takaru's ice spikes. In less than 5 seconds, the ice spikes easily pierced his body. After 3 consecutive ice spikes penetrated his torso, he gasped again, and the lion's heart activated once more. The ice spikes approaching him dissipated again. But this only prolonged his life by another 5 seconds. The instant his authority ended, a dozen ice spikes thoroughly riddled his body like a sieve. Before death, he still couldn't comprehend how Takaru knew the weakness of his ability, and how, in such a short time, he managed to find all his wives. It was simple. Takaru had already hypnotized all suspicious women within a radius of dozens of kilometers, identified which ones were Regulus's wives, and then froze them. As Regulus died, Takaru noticed two peculiar existences emerge from his body, then at incredible speed, merge into Takaru's own. Seeing this change, since it had happened before after defeating Sloth, Takaru wasn't particularly nervous this time. Subsequently, Takaru casually dispelled the absolute defense magic on Ram. Ram landed beside Takaru, looking at the dead witch cult's archbishops, and let out a sigh of relief. Takaru then gathered their corpses, and fierce flames appeared out of thin air, reducing them to ashes. After completing this, Takaru created clones again, sending them to the frozen areas to release the women, informing them that Regulus was dead and they were free. The reason for this was that all the clones had dispersed after completing the freezing, transmitting their memories back to Takaru's main body. In truth, if his skills range were larger, Takaru wasn't absolutely without a method. He could have used Shambhala to teleport Regulus to a neighboring country he had prepared beforehand. However, there was a risk Regulus might dodge it, and Takaru would need to get close, which carried some danger. The current outcome was acceptable. Without his authority, Regulus was nothing. All right, Ram, let's go home. After successively dealing with the White Whale and 3 witch cult's archbishops, Takaru wasn't planning any further action today. Hearing Takaru, Ram quickly came to his side and directly hugged his arm. Seeing Ram's action, Takaru shook his head with amusement. He removed the teleportation point left here, stored the massive white whale in his item slots, and then activated Shambhala. The two were enveloped by a purple magic array, and soon vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this time, Takaru didn't take any major actions, merely staying at the mansion with everyone. Although this world didn't have many forms of entertainment, Takaru taught them many games from his main world, creating various items using magic. Apart from training, everyone would gather to play cards and chess. While these entertainments couldn't compare to the amusements of the main world, everyone found them very interesting since it was their first contact with such things. Especially after adding penalty games, Takaru was treated to quite a sight, and everyone's relationships grew closer rapidly. As for the existences that merged into his body after the deaths of the archbishops of Sloth and Greed, Takaru still hadn't discovered anything unusual, nor could he perceive or use them. Seeing this, Takaru let it be. Today the group was setting out again. This time, the goal was to hunt one of the 3 great witch beasts, the Great Rabbit. Therefore, their destination was the sanctuary. Incidentally, Takaru also planned for Emilia to enter the sanctuary. Regarding the trials there, he hoped she would complete them. Only by passing the trials would she undergo a transformation. Considering this, Takaru, Beatrice, Felt, Emilia, Ram, and Rem set out grandly toward the sanctuary. Before leaving, Frederica gave a pendant to Emilia, hoping Emilia could help her, or rather, help her younger brother. Hearing her request, although not fully understanding, Emilia seriously accepted the pendant. It's worth mentioning that under Takaru's intimidation, guidance, and interaction with everyone during this period, Meili had changed quite a bit. At the very least, she no longer seemed to be instinctively imitating Elsa's actions. After seeing off Takaru and the others, Frederica watched the departing dragon carriage with mixed feelings. Emilia-sama, I hope you can successfully pass the trials of the sanctuary. Muttering softly, Frederica led the other 2 servants back into the mansion. As for Takaru and the others inside the spacious carriage cabin, everyone seemed quite at ease. Whether regarding the upcoming sanctuary trials or hunting the Great Rabbit, no one showed a trace of worry. Only Emilia seemed somewhat gloomy. She had found she could no longer contact Puck. Although she could still feel the bond of their contract, Puck simply wouldn't appear. Seeing her expression, Takaru sighed lightly. Takaru knew this was because Puck had recalled some things. Yesterday, Puck had sought him out, entrusting him to take care of Emilia. Soon, as they continued traveling, Takaru and the others finally entered the Kremeldi sanctuary. This place was protected by a special barrier that repelled outsiders and misled direction, hence also called the Forest of Lost Ways. Watching the scenery outside, Emilia couldn't help but feel tense, unconsciously gripping the carriage seat. Feeling nervous? Looking at Emilia, Takaru gently came to her side and patted her head. How did you know? Hearing Takaru, Emilia asked in surprise. All your expressions are written on your face. Don't worry, no matter what, everyone will be with you. Hearing her words, Takaru replied helplessly. Hearing Takaru, Emilia then looked blankly at Beatrice, Felt, and the others. Seeing them give her reassuring smiles, she slowly relaxed. Sorry for making everyone worry. The thought of arriving at the sanctuary soon, a village inhabited only by demi-humans, made me feel tense unconsciously. Looking at everyone, Emilia apologized. Lia, don't worry. No matter what happens, everyone will help you. Hearing her words, Takaru gently patted her head. Thank you, everyone. Hearing Takaru say this, Lia completely let go of the worries in her heart. Seeing her thanks, everyone chuckled lightly. However, they soon noticed the magic crystal Frederica had given was glowing brightly. Then, as the light intensified, Emilia actually fainted. Takaru gently reached out and caught her. At the moment she lost consciousness, Takaru sensed passing through a special barrier. Subsequently, he noticed himself being teleported by space magic. Sensing this, Takaru hesitated for a moment, but did not resist, allowing himself to be teleported away. Chapter 313. Chapter 313 The Witch of Greed Echidna, the activation of authorities 1285 words. When Takaru regained his senses, he noticed he was in a forest. However, after briefly using his observation hockey to perceive, Takaru confirmed the locations of Emilia and the others. They were all safe, not far away. While Takaru was investigating, a pink-haired elf girl who looked about 11 or 12 years old appeared behind him, wearing a white robe. He was not at all unfamiliar with her, Louise Meyer, a clone of Louise Meyer. Although possessing Louise Meyer's memories, she lacked a soul. Seeing Takaru, she immediately ran off in a certain direction. Takaru knew she was leading him. Without any fear, Takaru followed her to a dilapidated ruin. Looking at the situation inside, Takaru remained calm. After a moment's silence, he walked into the ruin. Walking inside for a while, Takaru heard a peculiar voice. How interesting. I really can't see through you at all. Why is that? As the ethereal voice faded, the scene before Takaru's eyes changed. Takaru knew very well his physical location hadn't changed, so this change was in his mind, or rather, his consciousness. Looking at the vast grassland and unfamiliar sky, Takaru was somewhat puzzled. He knew for certain he carried no lingering scent of a witch, yet it seemed Echidna had taken an interest in him. However, Takaru wasn't overly concerned about Echidna. He knew clearly that Echidna nearby couldn't harm him much. In this world, there were only 3 beings who posed a real threat to Takaru. One was the Witch of Envy, Sat Ella, another was the Witch of Vainglory, Pandora, and the last was the current sword saint, Reinhard, who had previously challenged him to a spar. This did not include the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Thinking this, Takaru turned and looked at Echidna. White hair, white skin, black eyes, black clothes, sitting elegantly at a tea table, she appeared very dignified, graceful, and beautiful. My, how curious. You don't seem surprised or afraid at all. Seeing the calm look in Takaru's eyes, Echidna spoke with wonder. Why should I be afraid? If I wish, I can leave here at any time. Hearing her words, Takaru replied calmly. Is that so? How impressive. I am Echidna. You may also call me the Witch of Greed. Hearing Takaru's words, Echidna spoke again. Is that so? I'm curious about your purpose in summoning me here. Hearing her, Takaru spoke calmly. He also walked directly to the tea table. Looking at the teacup before him, he picked it up with interest, thought for a moment, and drank it. He found the tea's taste bland, like plain water, not particularly good, but not unpleasant either. Watching Takaru's actions, Echidna showed surprise. How brave you are, drinking something offered by a witch in one go. Is that so? I just believe you have no reason to harm me, or rather, you can't harm me. Hearing her words, Takaru replied with a confident expression. Quite confident, aren't you? Aren't you curious about what was in it? Hearing Takaru, Echidna directly asked. I'm listening. Hearing her, Takaru spoke calmly. Since it's produced here, to put it bluntly, it's my bodily fluids. Hearing Takaru's words, Echidna spoke softly. A beautiful girl's bodily fluids. Seems like no loss, then. Hearing her, Takaru remained unperturbed. Truly astonishing. You are really, really not ordinary. Looking at Takaru's calm eyes, Echidna showed an expression of amazement. Since seeing Takaru, she found herself being the more surprised one. All right, time is about up. I'll be leaving now. Looking at Echidna, Takaru stood up. Wait a moment. Seeing Takaru using his will to open a rift, Echidna couldn't help but call out. Is there something else? Hearing her, Takaru looked at her calmly. I am the Witch of Greed. Are you going to pass up the chance to talk with the Witch of Greed? For others, this is a rare opportunity. I acknowledge your thirst for knowledge, your curiosity, your greed. Speak, what do you wish to ask? Is it about the beast created against fate to save the world from starvation, the Witch of Gluttony, Daphne? Is it about her who sought to fill the world with love and bestowed emotions upon the worthless, the Witch of Lust, Carmilla? Is it about her who lamented a world full of strife yet healed everyone with violence, the Witch of Wrath, Minerva? Is it about her who, merely seeking stability, drove the dragon beyond the great cascade, the Witch of Sloth, Sekhmet? Is it about the one who, relying on childish innocence, mercilessly judged sinners, the Witch of Pride, Typhon? Is it about the one who thirsted for all the world's wisdom, unwilling to abandon even the world after death, the very incarnation of the desire for knowledge, the Witch of Greed, Echidna? Or is it about the one who devoured all witches as her nourishment and became an enemy of the world, the Witch of Envy, that abhorrent being? Seeing Takaru about to leave, Echidna used the witches as bait, trying to ignite Takaru's thirst for knowledge. However, Takaru remained indifferent. Soon, though, Takaru felt a slight discomfort and subsequently discovered he had gained some special abilities, or rather, authorities. Much faster than expected. Could it be because you are extremely compatible? How surprising. Observing Takaru's changes, the Witch of Greed showed astonishment. Initially, she thought even after drinking her prepared tea, the witch factors of sloth and greed within Takaru wouldn't activate so quickly. But the result exceeded her expectations. Takaru was far more compatible with these authorities than she imagined. Takaru closed his eyes, sensing the three authorities. Since Roy was not slain by Takaru, Roy's witch factor was not absorbed. Regarding unseen hands, Takaru found he could release it very easily after a brief sense. He also understood its derivative ability, to make others his fingers, allowing possession at will. Takaru was more curious about the lion's heart, which could make him invincible in a sense. However, after testing briefly, Takaru found discomfort arose after his heart stopped beating for over 8 seconds. Though he could use the invincibility again after a second or two. After a quick test, Takaru shook his head regretfully. Although it seemed excellent, unfortunately, it couldn't be taken out of this world. You truly are astonishing, mastering 2 authorities so quickly. In less than 10 minutes with Takaru, Echidna felt more surprised than she usually did in an entire year. It seems your tea allowed me to perceive the existence of these 3 authorities. Though their usefulness may not be great, thank you nonetheless. However, it's time for me to return, or they will worry. Hearing Echidna's words, Takaru spoke plainly. Wait a moment. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Hearing Takaru, Echidna was somewhat flustered, waving her hands at him. Perhaps we'll meet again another time. Hearing her, Takaru spoke calmly, waving his hand to open a dark passageway. I am the Witch of Greed. Those in power across the world covet my knowledge, trying every means to meet me. Wait, calm down, let's talk properly. I even know truths of the world that no one else knows. Seeing Takaru's actions, it was Echidna who grew anxious this time. I'm not interested in those things. But perhaps I can have tea and chat with you when I have time later. Looking at Echidna now, Takaru unexpectedly found her somewhat endearing. He sighed lightly, walked over, and patted her head. Feeling Takaru's action, Echidna was stunned, a hint of blush appearing on her face. Well then, farewell, Echidna. After doing this, without waiting for her response, Takaru vanished from that space. Chapter 314 Chapter 314 Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. The demise of the Great Rabbit. 1258 words passing through the dark passageway, Takaru's consciousness quickly returned to his body. He was somewhat surprised to have met Echidna, and the issue of the authorities had been activated. However, for Takaru, these things didn't hold much significance. He wasn't sure if encountering such beings in this world would contribute to a rating bonus, nor about the authorities. They would only hold value if they could be brought back to the main world. After his consciousness returned to the outside world, Takaru could even feel his little king authority had become usable, with 5 targets: Ram, Rem, Felt, Emilia, and Beatrice. He was somewhat puzzled, as he had never designated them as his wives or anything similar. Perhaps reaching a certain level of relationship could also trigger this authority. Unable to figure it out, Takaru shook his head, and didn't use the authority. After all, he didn't currently need to rely on it to use the lion's heart. Takaru was practically invincible as he could use it if necessary later. Emerging outside, Takaru saw Ram, Rem, and the others waiting anxiously. To come out so openly from such a place. TCH, really annoying. Seeing Takaru appear, a man beside Ram, and the others spoke arrogantly. Seeing the man, Takaru recognized him as Frederica Bauman's younger brother, Garfield Tinsel. Takaru, are you all right? Seeing Takaru emerge, everyone rushed over anxiously. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing them, Takaru spoke softly. Hearing Takaru's words, they finally relaxed, though Beatrice looked gravely at the ruin, or rather, Echidna's tomb. All right, let's go check the village first. Patting Beatrice's head, Takaru spoke softly to the group. Hearing Takaru, they nodded calmly. So, what's your real purpose? You can tell me now. Watching Takaru and the others who had been ignoring him, Garfield felt somewhat angered. To pass the sanctuary's trials and eliminate one of the 3 great witch beasts, the Great Rabbit. Hearing him, Takaru replied expressionlessly. Hearing Takaru, Garfield frowned, staring intently at Takaru and the others. What, you want to spar with us? Looking at him, Takaru unleashed a powerful aura, pressing down on Garfield. Feeling Takaru's terrifying pressure, Garfield felt immense oppression and broke out in a cold sweat. Takaru naturally showed no courtesy to arrogant people. After saying this expressionlessly, Ram, Rem, and the others returned to the land dragon carriage and drove away. As for Garfield, watching their departing backs, he gritted his teeth. But under that terrifying pressure, he knew he was no match for Takaru. The difference in level was far too great. After the carriage proceeded a while longer, Emilia woke up. What happened to me just now? The awakened Emilia asked nervously. You fainted while passing through the barrier just now, Emilia. Hearing her, Takaru directly explained. A barrier? So we're already in the sanctuary? Emilia asked again. Hearing her, Takaru confirmed. But why did only Emilia faint? We were fine. Felt asked curiously. The barrier ignored us and only reacted to her naturally, because the barrier affects mixed bloods. Beatrice directly explained. Although Roswell named this place Sanctuary, its original name was Cremeldy. Seeing the surprised Felt and others, Beatrice added. Subsequently, as they traveled, everyone noticed the demi-humans living here, whose conditions didn't seem good. Returning here after many years, Beatrice felt somewhat nostalgic. Although it wasn't as prosperous as before, memories from over 400 years ago surfaced, making her somewhat sad. Noticing Beatrice's melancholy, clearly recalling both beautiful and painful events here, Takaru simply held her quietly in his arms. Sensing Takaru's thoughtful care, Beatrice quickly buried her sadness and gave Takaru a smile. No matter what, Beatrice had found salvation now. At the very least, from now on, Takaru would be by her side. Soon, Takaru and the others reached a small village. Upon noticing Ram and Rem, the villagers understood Takaru and his group were from the Roswell mansion and provided them with lodging and food. Takaru-san, what should we do now? After settling in, Ram looked at Takaru. I plan to release a heavy snowfall composed of mana here to attract the great rabbit and eliminate it in one go. But before that, we need to gather the demi-humans here to prevent accidents. And then, there's Leah. Hearing Takaru mention her, Emilia became tense. Yes, Leah. Regarding the trials, let's start tomorrow. Looking at her, Takaru directly said. Oh, that. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Emilia quickly nodded. Afterwards, everyone had a simple dinner and began preparations. Due to everyone's considerable strength and their connection to Roswell, they quickly gathered the local demi-humans after informing them. Takaru easily found the place producing Lewis clones using his observation hockey. Then, using magic crystals, he employed a ritual to summon snow clouds. It wasn't that Takaru couldn't do it himself, but because the great rabbit is attracted to the mana in the atmosphere, Takaru wasn't sure if his own mana alone could lure it. As for the Lewis clones trying to stop him, Takaru easily hypnotized them. Garfield, who arrived later, was also effortlessly defeated by Takaru using genjutsu. As time passed, a massive blizzard soon began in the sanctuary. Takaru, along with Emilia and the others, waited in the village for the great rabbit's arrival. They didn't have to wait long. In the distance, a dense mass of white figures with blood-red eyes. The great rabbit quickly approached the village. Squeak, squeak. Hearing the grinding sound of the great rabbit's teeth, somewhat resembling a mouse's squeak, Emilia felt a twinge of fear. What's wrong, scared? Looking at the two, Takaru asked with a light laugh. With Big Brother here, I'm not scared at all. Hearing Takaru, said seriously. All right then. Super Tornado Hurricane. Looking expressionlessly at the great rabbit, Takaru's mana erupted, generating an immensely powerful hurricane around him, covering several hundred meters. It quickly swept up the great rabbit, tearing thousands of them to shreds. The remaining tens of thousands, though not dead, were all gathered together by it. Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. Looking at the clustered great rabbit, Takaru extended his right hand. Above his index finger, a massive fireball rapidly condensed, soon becoming a sphere about 10 meters in diameter appearing before everyone. The demi-humans present, seeing the huge fireball Takaru held, showed expressions of shock. Ignoring them, Takaru looked at the great rabbit trapped in the tornado hurricane, and threw the Flame Emperor towards it. Then, the Flame Emperor collided with the great rabbit, utterly incinerating it with unstoppable momentum, followed by a violent explosion. With the intense blast, everyone felt the ground shake violently. Blizzard winds and smoke and dust obscured their vision temporarily. However, since Takaru had used a barrier to protect everyone, they weren't harmed. When everything finally cleared, a bottomless crater appeared before them. Looking at the massive crater, even Beatrice couldn't help but sigh. She had no idea if Takaru had even used 1/10 of his power in that last move. Takaru himself was pleased with the result. Although he had imitated Ace's ability, compared to Ace's use of the Mara no Mi, Takaru had used pure mana. Through recent training, Takaru's own mana had grown considerably. Although still insignificant compared to the reserves from Gluttony, his personal mana had reached over 4,000 points, specifically, 2,560 from his base, and 1,656 from his spirit bonus. So even if the mana reserves from Gluttony encountered issues later, Takaru himself wouldn't be too lacking in mana. Chapter 315. Chapter 315 Emilia's Fear 1253 Words Amazing, Nissan. Seeing Takaru casually eliminate one of the 3 great witch beasts, the great rabbit, cheered excitedly. Rem and Rem looked at Takaru with admiration. Afterwards, Takaru used his mana to alter the blizzard. After consuming 2,000 to 3,000 mana points, the blizzard stopped, and the weather gradually returned to normal. Then, Takaru dispelled the barrier. Seeing some demi-human villagers seemed injured, Takaru conveniently performed a group healing, earning much gratitude. That night, the villagers returned to their homes. Takaru and the others celebrated and rested in their newly renovated house. Of course, the so-called celebration was just an excuse for everyone to have fun together. Rem used some remains of the great rabbit and the white whale to cook many delicious dishes for everyone. After tasting dishes made from the great rabbit, Takaru found its meat, similar to the white whale's, could slightly increase the consumer's own mana. Though only a little of the great rabbit's remains were saved in advance, as the rest were incinerated or buried under ice and snow, but Takaru didn't regret it, because the great rabbit was different from the white whale. The great rabbit moved in swarms with an insatiable appetite, endlessly hunting surrounding creatures. After devouring everything, they would move to the next area for food, like a locust-like natural disaster. Moreover, if even one great rabbit remained, it could divide and multiply at an incredible speed. This result also meant Takaru couldn't afford to leave any alive. Most importantly, after reading most of the magic books Echidna collected in the Forbidden Library, especially Young Magic, creating life wasn't easy for Takaru, but it was definitely not impossible. Simply creating mana-rich magical beasts like these was even easier for Takaru. As for the vast mana required for creation, for Takaru with gluttony, it was no problem at all. Even during regular sparring sessions with everyone, Takaru basically let them cast spells at him, absorbed them via gluttony, then replenished their mana when Ram, Beatrice, and others ran out, thus grinding mana reserves. When Ram and others used 1,000 of their own mana to create attacks absorbed by Takaru, the amount far exceeded 1,000, easily reaching 4 to 5 times that. When Takaru replenished everyone's mana, there was some loss, as roughly 1,200 of Takaru's mana could replenish about 1,000 for others. But this loss also decreased as Takaru became more proficient. After a round of celebration, everyone rested very late. Beatrice monopolized Takaru, clinging to him tightly while warily eyeing Ram and Remington. Even Felt was somewhat helpless upon seeing this. However, Takaru and the others still slept together. Only Emilia watched enviously, but was too shy to join. Of course, Takaru didn't do anything with them. Having easily dealt with the great rabbit's matter so quickly today, the remaining time was for Emilia's trials. Takaru knew he couldn't help her much with these trials, and he could only offer support. She ultimately had to rely on herself to resolve her inner conflicts. The next day, Takaru woke up surrounded by the girls. Rem, as always, was already awake, prepared everything, and stood in the room obediently waiting for Takaru and the others. "You've worked hard, Remington." Looking at Rem, Takaru felt extremely gratified. "Not at all. Being able to help Takaru-sama is enough." Hearing Takaru, Rem showed a sweet smile. Seeing Rem's adorable smile early in the morning was quite a treat for Takaru. Then, looking at the beauties around him, Takaru woke them up. "Takaru, morning." Beatrice, nestled in Takaru's arms, greeted him sleepily. "Takaru nii/Sama, morning." Felt and Ram quickly woke up and greeted Takaru with smiles. "All right, time to get up. Today is the day for Leah's trials. Everyone, make sure to encourage her well later." Looking at everyone, Takaru spoke softly. Hearing Takaru, no one had any objections, nodding to show they understood. Subsequently, after washing up, Takaru and the others went to the living room. "Takaru, everyone, good morning." Seeing everyone emerge, Emilia spoke up. "Morning, Leah. Are you prepared?" Hearing her, Takaru asked gently. "Yes, I'm prepared." Though still nervous inside, Emilia took a deep breath and nodded. Seeing her expression, Takaru smiled. Since the trials only opened at night, everyone accompanied Emilia, playing and waiting for sunset. In the evening, Takaru and the others accompanied Emilia to the front of Echidna's tomb. Looking at the ruin before her, Emilia felt tense again, but Takaru easily comforted her. Emilia closed her eyes, communicating with the lesser spirits to calm her mind completely. Encouraged by the lesser spirits. Feeling confident now. After her communication ended, Takaru asked gently. I'm fine. But I'd like one last bit of encouragement. I want Takaru's encouragement, please. Hearing Takaru, Emilia said seriously. Go for it, Emilia. No matter how painful the trials inside are, remember we are all by your side. You are not alone. Looking at Emilia, Takaru said earnestly again. Thank you, everyone. Hearing Takaru, Emilia looked at the caring faces around her and nodded seriously. Then, as Emilia approached the ruin, it lit up. Takaru knew this meant Emilia had the qualification to challenge the trials. I'm going in. Looking at the glowing ruin, Emilia said to everyone once more and stepped inside. However, less than 3 minutes passed outside before the ruin's light vanished. Sensing this, Takaru perceived Emilia's expression of pain clearly. Clearly, this challenge had failed. Seeing this, Takaru stepped forward but was blocked by a special barrier. Although Takaru could violently break it, doing so might cause massive collapse of the sanctuary. Thinking this, Takaru knew he couldn't force it. Though even mana was blocked inside, Takaru's telekinesis could easily penetrate the barrier. So Takaru used telekinesis to bring Emilia out. Looking at Emilia's pained expression even in unconsciousness, Takaru called out to her loudly. Purification. Seeing her state, Takaru directly used 2 spells to remove negative effects. Under the magic's influence, Emilia's pained expression gradually faded, and she barely opened her eyes. I should have taken the trial, then. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I told you it wasn't me. As if seeing something extremely terrifying, Emilia's expression was filled with terror. Lia, rest easy. Everything will be better when you wake up. Seeing Emilia's fearful look, Takaru sighed inwardly and used his Sharingan to put her to sleep. Takaru NII, is Lia okay? Seeing Emilia's state, Felt was deeply shocked. She could hardly imagine what Emilia had experienced, feeling a trace of fear toward the ruin. Let's not dwell on it. Clearly, Lia failed this time. Let's head back first. Looking at everyone, Takaru directly suggested. In the shadows, Garfield, witnessing this scene, showed a complicated expression. Regarding Emilia's failure, he wasn't sure if he longed for the barrier to be removed, or if he still feared contact with the outside world. Actually, the barrier had no effect on Garfield. Like his sister Frederica, he only had 1/4 mixed blood, so the barrier didn't affect him. He stayed here to protect the other demi-humans, and also because he himself wasn't ready yet. Takaru naturally noticed Garfield hiding in the shadows, but since he wasn't causing trouble, Takaru didn't act against him. Carrying the unconscious Emilia, Takaru and the others quickly returned to their lodging. Then, Takaru asked Felt and Beatrice to rest first, while he stayed by Emilia's side, holding her hand. After the others checked on Emilia, they nodded understandingly and left without saying much. Chapter 316. Chapter 316 Lia's Pain, Puck's Entrustment 1302 words. As time passed, during the night, Ram and Rem came to the room. Takaru-sama, let us take over watching now. Looking at Takaru sitting by the bed, holding Emilia's hand, Ram and Rem spoke with concern. It's fine. I'm not that weak, you know. Hearing them, Takaru replied helplessly. I understand. Hearing Takaru, they answered almost in unison. After this small interlude, several more hours passed. As the sun rose, Emilia slowly opened her eyes with the incoming sunlight. Opening her eyes, she noticed Takaru beside her and realized her hand seemed to be holding something. Looking down, she saw her hand tightly clasping Takaru's. Feeling better? As Emilia woke, Takaru opened his eyes and looked at her. Takaru, have you been with me all this time? Hearing Takaru, Emilia asked, biting her lip. I can't help you with the trial itself. This is all I can do. Hearing her, Takaru said seriously. Takaru, thank you. Hearing Takaru, tears slowly welled in Emilia's eyes. Hearing her, Takaru nodded gently. Feeling a bit better now? Yes, much better. Hearing Takaru's question, Emilia slowly sat up, assessed her condition, and replied. Lia, what did you see in the trial? Can you tell me? I'm not sure I can help, but at the very least, I can share your troubles. Sitting beside Emilia, Takaru gently smoothed her hair and spoke softly. The past I saw is probably my memories before I fell asleep. I was once sealed in ice. I never told you about that, did I? After hesitating for a long time, Emilia slowly began. If you don't mind, tell me properly. I believe in you, Lia. Hearing her, Takaru encouraged her to continue. I was once sealed in ice in a forest. Before Puck found and saved me, I slept in the ice for a very, very long time. Before the forest was frozen, I should have been living with everyone. Emilia spoke while thinking. Is that so? Then, Lia, do you remember your family? Hearing her, Takaru gently guided. There was no family in the forest, but there was someone like a mother. As if remembering something, Emilia covered her mouth lightly, her eyes filled with pain. Calm down, Lia. What happened to everyone? Gently pulling her into his embrace, Takaru patted her back with a hand glowing with blue light. Purification couldn't cure psychological wounds, but it could make one feel slightly more at ease. Using purification in this situation could somewhat alleviate her psychological burden. Everyone was like me, inside the ice. I lived in the forest. Always waiting for everyone to wake up, waiting with Puck. But I didn't wait for that day. So I left the forest and joined the royal selection. Under Takaru's comfort, Emilia's emotions calmed slightly. Do you remember why you left the forest to join the royal selection? Hearing her, Takaru continued guiding. Because Roswell promised me that if I could become king, I should be able to melt the ice in the forest. Will you look down on me? The other candidates participate with great goals and resolve, but my reason is very, very selfish. After saying this, Emilia looked at Takaru worriedly. Lia, I'm not sure about the others' goals. But for me, if it's to save someone important, not just becoming king, I would carry out even more extreme actions without hesitation. So, Lia, you don't need to have any psychological burden. No matter what, I'm willing to believe in you because you, Lia, are also someone important to me. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke softly. Really, thank you so much. Speaking softly, Lia fell asleep again. Looking at Lia, Takaru knew it was time for Puck to appear. Because a contract existed between Puck and Emilia, as long as Puck adhered to it, Lia's memories could never fully recover, especially the painful memories. So, after settling Lia, Takaru used his mana to forcibly awaken Puck. Puck, you already know about Lia's situation, right? Without letting go of the past, one can never grow. Looking at the glowing pendant, Takaru spoke calmly to Puck. But you can actually forcibly awaken me, truly unfathomable, Takaru. Hearing Takaru, Puck's voice slowly emerged. So, what's your decision? Hearing him, Takaru asked with a calm expression. Can I trust you, Takaru? Hearing Takaru, Puck directly asked. What do you think? When you weren't appearing, I was the one accompanying Lia all along. Hearing him, Takaru rolled his eyes. I've been accompanying her inside too. Hearing Takaru say this, Puck said sheepishly. Then I'll leave the next part to you. Also, regarding the forest, I might have a way. But since I haven't seen the specific situation, to avoid getting Lia's hopes up for nothing, we'll talk about it later. Hearing him, Takaru spoke seriously. I understand, Takaru. I truly entrust Lia to you from now on. Hearing Takaru, Puck spoke earnestly. Hearing him, Takaru transmitted a bit of mana to Puck, then left the spot. Takaru, is Lia okay? Seeing Takaru emerge, those waiting anxiously in the living room gathered around. Hard to say. But as long as Leah can resolve her inner conflicts, there shouldn't be a problem. And that requires care from all of us. Hearing Felt's question, Takaru spoke softly. Hearing Takaru, everyone nodded. As time passed, Emilia, who had fallen asleep under Takaru's comfort, didn't wake until noon. Due to her recovering memories, she saw scenes from her childhood and couldn't stop her tears. Did you have a nightmare again? Seeing Emilia awake, Puck spoke softly. Hearing the familiar voice, Leah called out excitedly. It's great. Where have you been? I've been so worried. Don't just disappear like that. As she spoke, Leah suddenly noticed something was off because Puck's body was about 2 sizes smaller than before. My body's quite a bit smaller than usual, huh? The limit came faster than I imagined. After all, consciously trying to violate the contract, having my value as a spirit stripped away is unavoidable. Noticing Emilia's gaze, Puck acted cute. Violate the contract. What are you saying? Hearing Puck, Emilia had a foreboding feeling. Until now, I've always been by your side, Leah. Not being able to talk was due to my personal reasons and your own issues. But from now on. Saying this, Puck looked at Emilia with loving eyes. Seeing Puck's gaze, Emilia panicked. Then, the crystal pendant she wore began to crack. It's bad, Puck. The medium is breaking. Emilia's voice carried a sob. Sorry, Leah. I wanted to explain properly, but there's no time. Although I'm extremely reluctant, I plan to entrust you to that person. Because he can definitely take good care of you and values you very much. Puck spoke softly. What are you saying? Who is that person? Hearing Puck, Emilia could no longer hold back, tears streaming down. Leah, I'm going to break the contract between us, terminating it unilaterally. I'm really sorry. As long as I'm gone, the lid on your memories can open. Then, Leah will surely remember many sad things. You might want to cry even more than now. Emilia, I love you very, very much. Tears continuously fell, and Emilia's heart was filled with endless fear. This is fine, Emilia. You are the person I love most in this world. As Puck spoke, he completely dispersed. As for Takaru, leaning against the door outside, perceiving everything inside, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. However, Takaru knew that although the previous contract had its issues, Puck's care for Emilia had never diminished. Moreover, his selfless and wholehearted love for Emilia was something neither Takaru nor the original Subaru could ever match. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.